I challenge you, I challenge him, I challenge everyone, I am a king. I challenge statuses, I challenge me. Step to my game, you got no time to sleep. I run in the wind, I run in the snow. Outwork them all, best expect me to blow. I've tasted the low, I've tasted the high. Best I ever did was to not give it time, I just stayed on my grind. What you gonna do when they come for you? We just go hard. What you gonna do when you lose out? You just go hard. What you gonna do when they come for you? We just go hard. What you gonna do when you fall down? You just go hard. 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 I challenge you, I challenge him, I challenge everyone, I am a king. I challenge statuses, I challenge me. Step to my game, you got no time to sleep. I run in the wind, I run in the snow. Outwork them all, best expect me to blow. I've tasted the low, I've tasted the high. Best I ever did was to not give it time, I just stayed on my grind.
Standing in a crowded room, but it feels so empty. I'm haunted by my thoughts of you, and it's killing me, killing me. I'm trying hard to see the light, but the dark knows me by name. I shout your name into the night, 'cause every day I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. And I know it's all my fault. I feel the guilt and the shame. Tried to make a deal with the devil, but he just turned me away. So what can I do to get back to you? I run through the fire and bathe in the brimstone. Visions of your face, it keeps me away. I have no peace, this pain won't leave me alone. No, I'm trying hard to see the light, but the dark knows me by name. I shout your name into the night, 'cause every day
to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt. Hey, when no one's help. When it's time for action, headlines and captions. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all their reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. Hey, what I'm doing, hey, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. Think you gon' beat me? Good luck, that's a long shot. Got the ball, full field ahead, I ain't gon' stop. If I ever fall, I'ma still end up on top. Right now, I'm feeling like everything that you're not. If I was you, I would probably feel the same way. Winning in my blood, something that I can't change. If I was you, I would probably feel the same way. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. Gotta be in first place, second shift's the first to lose. Working in the gym, taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around it. You try and try, but never find someone who's right. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around it. You try and try, never find another me. Try
gonna show 'em. I've got to keep fighting. Strike hard, I'm like lightning. It's my life, I rewrite it. Yeah, I'm gonna show ya. Late night, yeah, my head be spinning around. Yeah, I was once lost, but baby, you got me feeling found. It's time to show 'em how it's done. This is the glow up. Come on, it's time to have some fun. Yeah, that's right. We're gonna break it down. We give it big love. We're gonna show 'em how it's done. That's right. We're gonna show 'em. I know we're gonna make it. We just played a waiting game. I know that we were born for this. I know that we are stronger. We just gotta believe in something. You just gotta believe in us. I know that we were born for this. I've got to keep fighting. It's time to show 'em how it's done. This is the glow up. Strike hard, I'm like lightning. It's time to have some fun. Yeah, it's my life, that's right. And I've got to keep fighting. We're giving big love. We're gonna show 'em how it's done. That's right. Come on, this is our time, and we're gonna show 'em.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. So close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give be a warning. It's a cruel fate for love to fall apart. It's a switch blade drawn across my heart, and I don't wanna think what I'm thinking. And I don't wanna fall, but I'm falling. Deep, deep, deep in the dark. Deep, deep, deep in the dark. Fires keep burning. Desires keep turning black. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Go till I'm ready to let it go. Go till I'm ready to let it. I lie low, but in truth, I'm biding my time. Gonna mark what I choose, gonna sharpen my tongue. And I want to be free, but I need you. And I'm not gonna beg, so I tell you. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
I'll challenge you, I'll challenge him, I'll challenge everyone, I am a king. I'll challenge statuses, I challenge me. Step to my game, you got no time to sleep. I'm running the wind, I run in the snow. Outwork them all, best expect me to blow. I've tasted the low, I've tasted the high. Best I ever did was to not give it time, I just stayed on my grind. What you gonna do when they come for you? We just go hard. What you gonna do when you lose out? You just go hard. What you gonna do when they come for you? You just go hard. What you gonna do when you fall down? You just go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Go
Standing in a crowded room, but it feels so empty. I'm haunted by my thoughts of you, and it's killing me, killing me. I'm trying hard to see the light, but the dark knows me by name. I shout your name into the night, 'cause every day I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you. I tell my soul just to be with you. I tell my soul just to be with you. I tell my soul just to be with you. I tell my soul just to be with you. And I know it's all my fault. I feel the guilt and the shame. Tried to make a deal with the devil, but he just turned me away. So what can I do to get back to you? I run through the fire and bathe in the brimstone. Visions of your face, it keeps me away. I have no peace, this pain won't leave me alone. No, I'm trying hard to see the light, but the dark knows me by name. I shout your name into the night, 'cause every day I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you. I tell my soul just to be with you. I tell my soul just to be with you. I tell my soul just to be with you. I tell my soul just to be with you.
What I'm doing, getting right to it. Yeah, the money is talking, I'm feeling it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt, hey, when no one's help. When it's time for action, headlines and captions. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all their reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. Hey, what I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm feeling it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch.
shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, but never find someone who's fine. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, never find another me. Try and try, never find. Try and try, never find. What is missing when you've been? Tell me something I can hear. Body screaming. You won't admit that you want me close. I know you need, you know I know. When you're with me, you feel it the most on the low, low, low. You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, but never find someone who's fine. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, never find another me.
I just wanna lay here. Don't know what I'm waiting for. Don't know what I'm aiming for. I've just gotta feel it. Late night, yeah, my head be spinning around. Yeah, I was once lost, but baby, you got me feeling found. It's time to show me how it's done. This is the glow up. Come on, it's time to have some fun. Yeah, that's right. We're gonna break it down. We giving big love. We're gonna show 'em how it's done. That's right. We're gonna show 'em. I've got to keep fighting. Strike hard, I'm like lightning. It's my life, I rewrite it. Yeah, I'm gonna show ya. Late night, yeah, my head be spinning around. Yeah, I was once lost, but baby, you got me feeling found. It's time to show 'em how it's done. This is
time to show 'em how it's done. This is the glow up. Strike hard, I'm like lightning. It's time to have some fun. Yeah, it's my life, that's right. And I've got to keep fighting. We're giving big love. We're gonna show 'em how it's done. That's right. Come on, this is our time, and we're gonna show 'em.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. From calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. Thousand souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and you must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. Thousand souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
So don't you tell me about no tears, no pain, no fear, no gain. 'Cause I know what it feels like to touch the bottom when the top is just a moment away. Don't leave another second wasted. You make it count so you can show 'em all you made. I know tears, no pain, no more excuses. So don't you tell me about
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
这不就是我们以前常吃的三杯鸡？现在好想吃哦。
笑脸嘞，要不要来碗三杯鸡风味干面？来，跟回味一拜。
就是这味道。
这碗浓郁咸香的酱，搭着葱花，再加上 Q 弹弹的面条，再淋上招牌米酒，
这真是记忆中的美味啊！重现记忆中的街边美味，台酒面摊系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛豚骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
Second shift's the first to lose. Working in the gym, taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in a frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Luscious, divine, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give anyone make you feel. I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around. You try and try, but never find someone who's like you. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around. You try and try, never find another me. Try and try, never find. Try and try, never find. What is missing when you've been? Tell me.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back for another week of the PCS Summer Playoffs. Of course, brought to you by Riot Games, Carry Live, and our sponsors, Changhua Telecom and TTL Brand Noodles. TTL Szechuan Spicy Beef Noodles and Red Wine Stewed Beef are newly launched, and you can find them in both Chinese and Western flavors on the TTL official website. Now, tonight, PSG versus Beyond. I think this is the most anticipated playoff series we have, especially for the summer split. And I mean, coming to you immediately there, Shock. What are you thinking?
Well, like you said, this is the big one, right? The one that everyone's been looking for. And I think it's hard to get a read on Beyond in my mind because I don't think they've really been tested to the same level that other teams have had. I think also they've mainly got what they've wanted so far, and I think PSG is one of those teams that they're really good at scouting, and just in general, PSG can play a lot of different styles, whereas I feel like a lot of other teams can be more restricted. So I want to say that it would be a PSG-favored series. I'm guessing like maybe PSG 3-1 with one game being off the back of Betty carrying, but what are you feeling?
Look, I'm a believer in PSG here.
Okay.
I actually think PSG probably can take it 3-0, and the reasons I think this are mostly because I think Maple has looked like the most standout mid laner. Obviously Minji during the regular season, he's now eliminated, but I think Maple has been so consistent, and I mean his Jace is just that scary. I think that honestly it's going to have to be banned in every single game Because, I mean, there was a graphic that we saw, and it was a 10-0 is his record on Jace in the PCS. And so, something you don't really want to give him. And then, I mean, you talk about the Betty carry, but I don't think the difference between Betty and Wako is that substantial that it just is going to lead to an entire game being broken open.
I do somewhat agree with that. I think that Betty is, at least in my mind, the best player in the league, but I'd probably say Wako is right behind him as the second best player.
Yep, and on your screens right now, this is the information going towards the finals. It is a live event over in Taiwan at the Hepping Basketball Gymnasium. You can see the link there on your screen where you can look to purchase tickets for yourselves. And going to be an exciting event. Lots of, I mean, we don't even know the teams yet, but I imagine you're going to find out one of them tonight. It's going to be either PSG or BYG. And then, I mean, yeah, it's going to be exciting. Honestly, all the teams that remain looking pretty good at the moment.
Yeah.
Of course, PSG there on your screen. Coming back to what I was saying, though, I think Junjia as well, he can play carries, but he's able to just play the tanks because his team is so good at carrying on the other roles that it kind of opens up more windows for you as a team when it comes to that draft phase.
I could definitely see that, and I think this could be, the draft phase, a major part of it for both teams, right? And I want to see PSG levy some bans towards maybe 1116 and Kongyue on the other side, because I think making sure that that mid-jungle duo doesn't get what they're comfortable on, it should mean that Maple and Junjia come out on top. And I think that what has succeeded for Beyond has mainly been, some sort of, honestly, very similar to Frank, ganks it up in facilitatory mids, the likes of Nico, Annie LeBlanc, that sort of stuff. They also do play the Jace, so that could be something, but you'd have to imagine Maple would pick it up. And I feel like if PSG do get the edge in that mid-jungle, they can kind of transition it around the map and just hinder Betty from carrying, because I think if Betty does get the resources, if he does get the time to just farm up a Storm, he will deliver in the late game.
Yep. And importantly, during the regular season, they do have a 1-to-1 head-to-head, these two teams. It was Beyond who picked up a win against PSG in the first round robin after Betty and Kerez just 1v1 killed, or 2v2 killed, I suppose, Wako and Woody. Level 1 it was, and then after that, I think we saw a 16-0 Kaiser performance out of Betty in that game. So, honestly, I wonder if you're able to give over Kaiser now, because PSG feel like a team that can play around it, better than we've seen in the prior series. And so maybe you can give over the Kaiser as long as you're not dying in that 2v2.
Possibly. I kind of agree that there's been more Kaiser answers coming up, especially the Zeri being played a bit more, but I still feel like giving over the Kaiser is it's kind of a risk that you don't need to take. I guess maybe if it frees you up another ban to target out another mid laner, it could be worth it, but we've seen what happens when you're giving over the Kaiser to these two elite ADCs. I mean, both of them are really good on the pick.
Yeah. I just wonder that perhaps maybe if you ban the Kaiser, it gets answered by a Jace ban, where you might actually just like to get the Jace and give over the Kaiser as a trade for it, because again, Maple 10-0 on that champion. And there were quite a few games that PSG were actually in a tough spot, and Maple found some game-winning plays on the Jace. Even a teleport flank stands out to me as one of them. I believe that was even against BYG. In fact, I'm certain it was. So something to look out for, I guess. And their champion pool's fairly similar. 1116 does play the LeBlanc where Maple does not, but I think ultimately the LeBlanc really shouldn't be being picked anymore. I feel like it doesn't seem to be all that worthwhile. It really doesn't find the value that perhaps these teams suspect it will.
Yeah. And I think while they do have a somewhat similar champion pool, the priority on the champs themselves is fairly different. And I also think that if Azir gets picked up, it's almost certainly going to be for Maple. I think Beyond is a team that doesn't function as well if they've just got one of those greedier carry mids, because honestly, there's a lot of players on this team that need resources.
Yeah.
And so having a mid laner that needs time to scale and can't fight early, I don't think it really plays well into their win condition, but we should be heading into draft right now. It is once again PSG choosing that blue side. Nico, LeBlanc, both taken away nice and early, so won't be giving those over to 1116. And Sedge Maokai, they've been staple bans for Beyond all split long, try and enable Kongyue to get on those more carry-oriented junglers.
Absolutely. I think against PSG it's a bit harder though, because Junjia, we know, can pull out the Rel.
Yeah.
Obviously there is the Poppy. Even the Ivern is something that Junjia has found good success on, so I feel like it's not as easy to ban away the tank support, junglers, and then pick up your Viego or Kha'Zix recently. Kaiser will be banned though, at least in game number 1 here. Is it going to be answered with that Jace ban? It does feel like it would be the obvious one, although maybe you're confident enough to just pick the Annie into it.
Possibly. I feel like taking away is the best choice though. I mean, what else could you ban? I mean, you could ban an ADC. Do we think there's any chance that Wako might just first pick the Xayah and give over the Jace? Doesn't really feel like it. Okay, they ban out the Rel. So going to take away that flex. That does mean, of course, that
Poppy
Jace
priority is
available. Yeah. And now some of those slightly lower tier jungles are available. Poppy actually had a very good win rate. I think it's 6-1 or something so far.
Poppy has looked pretty incredible. I mean, even in the game that was lost, it was Bliss that lost on it, but that was such a close game, and Why Not had a really standout performance on the pick. So I feel like Poppy almost seemed like the best champion in the region last week at least, but it will be the Jace first pick. Now, will the answer be Poppy? Kongyue has played it, looked really, really good on it, but it doesn't so much play into what their team generally likes to go for as their team identity. So we'll see.
Yeah. Now, Xayah would be a bit of an interesting pick because it feels like, you know, your choices are Xayah and Zeri. I don't think Xayah does amazingly into the Jace, but it can kind of make Jace think twice about committing melee form early in the fight, which is decent enough. It's going to be a lock-in. I think as well, it might just be because it gives Betty that best chance to carry against pretty much whatever PSG puts forward. Any sort of engage, obviously Xayah does pretty well against. But what are we going to take along with it? I think the mid laner or jungle pick is pretty likely. Annie Viego, of course. Nocturne is one that has been picked before, and I think it does function well into the Jace. If you have something like Annie Nocturne, very hard to survive up against that.
I do wonder if now you can just take the Poppy and hold it as a flex, because RJ, one of the few players that do just play Poppy top, and it does feel like this is going to make PSG's draft extremely hard to play up against. I feel like the Poppy, while it doesn't find all that much value into the Xayah, certainly can work well just against the AD that's already been picked, as well as Lakai really tends to play the Jax more than anything else, and it does well into that matchup. And then, of course, you can just put a jungle if you get a better matchup later. Zach the current hover and locked in.
Wow.
So, is this guaranteed jungle? Because I have seen solo lane Zacs before, and I feel like depending on what goes up top, it's something that almost feels like RJ would play. You know, RJ's kind of rips out these random tanks every now and then.
I'm not sure. I feel like it is just going to be the jungler, but I almost prefer it in a lane, to be honest. We'll see, though. Alistair the lock-in.
Oh.
That does offer a Sylas. Now, I'm not sure. Kongyue played Sylas jungle ages ago. If there's any chance this Nocturne can go mid. Feels like it wouldn't function very well into Jace. Of course, can play Sylas, but it's not a champ that I would expect 1116 to pick up. Looks like they will stray away from it. Instead, gonna grab the Rakan. And that would give them a ton of engage. I think I like that overall a bit better for Beyond. And I think as well, that's just a really strong 2v2 for Betty and Keres to play with. Because I think that that's going to have to be a difference maker for Beyond if they want to have, you know, wins in this series. And against Waka and Woody, it's not easy, right? They're a very strong bot lane in their own right.
Absolutely. And now we really will probably see some clamps done on the top lane. So Rumble the current ban.
Interesting. I wonder if that is trying to set up for just a Jax later on.
It does feel like it, right?
Yeah. It could also just be that they want to get rid of AP tops, right? Zac, solo AP, it can work, but I don't think it's the best.
There's still the Varus open, something that Waco has played even into engage comps.
Yeah, I was going to say, you wouldn't want to play it into this, but he's done it before.
And it looked really, really good too, so...
Yeah. Annie ban. I think the Annie ban is really good.
Yeah, me too. Pairs well with the Nocturne. Allows for skirmishes to be just that much easier. Zeri the ban. So taking that one away from Waco. Does make sense, but you almost feel like it's headed to a Varus for Waco. I mean, this is the kind of team comp. Although, like, looking at it, you feel like, wow, this is impossible to play Varus into. Will do well in the lane. And maybe you could even pair it with a Poppy, and that makes the time for this Rakan harder. And obviously, the Poppy can go top there. Would be
ban
blind
as well. I think those are really good bans.
Yeah.
I was expecting those to come out. Now, what do you look for in the mid lane? Something like the Talia can work. It's a little scary against Zac, but as long as you don't get caught on that initial engage, you can be fine. Gragas, I would kind of like. 1116, he's been one of the only mids to pick up Gragas since it was nerfed. And I think it does pretty well against a comp that really wants to engage, right? Because normally, when you're up against Xayah, your only viable engage target is instead that mid lane mage. But if you're playing something like the Gragas, it doesn't really feel like that's the one you want to get. And of course, it's still a flex pick. Yeah. So interesting. I mean, what are they going to answer? I think we should see... If it's not Varus, we might just see Aphelios, but
that
doesn't
feels hard
feel,
as well.
Yeah, it doesn't. I mean, it's just difficult to play an ADC
I think
in
the
this game.
Aphelios would arguably be harder to play,
Yeah,
but it is going to be
locks
locked in. Obviously, Waco, a very good Aphelios player, so I'm sure if anyone can make it work, it's him. And the Poppy, the current hover, I do suspect this will be locked in.
Yeah, it does look pretty good. Do we think there's any chance if this Poppy gets locked in?
Poppy jungle Zac top?
Yeah.
I think there is still a chance.
There is still a chance.
I think it depends on what this final pick is
Yeah,
from Beyond.
if they can double flex it, okay,
well,
never
that
mind.
eliminates the chance.
All right, so now the question is, do you just send Gragas top,
Oh
or do
my.
you pick a Poppy of your own? Because, okay, if BYG picked that, their comp is disgusting.
That's less disgusting, I feel.
I like the Poppy a lot more, I think. I wouldn't mind a Renekton just for the early game. Feels like if you do kind of get your team through the early game, there's a good chance for Betty to carry later on. No, they're looking to K'Sante. Admittedly, Lakai, I think one of his best performances recently was on this pick. So I don't hate it. And could that still be a flex? I think it can.
Yeah, you can still absolutely have the K'Sante or the Gragas swap lane. But it does feel like the Gragas... Oh, actually, I wonder if the K'Sante has a better time into the Jace. I don't know. We often see the K'Sante into the Jace. This is one of the first times we see the Gragas into the Jace, so we'll see how it pans out. I do feel like this has given Archie a better time in the top lane.
Yeah.
I think last split, there was a lot of solo kills going on back and forward, but this split, it feels like the Jax is just stronger. So we'll see. But, I mean, all eyes for me are on Jingir, because we have not seen a Zac. I've not even seen a Zac in competitive play, and I don't know how long, so this is very exciting to see. And we'll see if he's able to punish anything. Obviously, Zac's gank potential is one of the best in the game. It's kind of got a level 6 Nocturne ult as soon as you hit like level 9, so it feels pretty disgusting to play against. We'll see if Jingir can make use of that to find anything.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot of gankable lanes, I must say. It does feel pretty hard to gank most of these lanes, but if anyone can do it, it's probably Jingir. Feels like one of the better junglers in the region.
I do think Zac's a little underrated, but I worry a little bit up against the comp he has to face, you know, with that Xayah and the Gragas especially. Both kind of carries that are pretty hard to engage on. Now, if you can go in and just trade your E for Xayah ult, that feels like a win. But you can get CC'd up afterwards, so there's always some sort of risk to it. I think overall, I actually prefer the BYG draft. But PSG definitely have some pretty good win conditions too. I don't think either team really comes out unhappy after the draft phase, but I think given how many bans went towards 1116 in the mid lane, I think it was 4 bans, and he still managed to get something that works very well, both for his playstyle and up against the comp. I think that's really, really important.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, with nameplates off, maybe I agree, but I think Maple having this Jace does make me favor PSG in this game.
Okay.
Because it does feel like Maple's Jace just pulls rabbits out of his head and whatnot. It has been really, really strong. He's gone for fleet footwork, which makes a lot of sense up against the Gragas. We often see even other champions do the same. 116 though, Arcane Comet, so he's going for a bit of lane pressure.
Does make sense. I think you will just have to have that extra pressure in the laning phase. And I think, again, you know, coming back to the Jace, I think that it can be really hard to kind of, even if you get fed early game here as Maple, it's quite hard to extend that lead because it's really difficult to side lane against Nocturne. You know, if you push out too far, you will find yourself engaged on. Obviously, he has that phase rush to help get away, but it's going to have to be hovered. Now, at least Zac also has some, you wouldn't call it global, but some sort of semi-global
it's
pressure.
Damn near it.
Yeah. Yeah. Realistically, Zac can be out of vision, and that still has to be respected for Beyond. But just a bit of a technical pause here, and hopefully we'll be back onto the Rift in just a moment.
Yeah, I wonder, one thing I think about Jace in this game is that there is a little bit of threat on him, obviously the Nocturne and Rakan, but there isn't a whole lot that can follow up on it reliably. Maybe you could argue the Gragas can. But it does feel like around objectives, more than sort of the side laning, that this Jace should have a pretty free time at landing this poke, because it's a very, very short range comp that is coming out of the side of BYG here. In fact, the only range champion on their team is the Xayah, who is one of the shorter range champions. So it does feel like if all things go well and Maple's able to set up and sort of become a turret with those accelerated shock blasts, he should feel pretty good in this game. I think as well, there's quite a lot of peel, really, for the Jace. I mean, if Nocturne jumps on you and Jingir is able to respond, so much CC comes out of that Zac that Maple can just probably proc the phase rush and run away and then go back to poking at range.
So much depends really on who gets fed, because I think that, you know, for either team, if you end up with a fed ADC, you can just look to peel them. And it's quite hard, even with the engage tools, to get through all the peel that either team has, right? You can't really imagine yourself engaging on that Xayah with all the tools around it, or on Tawako when he's got a Zac pretty much on top of him the whole time. So I think for PSG, especially if they can get ahead early and hold that lead, that is pretty nice because obviously it frees up your Aphelios to DPS a bit easier without being worried about just dying in that initial engage. And like you said, it allows the Jace to just set up, go through several rotations of poke, you know, up before an objective, and then doesn't even really need to commit to melee form in the fight.
Yeah, if anything, you can just commit to the melee form on whoever's engaging. I feel like that's generally what you want to do here. I mean, maybe, of course, there's times where whatever's happening in the game can change that. Maybe Betty's been caught out, you just jump on him and chunk him out to half and phase rush away. And Jace does do that pretty well, and that's a benefit of having phase rush as well. I think that's why it's my favorite rune to have on Jace personally. I mean, almost in no matter what game, because there's almost every game there's an opportunity to use it at some stage to keep yourself alive. And it also does work really well with the Duskblade build as well. Obviously going untargetable and running away.
I thought you would have been a first strike enjoyer.
What's that?
Well, it's got a good sound.
It does have a good sound. And it's a lot of dopamine when you hover over it 40 minutes into the game and it says that you've accumulated 1.6k gold. It's like, ooh, that's almost an item.
Yeah.
That does feel good. But it also feels good not dying 13 times, so, you know.
That is true. Okay, back on the Rev tier. And level 1 could be interesting here, just seeing where exactly the Zac passed, because Zac's weakness in previous metas was that you could get invaded a lot, or you could get forced off of crabs and stuff like that. And I think it's more difficult to do that these days, just because there's so much catch-up XP in the game that if you do fall down, you're not too worried, right? You're only going to be down a couple levels and you're going to get back up in no time at all. But against Kongyue, I think Kongyue might be the jungler who is going to punish this pick the most. Yeah. Of course, Junjia is an extremely good jungler as well. So I'm sure that he's got this figured out, and maybe he thinks that with the prio, I think especially that he'll have from mid, that he feels able to just do whatever he wants without those repercussions coming from Kongyue.
Definitely inclined to agree here. There it is. The Pacific Championship Series. Top 4 we're at now. Kind of flying through these playoffs.
Yeah. And how crazy is it that 2 of them are 7th and 8th seeds?
Yeah. Yeah, that's almost the most surprising part, right? Oh.
The Pause Championship Series.
That's right. I'm sure we'll get back into game shortly.
I think it's Junjia's audio, it looks like.
Yeah. Can't hear the blue buff. Zac doesn't even need it. Don't worry about it, fella. Interesting pathing. I wonder if he starts top side, like on the blue buff, because it's not the most useful one for Zac.
Could be.
Obviously, there is a lot of gank set up bot.
Yeah.
So maybe you're just looking for an early gank. Obviously, Zac, probably one of the best early gank champions in the game.
That might be your window as well to try and pressure Betty over there in the bot lane. It's always interesting because I think the higher level you get in League, you have to play more towards the champions that are actually there. But I think it's important to play to the players as well. And Betty definitely seems like the win condition for BYG. So if you can get down there, if you can, you know, even blow a flash or just force them out of lane, that feels like a really big win. We'll see though.
You know, I don't remember which event it was at. I think it might have been a Worlds. And it was a wildcard region versus SKT. And they just 5-man Faker mid level 1.
Oh.
Do you remember that?
I was thinking of Levi's Nocturne game, but it's not that one, right?
No, it wasn't that one. But that was a crazy game where they just 3-man leashed him on every single camp to get him 6 by like 5 minutes. That was insane. But yeah, there was one game, they lost it. But they killed Faker level 1, and there was a 5-man gank on him level 1.
I think I remember that. I think was there a Janna?
I think there was, yeah.
I can't remember who it was.
I don't even remember what he was playing. I don't either. I just remember watching it happen. It was many years ago. It's always funny just seeing things like that when you've got probably the most notable name in the game, and so you just go take him out level 1.
It's the
ruin his KD.
It's the global taunt.
Yeah. Hope we get back into games soon. I was hyped for this one.
I still am.
I am too. PSG was beyond. Do you reckon we're going to get a 60-minute banger? We got one. We got one so far in the playoffs.
I don't know. I would actually say no. I feel like these teams, their 80 carries are too clean late game. And maybe it's because they're both too clean that it's going to go long. But I feel like at some point, one of them just crazy 1v9s a fight and it ends off that.
Yeah? Oh, to be fair, I think in the CFO DCG game, Cascada and Shun both played that particular game pretty well. That was the most insane game I think I've watched in a long time.
I guess. I don't know. There was a lot of inting.
There was. But I don't think it was from the 80 carries. there's just generally a lot of inting that goes on.
It is hard, you know, once you get that late in the game. You die pretty much instantly, and
there's so much you need to do too, like vision and whatnot.
Yeah, it feels a lot like uncharted territory, I think, as well, just because how often do games go that late? You know, ultra late game macro is not that figured out, I think. Because honestly, it's just not that important most of the time.
Yeah, even in scrims, you don't often make it there, obviously.
No.
They're over in 20 minutes. 10 sometimes. It's like, well, we're too far behind. Restart. It'll be so exciting. I think seeing Betty and Wako go at it at 6 item 80 carries for like 4 team fights in a row would be insane to watch.
They would set some new DPM records.
Yeah.
For sure.
Absolutely. I wonder if we're going to see Vayne anymore. Obviously, Shun might pick it up, but seeing someone like Betty or Wako pick Vayne could be pretty exciting as well. Looked pretty good, in fairness.
All right, we're back. Now, something that I think, it's small, but I think it does add up in those team fights, is that Wako has cleansed. And I think that as an ADC, you are a lot more limited in those team fights if you do have cleanse instead of Ghost. We've seen the Ghost be just tremendous in turning team fights around, especially when you're looking to clean up at the back of a team fight or kite out that initial engage. And I think not having the Ghost here feels difficult, right, up against the Cassante.
And cleanse doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, I wonder if it's just to cleanse the Nocturne E.
That's all you really can, right? I mean, maybe a root, the charm, and then flash before a knock-up from Kyrios, but yeah, I wonder. Yeah, I feel like Ghost is probably better here. Even maybe if you wanted to play a little bit safer in lane, you could go heal, but cleanse feels a little bit wasted.
Priority here, though, for that BYG bot lane. Pretty hard to contest Zyra Rakan when you do have the Alistar. Obviously kind of weak early. Looks like it's just going to be a full clear from Junjia. He's done 3 camps top, has now swapped to that bot side, is spotted out, of course, by a ward. So both junglers, I expect, will just look to put all their camps on cooldown, and then maybe we'll see some sort of play around the river. It feels like Beyond, with the control they have, if they want this bot scuttle, they can definitely bring bot lane to it. But it's going to be a bit harder for 1116 on the Gragas to move. And Arja, he's getting some proxying done already. Knows that Kongwei started on the top side.
And he does. We see this pretty much every game now from top laners as someone proxies at some stage. Arja getting it done early. We'll be able to do another wave and probably recalls on the next one, as it will be a cannon minion wave.
Can Lakai force him off? He has a lot of time before the next wave is here. I don't think he's going to be able to, though.
Might force Arja to miss 2 minions, perhaps? Or
yeah.
That doesn't even look like it's going to happen.
I think he's overstayed, though.
Yeah.
Well, at least he'll get the XP. Now Arja can go for that reset with a lot of tempo, which is nice for him, of course. That reset does come out. Bot Scuttle was picked up by Kongwei. Junjia wisely swaps to that top side, where he does have that priority. And now we'll probably drop a ward. Would be surprised to see him start that up. It is spotted out there. Does connect. Well, not a lot of action so far, and I think somewhat to be expected. A lot of champs in this game do come online at level 6. That's kind of where we're looking for the action. What Gragas build do you think we'll see this game? Because I think the Everfrost is always your default. But again, you know, Leandry's against Zac Alistar as solo AP.
Solo AP, yeah.
Or
I feel
even
like
Ludens for the burst.
Yeah, I think Ludens. I think you'd probably just go Leandry's, but Ludens could work. I don't think this is an Everfrost game, but they always go Everfrost, so it probably will end up being an Everfrost. I think the value you get out of Leandry's is often overlooked.
For sure. It is hard sometimes. Now, reset will come in for the Beyond bot lane. Oh, no, they can't, so going to stay another wave. Thought they were going to base and then be back on the map, start up the drag, but instead, they decide they want to stay a little bit longer. Maybe don't give Wako the free reset. But full health bars doesn't feel like much is going to happen. And look at all those cookies in the inventory. How do you feel about that?
Oh, some hungry boys on the Rift.
Oh, a plate already.
Yeah, that is a pretty quick plate to have picked up and what feels like a fairly even matchup.
I guess so much of it is just the creeps crashing on the tower, slowly dropping it down.
Especially the one wave that he wasn't able to catch.
Yeah.
All 6 of those minions were just going to be wailing on that tower. And so, obviously, that'll do a pretty substantial amount of damage despite the armor coming through from the pre-level 5 tower.
Some vision there dropped in the bot side. Maple, he's got his reset, got the tier 2 longswords, does not have a Dirk, so probably doesn't want to fight too much before that Herald spawns. Might be able to get Alpha base before then, though, without the TP. It's a tad more difficult.
I do have to wonder why we have a cleanse on the Aphelios.
It has to be for Nocturne. I think that's the only thing. I think maybe it's like, if he has Ghost, he has to build Gale Force to get out of it? I'm not sure.
But I don't even think that's necessarily true. If Nocturne ults onto him and he has Ghost, he could pop the Ghost and someone can CC Nocturne. Because they have Zac, Alistair, even Jace, or Jax. I mean, there's so much that can peel for him. But we'll see. We'll see what value it finds. I do feel like this is perhaps better to be a Ghost game. Yeah. Ghost does also feel really nice on Aphelios because he is just so immobile. I do expect we will see Gale Force this game anyway. Because it is nice to go Infinity Edge, but you'll do more damage with Infinity Edge, but you're a lot more vulnerable. And when you're going up against Nocturne, Gragas, Rakan, it feels like you just need the Gale Force. Even if only one team fight, it gets you out of being knocked into the enemy team by an explosive barrel. That's pretty much all the value you needed out of it anyway.
Pings onto this Jace. He commits it, and Phase Rush has been used.
Oh, explosive cast connects, and Maple is certainly in trouble. Gets slowed up there. He's trying to turn around some damage, but he is just going to be going down. First blood there for 116. It was a really nice ult coming out of that Gragas.
It was really nice window found there by that BYG mid jungle. And I think what is super important there is a couple things. One, the kill going over to your solo AP Gragas feels really, really good. Also, I think Maple wisely chooses to hold the Flash, because I think if you do end up using Flash, especially if Beyond don't have to invest theirs, you are just going to die to this level 6 Nocturne, and there's not much you can do about it. So, Dirk is picked up there for Maple. We'll get a quick replay of this. So, Maple, he had to know that Kongwei was in the bot river, but probably expected him to be on the Dragon, given that there was this mid and bot prior. But honestly, Kongwei just doesn't do things like that. He much prefers his jungle tempo, and once the Phase Rush was committed, the nice ult comes out. And I think, yeah, it's pretty pointless for Maple to flash, especially without his jungler to run to. Nice pickup, of course. Dragon will be grabbed along with it, and this is ahead of the Herald timing, so we'll be back there. Now, 1116, he's got that extra book. Can be an Everfrost, can be a Leandries. I'm praying.
Let's be honest. We know what it's going to turn into.
No, man. I've had enough. No more Everfrosts. Okay, Karras, he's here around the Herald timing very early. Only 20 seconds away. He's still pretty far from 6, though, so unlikely to pick it up. Maybe if he soaks some XP from mid, he could get it on the next wave. We'll see how long he wants to stick around. Remember that PSG do have the option to trade plates onto bot lane if they so choose. Aphelios very, very good at knocking those down, especially if you have Chakrams. Maple has to play so safe here with Karras missing, as well as Nocturne now level 6. Because even with Flash, I don't think there's a guarantee that you survive, especially if Gragas is willing to commit his. Now, Jinji pings onto the Herald, starts it up. It is warded, however, and they will sweep that out. And I'm not sure that Jinji is allowed to do this. We'll see. He does have top prior.
Yeah, mid has Dirk compared to Lost Chapter.
BYG's bot lane is on their way up, though, so I think if Jinjia can pull this and then maybe just waste a bit of Beyond's time, it probably is in their favor. But as soon as they spot the bot lane here, I think they have to start thinking about...
Betty's going back down, so it is just going to be a 4v4.
Yeah, Kara's level 6, though, and Woody's level 5. Those support ultimates, they can be big. So Jinjia, are they going to try fight this? Looks like they are. Lots of pings on it.
Oh. That empowered auto attack there. Oh, okay. Q connects. Kongwei does use a spell shield, but it gets blocked up. He's getting very low. Flash away, but Archer is able to pick that kill up. All out comes out as Archer's getting very low now. Getting targeted out by Lakai and Karras. Does get taken down. Rift Herald, though, will be taken by PSG. So far, it's a 1-for-1. Wako is arriving. 1116, pretty low, but Blast Cone will get him out to safety. Karras flashes over the wall into the waiting arms of Wako, but the Battle Dance over onto this Cassante does get him out. And it's Betty who's picking up plate spot.
For sure. 1-for-1. Herald picked up for PSG, but all this bot gold going to Betty. And I think very important now that Jinjia does reinvest this Herald back into the bot side, because that's a lot of gold onto Betty. Not the person you want to be giving that over to if you do want the side of PSG to come out. And I thought the PSG were going to win this fight a bit harder. You know, while there is, of course, the support ult disadvantage here, I think the way Kongyue played this was a little questionable. I think he went in, I guess, kind of just positioned a bit too aggressively. Probably better to be at the back of the pit at the moment, because you can kind of see the way this started was he's tanking up the Herald the whole time, but he's also very, very accessible. Yeah, exactly. Just gets queued there, jumped on by RJ. And that was a pretty useless Nocturne. But yeah, rest of the fight, BYG, they managed to trade one back. Nice by 1116 to get out. Feels like maybe that target priority from the side of PSG wasn't as good as it normally is. But all things considered, both teams still feel very, very even.
Ooh. Is Wako going to be... Okay.
He got one.
That was very scary. I feel like maybe there's a chance that they just eliminate Wako before Jinjia responds, but it's going to be okay.
I have bad news.
No, I know.
Very bad news. There is a Kindle Gem on this. He's got the Everfrost. I will say that I don't think it's the worst game for Everfrost. You can still use it against Jax, but I do think the Leandries would be better.
I think more like, it's not that the Everfrost is a bad item. It's that you're solo AP, so you do need to be doing some sort of magic damage. And of course you will do some regardless, but it does just feel a lot better to have that Leandries, have that constant ticking of damage going through. And it's so easy to apply as well when you are playing that Gragas.
Kraken now picked up for Betty. See if Wako... He's got... He must have a lot of gold. He just completed his call. Yep, has the Gale Force first item, which I kind of like. I think it's a good pickup.
I think it means that your skirmishing's a little easier to navigate around, and ultimately you've given over the first dragon. There's a chance that you don't get second item before the third dragon comes through.
I think that's the thing as well. You want to be able to fight this dragon, and I think that if you don't have the Gale Force, that's going to make that really hard. Now, it is Beyond that have the full control right now. PSG, support jungle here, will group up and take this back, but could be flanked here by carriers. He's got a pretty long flank, but...
You can put Rift Shield down to force pressure.
That is true. Maybe they're going to engage on the Gragas. Feels like the wrong
slingshot
target.
Does connect with the Q, but nothing to auto attack to stun up 116 and bring him on in, but Jinjia is pretty on point with those exact Qs.
A little chunk here. Doesn't feel like any engaged target outside of Jace or Aphelios is very viable though, and this could just be the second drag going over as Jinjia will now head back towards that top side. So 2 dragons very early for Beyond. It's nice pickups and will probably force PSG to contest that third one sooner than perhaps they would like.
Yeah, it does feel like they have to contest the next one. Rift Shield does get placed down. Maple going to be receiving the gold from that one. Should be 2 plates picked up by him, so probably can back now and pick up himself a Duskblade, which is going to make his life a whole lot easier in this game. Though maybe he doesn't have the gold for it now, as he's turned back around to last at these minions. Going up topside though, RJ looking for Lakai. Almost gets him. Finds himself at a pretty nice item advantage. Lakai recalling now, so may just have his Iceborne Gauntlet. We'll see.
Lakai cancels the recall for a moment. I want to see if he uses TP or not, because there is no objective up on that bot side for a while, but would be at TP disadvantage. I feel like you have to, yeah. The wave is too big. Does TP, has the Iceborne, so we'll be able to pick this all up nicely. But that is a pretty significant window for RJ to look to punish if he can find something on that bot side of the map. Will be the Stride Breaker Nocturne, so just for that slow. And a bit of tankiness, of course. Herald spawns just a minute from now. Duskblade here for Maple, which is a big pickup ahead of this fight. Very important for Maple as well that he does have flash for these team fights, because I think that he can very easily find himself engaged on by this Nocturne. And it's not super easy to disengage it if he doesn't have people around. And that's the thing with the Nocturne ult as well, is it can be difficult to just get a grasp of how the team fight is going, just because of that vision denial. 40 seconds out.
Now it's Maple going top to answer Cassante. Obviously does have teleport available to himself. And Jax will be now answering the Gragas. Of course, Jax working towards the Merc Treads. has got the Divine Sunderer, so this is really the stage of the game where Jack starts to feel better against the Gragas anyway. And so it does make sense having these lane assignments, I think, for the most part, although maybe Jace can't punish the Cassante at all.
And that's the thing. It feels like the Jace not only can't punish the Cassante in the 1v1, but when you're on the same side as Nocturne, you're not really allowed to leave your tower. Maybe now some engage could come out mid. Feels like it's a bit ambitious.
Well, Elastic Slingshot does manage to connect to Betty, but there is no follow-up for it. Junji again remaining very, very good with those Zac abilities. Kongwei starts up the Herald now. We do have 1116 and RJ in the bot side. Both do have their teleports available to them.
I think this should be a 5v5.
Yeah,
I'm just looking to rotate
RJ's
up.
walking up. So if this can be delayed, Shock Blast lands here onto Kongwei. Teleport now coming out of 116. RJ is answering it. It's going to be this Rift Shield taken by Beyond as we're going to have that quickness and the Grand Entrance used in Moonlight. Vigil connects onto 4. Wako, Gale Force finding value already in this game. Maple goes forward. He goes untargetable after picking up his kill, and Wako is flashing. He's looking for Kongwei. It's 3 here for PSG as Betty and Kyrgios run for their lives. That is going to force out that flash and the ghost from the Xayah. And it was the Rift Herald picked up from Beyond, but 3 kills for PSG.
Beyond, they get a bit aggressive with the turn there, but they use everything on Arja, and that just allows the carriers of PSG to continue to play. Wako, he was forced to use both Sums and his Gale Force, but there was nothing left for him after that. We'll take another look at it. So BYG, they started this up very early. Feels like they do have the control, unless poke can be landed from Maple onto the right targets. Feels like it should just go over. Nice little chunks here on the bot side. And we kind of see, so once the TPs come in, know there's going to be a fight for sure. And Kera's, yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, he finds Arjit, they burst him down, but look how much has been used for this. And now, as you can see, both carries, after Wako manages to get out, both carries are full HP and there's no threat remaining on them, so they just run through the rest of the fight. And Betty, I think he really struggles to output the DPS here without his front line, without those tanks, you know, able to peel for him. So BYG, they should have been way more ahead off that. A bit of a scuff to engage does cost them. Now, third dragon, 45 seconds away. This is very important because it is going to be the Ocean Soul. And if Beyond managed to pick this up, it can really shut down Maple's windows in this game. Now, Maple's Jace has never lost in the PCS, sitting 10-0. And if there's a way to stop it, I think the Ocean Drake would be it. With so many Sums missing this fight, especially from Wako as well, it could actually be quite hard to fight, despite having the Gale Force. Arja's also top with no TP, so we'll see if PSG are willing to give this one over. PSG oftentimes can take fights that shouldn't necessarily be good for them just because they are on another level when it comes to team fighting, but a 4v5 would be a bit difficult.
Arja's pushing top side now though, so should be able to walk down. He started to head down now. Gonna be Rift Shield though, used bot, and there is no one to answer it. Might even just get 2 crashes.
It's going to keep going.
Maple headed down though. There is the entire minion wave to try and delay it. Blast Cone as well. He's not going to use it though. And Gia, where are you off to?
Oh! He got cancelled by the dragon. Can anything be done about it though?
I think he still can get out eventually, but we'll see.
He's almost back up. He's gone. Okay, this looks like it's going to be started up. Lakai has TP, but he needs to find a flank.
He's recalling.
I think eyes on Wako here, who does not have those Sums.
Yeah, neither does Betty. Does have Featherstorm available. Elastic Slingshot will get out that spell shield from Nocturne. And Junji is delaying a lot of time. Betty's trying to kill him, but not all that much damage being done. On the top side, though, it's a 3-man explosive cast. Passive coming out now of Junji on the Zac. He is going to get taken out. A lot of damage coming back onto Kyrgios, but the Dragon, it's third Dragon now, going over to the side of BYG as well as a 1-for-0. Now they are continuing forward. Wako remains full HP. The Tofu strikes will land and slow up this Aphelios, but it looks like he may be safe. Does seem like he got out, but Dragon, third Dragon now, given to BYG.
It's another nice pickup. PSG, they'll have another chance to deny that Dragon Soul, but I think that's always going to be a very tough fight to take with Wako not having those Sums, and it might even be better to try put all your eggs in the basket of just fight that 4th Dragon when we know Wako, when we know our consistent carry is just going to be as strong as he possibly can get. We'll take a look at this. Engage comes out from Jinjia, but you can see the Nocturne Vision Denial makes it really difficult for PSG to make the decision here. And there's a double flank that comes through. The carries from PSG, they know something's up, but where do they go? And this just CCs them for so long. No damage can be put out. In the meantime, Betty's just wailing away on Jinjia. Gets forced in the passive, and the ult from Aphelios did go wide. But yeah, third dragon picked up, and that's pretty dangerous. I mean, I would say if it was any other team other than PSG up against Beyond, I would be very worried for them right now, because normally late game team fights are when Betty absolutely shines. You often see teams getting dragons early game against Beyond, and then Beyond are the ones that kind of bring it back later. But to already have 3 dragons to their name, now PSG, they are pretty incredible as that late game team fight goes, and so much of that is off the back of those carries, Wako and Maple, who they're pretty strong now. Got the Kraken Slayer on the Aphelios, and Jace working towards those 2 items. Should be very, very close as well.
Oh. You got 1 auto and then couldn't get another.
Happens.
Now, towers, a lot of standing gold is available on the map here for PSG if they can find their way to get it. Obviously, that top tower, very low. Bot tower as well, fairly low from when Maple teleported down there earlier. Of course, there are teleports back across the map other than that of Lakai, who is in the top side. Obviously, Baron being up means top side is where the objective will be. Marco not doing all that much damage yet. Really does need to get to another item, maybe even 2, and then he'll start just one-shotting.
That's the thing, though. You don't really have the time to get those items unless you can deny away some of these dragons. And 4th one spawning in only 2.5 minutes. PSG, they're going to be forced to make a pretty tough decision.
Mirror Mana completed now, though, so that is a massive spike.
It is.
As well as it looks like Spear Shojin might be close there for Arjo, which again is a huge spike and can help their team. It does make it hard, though, of course, playing against Nocturne. I think oftentimes this Nocturne hasn't really been doing much this game, but pressing R, and that R has just been enough, because you saw it in the last fight. Jinjia goes forward, you use the Paranoia, and then all of a sudden PSG cannot follow up.
It's definitely one of those harder abilities to play against. Some IRL CC, if you will. Now, there is a stopwatch for the Gragas, which actually goes a long way, because I think Gragas can, similar to Lissandra, buy just a lot of time and a lot of space in the team fight by engaging, waiting for those cooldowns and then stopwatching, getting another rotation out. And again, if we see that sort of thing where PSG are forced to wait in the meantime, Jinjia is getting DPS down, that could be troublesome. Now Maple, he hasn't found any advantage in the side lane, which, again, to be expected when you're up against that Nocturne, but so many other games we see from Maple, he's just grabbing so much of that solo gold in the side, and oftentimes is just the most fed member in the game. Now though, he's actually behind the other 2 carries on his team.
It's Wako and Betty, who are at the top 2 spots. Wako has more. Who got it?
Oh, cancelled the jump.
Yeah, going to get the cancel, and he does not have his passive up. Does get that Let's Bounce off, and should be okay to get away. In fact, he's almost back to full HP. Really, all he did lose was that ultimate, and it's not the longest cooldown. Lost the Radiant Virtue as well, of course.
It's kind of crazy. He just gets engaged on, and he's full health.
He jumps on the bouncy cancel and gets on out of there.
That was Rakano used as well, which I think might even be a more important cooldown when it comes to this next fight. Yeah, doesn't feel like it's going to be up. I imagine Kerry's kind of thought that would just be a kill into Baron, and the game would be smooth sailing from then on. But this makes it a bit more difficult. Now, you mentioned, of course, that Manamune being completed there for the Jace, which I think that being picked up ahead of Betty getting any lifesteal means there is a window for exactly that to happen, of Betty getting chunked lower and not really having the ability to sustain up a whole lot. Now, he has a little bit, and there is that 1 Ocean Dragon they have, so it's not the end of the world, but it can make that fight more difficult for Betty, of course. Ooh, almost grabs Kares. Now, for the first time, PSG have control of the river first, which is a big step. This is a very important dragon for them. And so they really do have to be willing to fully commit for this fight. It looks like Beyond, they're not going to opt to trade the Baron or anything. Also want a 4th drag. Know how important it would be up against this PSG comp. And more poke lands onto Betty. It just got himself back to full health, but...
There are some honey fruits, although those got gobbled up by Lakai.
That greedy boy.
And, I mean, it's really hard to push into this river against the Jace, but also the white and green gun Aphelios.
It looks like Beyond are just going to give up the mid wave. They're going to try group on the bot side of the dragon. You can see Betty walking around. Normally, you can't do this because you can give over the Baron, but no, PSG, they have to fight this, and Beyond know that. So they're just opting in for the straight 5v5 in the river. Now, there are no flanks set up for Beyond, which I think does favor PSG. Just all grouped up here for a 5v5.
Jajir is using that elastic slingshot. Arja goes forward. They've found Kongyue. As Junjie, though, he's charmed up. He's been CC'd for a long time. Marco's trying to do the damage on the back, but the explosive cast does hit Zach into the middle. He's gone into his passive, and this Dragon's still at half HP, but there's one member of PSG down. Woody's very low. Wako, though, Maple still full health. All out mode, and Lakai is 1 HP. The Dragon will not finish him. There's no jungle here, for PSG, and this Dragon, it's the Dragon soul if BYG can get to it, is so low. Teleports coming in now. This is going to be 116. Actually, no, it's not. It's going to be Lakai on that Kasante. Wako's fed up. He does try and get away, and he's staying alive. Betty's flash forward. Wako will not land the Moonlight Vigil as Featherstorm does come out there from Betty, and the Ocean Soul will be picked up now by BYG.
Immaculately played team fight there from the side of Beyond. Will secure them that 4th Dragon. And that's such a big deal up against PSG's comp. You know, they have a lot of poke, a lot of damage that can land before the fights, but now all of that will be negated. And as well, no healing cut to speak of, which is going to make these fights so difficult. Interestingly, Betty actually has some healing cut of his own, so just wants to be able to deal with that Zac. But let's see what Beyond do next. Feels like Baron is the obvious play. There are no TPs. I wonder, do you think 116 just TPs straight to topside? Because Jax is on bot with no TP, and Beyond are around the Baron. Okay, no,
good.
He's just going to deploy back out. But yeah, a lot of damage put out there by Betty, showing us why he is so feared on the Xayah. Oh, what do we think of the Void Staff on the Gragas? That feels a bit random.
Oh, I mean, yeah, that does feel a bit random. Feels like he's built a utility build and now just has a Void Staff. I mean, he'll be doing true damage.
PSG.
Yeah, PSG started up, and importantly, RJ has walked up here, is going to be here for this Baron. Now, Paranoia can make this very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, they're on a timer as well. Gragas will just be pushing
they're actually
bot the whole
looking for
time.
Kyrios. They get Kyrios off the flank, dealing with the Warden. Jinjir is still taking up this. He's just soloing the Baron, by the way.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Jinjir is actually just soloing this. It is known. There is a pink ward in the pit.
Yeah, Beyond, okay, they're TPing in.
Okay,
PSG, they're backing off.
They are. They're looking for this Gragas. Waku's going to have to stay really safe. He does not have sums available for him. And the explosive cast does hit him away. Gale Force available, does get himself out. Everfrost doesn't connect, but the Natofi strikes will, and all of the follow-up to come through as well. And that's a double kill. 1116 on the Gragas, picking up the both of them. They're going to get this mid lane outer tower, maybe even the inner, and then they'll be able to fall off and look for that Baron. Jinjia not recalling though. Maybe looking to try and find himself a steal, although recall is going to come in now.
They should be able to pick up this Baron. Both those PSG carries are still dead, and of course no TP there for Maple. Should just hand them this one. And it's BYG, they hold all the cards. Seems like they should just be able to snowball this one from here. There's even still quite a lot of standing gold. For a lot of this game, it has been PSG that have been ahead in that gold ever so slightly, but Beyond taking the lead now, and with the Baron, especially if they can knock down those top towers, will be able to catapult themselves even further ahead. And this fight, it went on so long, but eventually Wako, without sums, is just CC'd up, caught out, and again, in the meantime, Betty is just offloading damage. Unfortunately, Flash, I guess he had one sum. Comes out, was not enough to save him in the end. Betty's got a full Mortal Reminder.
Yeah.
And a red pot. I love that guy.
I don't really like the Mortal Reminder, but I guess it works for the Zac.
Yeah, I don't think he needs it, but actually Mortal Reminder for Wako, which I think is a big pickup.
Yeah.
Against the Ocean Soul, if you don't have that healing reduction, it is so difficult. First tower picked up there in the top side for Beyond. They're going to keep pushing to the next one. They're going to have Lakai buff up those mid waves. Now, PSG, they do have some pretty strong engage, and I think if they have a window back in, it probably has to be now, but it's so hard. This time, Betty has the Featherstorm, he has the Ghost, Flash not far away, even has a stopwatch on top of all that.
Maple is very close to Sheralda's too. It'd be really nice if they can pick that one up for him. prior to any fighting. Does feel like fighting now would be kind of griefing considering how close you are to such an important item.
Look how much damage that cannon creep does.
Yeah.
It's just chunking it down.
There's no real good way for PSG to deal with it either.
No,
Only
other
really-
than the Jace. That's
Yeah.
pretty much it. And just can't be everywhere at once. Was forced to go mid. Clear those ones out, but that's another one that goes the way of Beyond. Coming up on a 3k Baron power play, and they might not be done.
Junjia though, oh, body slam does stop that engage. Junjia isn't going to be able to find the second usage of that Q. Woody going to get stunned up, does
TP
have to
flank.
pop that ult. And it is RG on the flank, two-man knock up, and everything is being used. Betty has gone down, and Wako is untouched in the side. Lakai uses his all out, but he's going to be able to get away. RG does find the stun there, which secures yet another kill for Wako. And somehow, some way, PSG have found Betty with Flash still available, shut him down, and won the team fight.
What a massive turnaround there. We'll see it again. That TP fight that comes out from RJ, absolutely crucial. And you felt like Betty was just unkillable, but I think he might agree to the stopwatch. He uses the ult.
Woody.
Yeah, gets flashed, chain CC'd up by just everyone. I think there might have been an opportunity, but it is so hard, especially I think that Beyond didn't see the TP flank. And if you're not expecting the Jax to be there, it can be quite hard to react in the moment, but that's a lot of gold now traded back. Elder Dragon at 40 seconds away, and despite giving away the soul, if PSG can pick this one up, they find themselves in that driver's seat once again. Now, there were flashes burned. Maple, Junjia, they don't have theirs. There's a stopwatch, though, for Maple, which goes a pretty long way. And, of course, Betty did keep his stopwatch and flash as well. So I don't think this fight is particularly favored towards one side. You still might favor the side of Beyond just because of their Ocean Soul. But it feels very close. Thornmail now and Junjia as well. So with the healing reduction in tow, I think all things considered, it should be pretty even.
Yeah, Waku does have both of his sums still available despite that fight only just happening. Shirelda's was completed as well by Maple on this Jace very recently, and Zonya's 2 for RJ on the Jax. So some key items coming out of some key components of this team comp. Body Slam comes out onto Jinji. He's going to get stunned up by that Everfrost. He's getting very low, but he's made it onto Betty, who's also getting quite low. Passive going to have to come out now of the Zac as RJ is finally arriving. Moonlight Vigil does go wide. Woody is getting very, very low. As RJ, though, he finds a 3-man stun, and they've made their way onto Wako. All out comes through. The Featherstorm will not get the kill, but Wako is limping away now from this Cassante. Keres does miss, and oh my god, so much damage. Wako, he's trying, the stopwatch does come out. He's gonna be taken out. Low health bars here for Beyond though, and it's RJ with it all to do. 15 seconds until Junjia will respawn on this Zac, and the 80 carry damage from both teams, phenomenal.
Yeah, the 80 carry is going absolutely insane, but it looks like after all is said and done, despite a heroic effort from Wako, Beyond are going to pick up game number 1 here. And that puts the pressure on for PSG. Interesting game too. I think that comp-wise, you know, the Zac coming out, interesting pick, right? But I feel like Beyond answered it really, really well. Obviously, the Xayah was already picked, so you know you're going up against that as a Zac, but I really like the Gragas because you saw, you know, Gragas finding those disengages, right? Where you just eat the Zac and nothing can be found. And it's already difficult enough for Zac to find engage onto Xayah. So I think that was a really smurf pick. And while I think MVP probably goes over to Betty just because of the, you know, consistent performance, I think shoutouts 116 had a very good game.
Yeah, I'd almost argue that 116 might even deserve it because so many of those engages were stopped by that Zac. And maybe if, you know, the Elastic Slingshot was able to actually land and the CC to hit, could have been a whole different look. I want to say really well played in general from both carries there and Beyond. And Wako as well, that last team fight, man, that had me on the edge of my seat. Because
it was close.
There were so many low health bars. He tried his absolute best, but it ultimately was Beyond who take game number 1.
They do, and I think that they can change up stuff in draft to make things a little easier for themselves because I think, you know, Maple's Jace, that's the first time it's lost here in the PCS, but I do think it was, I would say, a pretty hard game for Jace because, you know, with the Nocturne, that makes stuff really, really difficult and just, you know, lots of forms of engage, right? Even the Cassante, the Rakan, you could see when they got those double flanks, it was so hard to play. So I think that next time it's unlikely that the likes of Nocturne and stuff will be given over without a Xayah, I would expect. Or maybe there'll be some changes in the second phase bans, because you see on your screen there, there's 2 bans put towards mid lane, the Annie and the Ahri, and it feels like if Gragas is still there, did it really do anything? Maybe the Annie ban did, but I think I'd rather see Gragas over Ahri, because Ahri is actually pretty bad against Zac. Even though you have the mobility, it's not super easy to disengage, and also you pretty much have no way to kill him, especially in the PCS where they refuse to build Leandres, right? And that's just so important. And I guess going towards game 2, I wouldn't expect PSG to change their side at all, right? I think the blue side is definitely still fine. If you remember back into Split 1, right, there was a lot of priority on the Vi, and kind of the interaction around it was, if you were playing against Vi as an AD carry, you either needed Xayah or you needed Aphelios Thresh. Now, Aphelios was picked here. Thresh has been nerfed out of the meta, and they don't really play him anymore, so I expect that next time they're going to want something a bit more playable for Wako, because I think the Aphelios was okay, but I wonder if even something like the Zeri might be
well, Zeri was banned,
that's
but
true,
I was wondering if maybe, we see it in the LCK, specifically Keria. I mean, we could have even looked for something like the Lulu. Now, admittedly, that one team fight that was found by Woody wouldn't have been able to happen, but maybe the game just looks different, because if you are able to put more resources into Wako, then he probably has a bit of time in those team fights. The likes of the Whimsy, the Shields, the Wild Growth can really help you find a lot of damage. You're able to run forward more freely. And I also think that the Cleanse was just a bad summoner to take in this game, because every time he used Cleanse this game, he also just had to flash anyway. So you may as well have the Ghost where you can flash out and then you can still play the edge of the team fights with that additional movement speed. Instead of, I mean, he was just standing in that Nocturne E, getting a lot of damage off while it was channeling, and then as soon as it finished, he hit Cleanse and then flash away. It just feels like, well, you may as well just had Ghost anyway, and then you could just run out of that Nocturne E in most occasions.
Especially with the Gale Force on top of that, right? Because it almost feels like if you're going to take the extra kind of defensive sum, if you will, that you should build more aggressively, right? But I think having all that on top of each other felt like overkill and didn't really accomplish that much. And I think there is potential for Wako to carry that game. I will say a little unfortunate for Wako is that so many dragons were given over so early, because I feel like if he wasn't forced into just building Mortal Reminder 3rd, I think it was, he has a much better chance.
If he got LDR or Bloodthirster, does a whole lot more damage, especially because he's hitting Cassante so much of the time. The Mortal Reminder, you have to get it because of the Grievous Wounds. But LDR is just such a strong item up against those tanks that you hate not getting it.
That really is the thing. And from what I remember, this was a fight that PSG they actually won this fight, I believe.
Oh, this was the second one. I think BYG won this one.
Well, let's take a look. Those double TPs did come through. No, I think this was the PSG one, right? Beyond, they look for the re-engage. But you see here, okay, so they find RJ very early. But this was the problem, right? Where so much has been used, but they haven't actually found any of the carries. And this wasn't yet at the point where Betty could just 1v9. You actually see the Dustblade proc came up really big here, because Betty was just unable to DPS for so much of this. And it felt like at this point, while it wasn't in control for PSG, they were in a relatively good spot. But I think around the dragons is where things became really difficult. And of course, you are just forced to contest them if you give too many over too early. But just see how difficult Jinjia's job is, because you have to get onto Betty somehow. But there's just so much peel for him. And even when you get in, it's not that easy to CC up. Now, I think PSG had some sort of chance in this fight, because there were no flanks. But again, no poke lands. And Jinjia, I mean, he goes for the engage. What else can you do, really? You need to force them off. But just look how easy it is for Betty to play the team fight. And I think if you speak to pretty much any AD carry or, otherwise a mobile player, some mage or something, they will tell you that Zac is one of their worst nightmares, because this champ is so hard, but they just managed to somehow have Zac against probably the best 2 champions at dealing with it.
Yeah, no, they did very well here in the draft. I wonder if it was something that PSG almost didn't expect. Maybe they just didn't think that the Gragas was going to come out, and that's why they were so willing to open up with the Zac so early into their draft. And now that that's picked away, maybe Zac is something they can still consider. Because honestly, I think it wasn't that terrible, all things considered. It was really just getting countered by the Gragas, and you do feel like if Gragas wasn't in this game, the Zac probably looks a whole lot better.
I think I do agree, but I would say I think you need to do it against a different AD carry. I feel like Xayah is a pretty hard champ to do it against, and I feel like Sure, you can make it work, but I don't think you're getting the real strength out of Zach. But let's take a look at the damage charts. All things considered, relatively even for the carries. Obviously, a lot of that poke damage from the Jace is just eaten up, especially once that Ocean Soul comes in. In fact, feels like it might even just be irrelevant at that point. But I think what was interesting, if you look at that gold difference, there was a pretty significant time for PSG just being slightly ahead. Now, slightly ahead in gold, maybe behind overall, right, just because of those dragons, but it was within touching distance the whole time. So if all the games are like that, I think we definitely could be in for a longer series.
Yeah, definitely. It feels like these two teams much more close than perhaps the other series we've had. And honestly, we expected that, right? We expected them to be close. I did think that maybe PSG were just going to be cleaner and be able to take it up, but I have to say that, honestly, the drafting here against the Zac in specific was really good, because not even getting the Zac engage cancelled sometimes. It was just Junjie would go in and then the paranoia would come out. And then you couldn't follow up on the Zac anyway. And that's something that also was able to happen here. And so, I think ultimately going into the next draft, I don't think we're going to see a Zac again. It was an interesting pick, and it's something that I think can work. But it has to be picked later on in the draft when you're sure that the right sort of requirements are met to allow the pick.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see what ends up changing in the draft, because I can't really imagine them not first picking Jace. They could first pick the Xayah if they really wanted it.
I don't think so.
Giving it over feels pretty risky. But MVP, so you're thinking Betty or 1116?
Yeah, it's between the two. I actually think maybe 1116, because maybe the disengages that he was finding for the Elastic Slingshot just was better.
That first blood as well came from him in the mid lane, finding the nice Greg Assault. So impressive game from him all out, especially since there were 4 bans put towards him, right? They took away basically everything that he is known for, but he still picks up the Gragas, and he's been one of the only mids to do that since they nerfed his passive sustain. Take a look at this team fight at the end. Gets the cask. I think the cask as well, just the Greg Assault, it can be so annoying to play against, splitting up the fight and then being unable to kind of bring your backline and frontline back together again. So I think Gragas in general, underrated champion for sure. Oftentimes we do see it picked up as a counter, but I think it still has a lot of potential in the mid lane as well.
I think especially when you consider it was paired with Nocturne, because you can just use that explosive cast while the paranoia is going off and no one can see what they're doing anymore. But that's game number 1 now, all done and dusted. It was obviously BYG who picked up the win. Coming up next, though, we will have game number 2 where PSG try to get their revenge.
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。阿嬷，
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
这不就是我们以前常吃的3杯鸡？哇，现在好想吃哦。
笑脸嘞，要不要来碗3杯鸡风味干面？来，跟回味一拜。
就是这味道，
这碗浓郁咸香的酱，搭着葱花，再加上 Q 弹弹的面条，再淋上招牌米酒，
这真是记忆中的美味啊！重现记忆中的街边美味，海酒面摊系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上5加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just All of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all their reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game, Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. Hey, what I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Think you gon' beat me? Good luck, that's a long shot. Got the ball, full field ahead. I ain't gon' stop. If I ever fall, I'ma still end up on top. Right now, I'm feeling like everything that you're not. If I was you, I would probably feel the same way. Winning in my blood, something that I can't change. If I was you, I would probably feel the same way.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same I can see it on your face.
Gotta be in first place, second just the first to lose. Working in the gym, taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the fray, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I
Welcome back, everybody, here as we get ready for game number 2 of the series between PSG and Beyond. Of course, brought to you by Riot Games, Carry Live, Chunghwa Telecom, and also TTL brand Noodles. And now, going into this next one, I mean, I think something like the Nocturne could get banned, because I felt like that was something that made the team fights very, very difficult. But what do you think about that? Do you think the Nocturne really was that impactful? Because while it didn't do much itself, I think the ult was just so much presence in those team fights that maybe you don't want to have it there anymore.
The ult is super annoying, and I think Nocturne as well is one of the harder champs for Jace to play into, and I think maybe even on top of that, it's one of the harder champs to play AD carries into, right? And for Wako as such an important member of the team, having a game where it is just harder for him to perform is always going to be, it's not going to be as good. That being said, can you afford to put a ban on Nocturne in the first 3? I would say no. What did they ban last time? They banned, I think it was Nico, LeBlanc.
Annie?
No, Annie was second phase. Nico, LeBlanc, Kai'Sa. I believe they banned Kai'Sa on the blue side. So perhaps you leave the Kai'Sa up, because at least that gives you the opportunity to play a champ with a dash if, once again, Beyond go for a lot of engage. The problem with that, though, is obviously if you take away the Kai'Sa, Betty still gets a match with the Xayah, and they get a Jace on top of that as well, which doesn't feel great, right? So I'm not sure what PSG are going to go with, but I do think there should be at least some sort of change, because I think they made things hard for themselves. Now, in spite of that, there was a relatively close game, right? Even though the Soul went the side of Beyond, there were moments where PSG could have snowballed that one perhaps to a win, as we will get into the draft for game number 2. So far, things are looking the same.
I was going to say, maybe if you get the Kai'Sa and force them there onto that Jace as well as the Xayah, then Kongyue doesn't really play that many AP junglers, and you do just have so much AD damage that it can be a problem. I also think something we didn't touch on is that PSG's comp last game was very, very high in physical damage, and really it was only Jinjia offering substantial amounts of AP, and he was tank, so
yeah.
It is something to keep in mind. Obviously, the Kai'Sa banned again. The Nocturne is banned in the first 3, so that will be taken away. The bans from BYG, though, remain the same.
I do like that. That does mean the LeBlanc is left open, but we've been pretty open about it, that we think the LeBlanc pick with the Shiv specifically is pretty overrated nowadays. And I think taking the Xayah first, it's a good idea. One, because it denies it from Betty. Now, Betty, of course, can still get his Zeri, but I think this allows you to play a heavy engage comp and make Betty the one who's kind of stressed during this game, because I think that's so important for shutting down Beyond, is just making sure that Betty won't 1v9 those late game team fights. And I honestly think the LeBlanc is I think it's a bait.
Yeah, I definitely agree. So it will be locked in, Zeri locked in. This feels like a perfect Vi game, by the way.
Yeah.
Something that Jinjia has played recently. I don't see a reason not to pick Vi immediately here.
Yeah, unless you're scared of versing the Poppy or something, it does feel like you could just do something like, you know, Vi Rakan, or even Vi with a mid laner, perhaps something like the Annie, the Talia.
You could just Vi Poppy if you really care.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, honestly, though, Poppy doesn't do all that much against the Vi, because the ult is unstoppable, so you will make it onto the Zeri anyway. The answer at the moment for the mid lane, though, looks like it might be the Tristana, and with that, Vi can't really come through unless Arja is okay to play AP top. Obviously, 2 bans still yet to come through. I have to see, though. I don't think you lock the Vi, because it will just be answered by a plethora, really, of AP top bans.
So we'll have this Poppy flex, and that does still allow you to get AP from your top or your jungle. The Tristana is a little interesting. We're seeing the Trist Prio drop a lot, but it is a pretty good matchup into LeBlanc, both the Shiv and just regular AP variants. So I think it's an interesting pick. I'm not sure how good Maple is on the Tristana. Do you remember if we've seen him play it?
We have seen him play it, and he looks fine. It looked like he did prefer the Jace side of the matchup, but obviously up against LeBlanc, it does feel like the Tristana is just better. Jace looking like it might just make it through the entire draft.
I want to see what PSG pick up in their 4-5, because I was expecting with the Xayah picked up that they would just try and pick some sort of hard engage and make Betty's life super difficult. But instead, they've kind of gone away from that. Looks like they're just going to try play a front-to-back comp of their own. And I feel like normally that might even play into BYG's strengths, but I think with the LeBlanc, it takes so long for the LeBlanc to feel like a credible threat with the Shiv build. But you kind of just have to do it, especially up against the Tristana. Now, Rumble is that ban, going to take that away from RJ, wisely limiting some of those AP tops. And what ones do you ban along with it? I mean, there's still the Gragas, the Kennen, the Gwen. So there are options. Maybe you can leave the Gwen and have Lakai last pick Jax. Of course, it can also be AP junglers, right? We could see this Poppy going top.
I almost suspect that to be the case, although I do really think like this is just the perfect Vi game. It does well into LeBlanc, it does well into the Zeri. Gwen's going to be the ban.
Gwen banned.
Well, it's something that RG looked very good on up in his series there in DCG. Solo killing Hanabi a couple of times there.
Yeah. I wonder if it's a case of as well, if PSG had just banned Jax here and BYG had already spent their ban, they might not have another counter to the Gwen and obviously don't want to pick it up themselves. So I think it's a smart ban. Wise read from them. And what will this last one be? It is still going to be the Jax. So it comes through. And now I think it's probably best to pick up support. I wonder if you just pick up the Rakan as a denial because it has made it all the way through. And I think giving over the Zyra Rakan, while it's not unversable, it feels not really worth it to me. Yeah, I would like if they take Rakan.
Yep, I think that makes sense. The answer, what do you really pick here? I mean, you could look for the Alistair. There's the Rel. It doesn't feel like it does all that well into the Zeri Rakan. And the LeBlanc, in all honesty.
Yeah, the Rel is gone, is banned in that first three. Yeah. So Alistair feels like the pick.
Honestly, you don't even think it does. But what else do you pick?
Exactly. What else do you play? I guess you can Leona still.
Yeah.
Maybe that is better. Okay, looks like they might go towards the Alistair, which, yeah, I mean, it's decent. You just don't have that many engaged supports left available at this point. It will be locked in, and now we'll finally reveal where this Poppy is going. If they pick top, I'm expecting Gragas, just for the blind pickability of it. But I'm almost expecting AP jungler.
Yeah.
Especially because Gwen is banned as well, so you can safely put Poppy top. Now it's going to be interesting. What AP jungle could they play? The Lilia, obviously something that's been played quite a bit. And they're going to go Ornn. So it's going to be... all their magic damage will have to be from mixed sources, you know, the likes of the Shiv from Tristana. Obviously, there is a fair amount of mixed damage from both Ornn and Alistair, but you do feel like if Beyond just lock in some sort of super tank here as well, or just a bruiser that builds armor, that they are in a really good spot. Now, Aatrox does deal pretty well with the Ornn, but I feel like it's not that great against the rest of the comp. It does get locked in, so... interesting draft all up. I think I'm not too sure what I feel. There are parts of both comps that I don't like. I don't really like the LeBlanc, but I do like the rest of Beyond's comp. On the other side, PSG, in terms of just a straight front-to-back teamfight, it is incredible. But it comes with the caveat of they don't really have a consistent AP damage source. So if there is a lot of armor that comes through from Beyond, it can be difficult. But, you know, there isn't a super tank on that team, so maybe it's not the biggest deal.
Yep, I definitely tend to agree. I guess it gets hard if Kongwei gets a reset onto RG or Junji.
That would be tragic.
Yeah, because then he will become that mega tank. And it will become very hard for Wako and Maple to be doing any sort of real damage. But, of course, there is the way to play where you can just sort of 1-3-1, have the Ornn matching the Aatrox in a side lane, and then trying to get some headway on the other side with your Tristana. Obviously, LeBlanc has a fair amount of wave clear, certainly isn't as much as the Tristana, and Tristana does a lot more tower damage. We'll see, though, as we will head into this game. Hopefully no pauses for this one.
Yeah, I think we've got our pauses for the whole series out of the way in Game 1. The Tristana, that is a pick we're going to have to keep an eye on because... way back in the split, we saw a lot of Tristana versus LeBlanc because Trist was kind of seen as the one champ that not only would match the Shiv, but had the lane pressure to kind of put LeBlanc in her place in the early game and make sure she didn't get the Shiv too early. And also, you can match on the side lane later on, so there's lots of good things about that. Problems come in when I think LeBlanc gets too ahead too early from some random skirmishes because eventually, lifesteal will come through for Tristana, but if it's not too early and that LeBlanc poke does come online, it can be difficult. But so often we've seen in the PCS, and I feel like I say it almost every week, the LeBlanc hitting 3 items at the same time as both the carries pick up BT, and then she just never really does anything until you have, you know, your death cap ultra late game, and finally you can burst people down.
Absolutely. We'll see, though. Looks like some level 1. Probably just trying to get vision here. Wow. Been doing a bit of a chunk there. Honestly, Junji has looked pretty good on this Poppy, but See if how much value you can find early, because I know the likes of Kenny Chan and Kongyue found insane amounts of value on this Poppy in the early stages of the game.
Looks like PSG will group up, drop that ward, is spotted out there by the LeBlanc. And maybe something difficult here for Beyond is that they almost always play with mid priority, just because of the champs at 1-1-6 picks. They have a lot of gank set up, a lot of pressure normally, and that means that it allows their side lanes to play a bit freer, right? Lakai won't often get dived, even if his matchups aren't going as well, and Betty's free to scale up in the bot side. I do think, though, that's not the case here. While LeBlanc has that gank set up, she's not going to be able to match the wave clear of Tristana for a long time, not until about 10 minutes when she picks up the Shiv. That's going to be tough, I think, for Kongyue to navigate, and not something he normally has to deal with.
Absolutely. Top as well. We've seen Hanabi really being the only Aatrox player. I think Lakai has had one game, didn't look that good. See though if he's able to do it some more justice in this one. I just somehow finished the entire first wave before Lakai got a CS.
Oh, hits level 2. Forces out Wako's flash.
Yeah, very, very early there. Does
a nice
not
pickup.
go down though, so that is very important.
Yeah, that's potentially a window that can be abused, though. Oftentimes, it feels like once a Xayah ticks 6, any dives coming out on the bot side become way too difficult.
Well, there's no ward here.
There is a ward slightly above them in the river.
If this wave gets pushed in, though, Junjie certainly can look for it.
Yeah, they need to be careful.
But he's going there. It's going to be the ghost coming out of Betty as Junjie is in the area. Will have access to flash. Betty's going to flash away, and now it's Kira's being the target. And despite the flash going down there on Wako, it's Wako who picks up the first blood onto Kira's. And I was wondering about the proactivity of Junjie on the Poppy. Certainly looking good thus far.
Just not respecting the threat of that 3-camp bot that can come out. We've seen Poppies in the PCS do some pretty crazy pass, because on this champ, the jungle efficiency just isn't as important as affecting the map early. And we see that here. Aggressive flash comes out of Woody. Has Betty in a rough decision, and it was nice by Keres to make sure that he can get out, but unfortunately leaves himself in a rough position. And that first blood going over to Waku, that's exactly who you wanted on for game number 2.
Certainly is. And now that's Betty with both of his sums being gone. It's another game where we're going to see cleans out of Wako, and again I do have to question it a little bit.
It does feel a little strange. Feels like when you're up against those melees, much better just to run the Ghost. And honestly, there's even an argument, I think, similar to last game, where rather than, say, cleansing the LeBlanc chain or cleansing the Nocturne, you can just Ghost out of it.
Yeah.
Looks like Junjie will pick up the Scuttle. Now, it is going to be difficult for him to get back onto the bot side anytime soon. Does have all these top camps that he has to clear. So for the meantime, Betty won't be in too much danger, but really when Junjie resets back onto the bot side, not having the sums on the Zeri could certainly be punished. Now, it looks like Wako didn't recall. So I'm not sure what happened there. I guess they prioritized keeping the wave, but it does feel a little interesting because that means that he just has all that gold in his inventory, is not going to be able to use kind of that first blood advantage that he has, at least for some time.
Wow, RG trading pretty well up here. Up in CS even.
Aatrox is more of a scaling pick nowadays, so it's not quite how it used to be, where Aatrox would just destroy any matchup, including all the tanks, nice and early. So I think not super unexpected, especially because Auron just building those items in the lane.
Yeah, how broken is that?
It's pretty broken. So PSG, they're going to look to push this out. Junjie can do the Krugs, and I wonder if there is a potential dive that could come through on bot. It feels pretty difficult just because Rakan still has those sums and there's a lot of bot side vision, as well as I don't think they know where Kongyue is. But without sums, maybe there's an angle. Nice ward drop there. Maple goes for the lifesteal first. So we saw this a lot too, of Tristan just rushing out the Vamp Scepter just to make sure that they don't fall down in that laning phase. And Junjie, he is spotted out here on the ward. Kongyue in the area, but I think with those sums advantage being on the side of PSG, they are just going to let this one crash, make sure Betty can farm the items, and when he gets 2 of them, sure he'll be well and truly online. Can Junjia start this up? Looks like not. Wako has to recon. He has a lot of gold. Has Noon Quiver, Boots, and the Dagger. So we're sitting on a lot of gold there. But that's going to mean that Wako will be on the map first if Junjia does want to start something out. Aggressive W. Ooh. And just the ult for the damage. I like that.
Was a lot of damage. Now, BYG getting themselves an early dragon by the looks of things. Doesn't feel like there will be a contest coming through.
Are they going to get it? Maybe they can get it in time. Feels like this is pretty risky given that Betty's in base. They are running out of time though. Can they get it? They do. Does Kongwei get out? He has the flash. I think he's good. Ooh, didn't use it though.
Lands is going to get that flash off now, but it's going to be Kyrus who's stunned up against that wall. Grand entrance to try and get away, and the battle dance should come through onto Betty. It does secure his safety. Bit of return damage there from Betty onto Junjia's Poppy. But that will be the play fizzling out. It was the Dragon. First one of the game there, picked up by BYG. Arja.
Yeah, he wants to pressure mid. Lots of members around at 116. He's actually going to stay. This, I think he's in big trouble here. Dash used as well.
Yeah, he does have ult. He does have flash. He's going to have to commit one of them. Headbutt used. Chain lands down to Woody, who's very, very low. Scorch might just take him out. Maple getting himself away as well as Kyrus, as well as Kongwei will turn up into this mid wave. But 116, he's very, very low on health. Has to be so careful. GG's found himself an angle, perhaps.
Yeah, but he's almost got those summons back up, though. There is a lot of chain CC that can come through.
But he does have to use his ghost immediately. And Junjia, he's getting so low, he's going to have to flash away. Blade Caller, though, will root up Kyrus, and quite a lot of damage.
Is forced away, though. And a lot of damage taking on this tower. I think Maple's been doing a really good job in the 1v1. Obviously, has built for it. Has that fleet footwork. The Vamp Scepter, and of course, you know, Tristana in general just very, very strong in that early game. That's a pretty significant advantage, especially if you can get the Herald alongside of it. Because oftentimes, if you can drop those two plates nice and early, bring the Herald along and the tower will be pretty much gone. And so much of the strength of Shiv is just making sure that your mid tower will be up for basically the whole game. So beyond starting this one up, I think it's very important that they get this. And they should, since they're already starting it. Maple's in base, Arja doesn't have that prior. Now there are pings on it from PSG, so they want to get here, but I feel like it's too late.
Yeah, it's the second time now. They're turning out to an objective. Just a little bit too late. Call of the Forge God comes through. He does manage to land the second charge. Will be knocking up, and wow, Arja has survived, and it's 116 now that's going to be going down. The satchel charge confirming it. Maple picking himself up a kill. Though it is the Rift Herald that was secured there by Kongwei. I don't know how Arja survived there, but he did.
He did. I think it was slightly misplayed from the side of Beyond, and while there is that Herald given over to Beyond, so there won't be any tower taken, at least just yet, there's still all the plates. Let's take another look at it. Arja, he gets in very early, tries to stop this, and it did look like he was just going to go down. But managed to poppy ult here, Lakai out of it. And 116, he took the dash back, then pinned against the wall, was just taken out. And again, the kill going on at Tristana feels very good. Look how much damage has been done to this tower. It's pretty much like you have a Herald already. And it's really lucky, I think, almost for Beyond that they were managing to get that, because it feels like now this is two objectives back-to-back that they probably shouldn't have been able to get, but just because Kongwei has such good tempo, he starts them so early, and they just get it so low before PSG even shows up. That gold lead, though, it still exists for PSG. In fact, it's pretty substantial. And gold onto both your backline carries if you do want to play a front-to-back team fight, especially against, you know, two Shiv champs, two champs that want to poke you down. Getting towards those spikes earlier, getting the lifesteal earlier feels really, really big.
Certainly does. Now, Dragon in 1 minute, I don't think PSG are going to want to give this one over, and it feels like they shouldn't have to. Tristana being very, very strong. Look for Maple to try to get a recall off. Should be getting ever so close to that static Shiv. I mean, maybe he's going to go Kraken, but you do feel like it should be static, being that he is up against this LeBlanc.
Yeah, I think the static feels more likely as well, especially because his team just needs all the magic damage it can get. This Tristana should be so much stronger than LeBlanc, though, for a very, very long time. And I would expect PSG to really try and leverage that lead. But RJ looks like he is caught on the top side, does not have flash and has nowhere to go. They give it to Kongyue. I'm really surprised they didn't just give that to Aatrox. But that's going to be the top tower taking a lot of damage, I would imagine. Because they do have that Herald, and giving it over to both Viego and Aatrox feels really, really good. Can PSG find a trade on the bot side? At least not yet. Maybe they can just look at the Dragon. But this is going to be the gold somewhat equalizing up. I wonder if they dropped that too early.
I think, yeah, they may have been able to look for more had they have held it. But it was not to be. Plateso will be going over here to PSG as well on the bot side as Dragon has respawned, Lakai recalling, Kongyue already passing out to their bot side. Dragon started up though. Take a look at the replay. Was just RJ being a bit too far forward as Kongyue was on that top side of the map.
Does look like it. Lakai, he's got that frozen wave, and RJ knows he's in trouble, goes into the river, but without the flash, he is unfortunately caught. Feels like you probably should have just stayed at your tower, knowing that you are hard weak side, but look, picture in picture, we've got a fight. Yeah,
Junjie manages to pick up that Dragon, and the wall bang there up against the wall does mean that he's able to pick up himself a kill. Betty going to have to flash away from that Call of the Forge God, as 1116 trying to poke around the side. Keep his verdict. Should just be held here. Does hold it, so it will be coming back up very, very shortly as Junjie is looking for 1116, but does not have the movement speed. Now, during that fight, it was the 1-for-0. The Dragon also goes to PSG, but importantly, Betty losing both of his summoners while Wako maintains his.
Yeah, Betty, he tried to get a bit too aggressive in that fight and was punished very heavily for it. This is more gold going on to Maple, and this is something that I think Maple would have really wanted to do on the Jace last game, of pushing really aggressively in those side lanes and in mid lane, just using his lane dominance to take some of those tower plates, but he was never able to do it because of the threat of Kongyue's Nocturne looming over him. This game though, PSG, they go in, they correctly identify that's the big issue, they take it away, and it's looking a lot better for it.
Definitely agree. Now, there's going to be a minute and a half until this Herald, which is likely to be the next objective fought over. Maple picking himself up. That Static Shiv certainly is reasonably far ahead now of 1116 on this LeBlanc, and you do feel like, honestly, even at this stage, the Tristana obviously does well early, but it also scales very well. So it almost feels like there's not really anything 1116 can do to Maple for the rest of this game.
No.
Ooh. A lot of members here. Headbutt will land, Pulverize as well as Jinjia going to force out that Heartbreak from Kongyue, now leaving. A lot of pressure up on the top side, and there will be no Viego ult as this Rift Herald comes up, but there will be a pause.
Thought we had all the pauses out of the way. Fortunately, it looks like we have one more. And us, at least for now. Herald, 50 seconds away, and I think that if you're PSG, you can just fight everything. Both your carries are so strong, and you know, you mentioned the point around the Tristana of it just scaling super well. Obviously, he has invested a little bit of that gold lead into the Vamp Scepter, but it feels like kind of like how you buy QSS to shut down, you know, the likes of Skarner. You buy this Vamp Scepter, excuse me, and it shuts out LeBlanc for a very, very long time. I wouldn't even be surprised to see Wako go for it. I imagine he just doesn't need it, at least not yet, because that LeBlanc is so weak. But I feel like it's a really good item to pick up just because, I mean, you see, right? The LeBlanc is a champ that has to poke with this build. And if she can't find any purchase with it, it just ends up feeling so useless for like 40 minutes.
Absolutely. Back in the game now. And 40 seconds until Rift Shield spawns. PSG, you feel like, should be favored to take that one.
Do we like the Duskblade Aatrox this game? There are a lot of squishies. But I also feel like this build doesn't really allow you to get tanky at all. And I think against this comp, maybe just having armor is the way to go.
Yeah, but I think if you want to build armor, you just don't pick Aatrox. I think the Duskblade build is just better than the Gourd Drinker or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that for sure.
I just think if you want to go tanky, you probably just don't pick Aatrox. I think this is a pretty bad game for Aatrox in any case.
Was Cassante banned? I'm surprised he didn't go for it again.
I don't believe it was.
Now, a lot of damage on this bot tower from 116. Obviously, with that Chevy, you can always have the wave pushed all the way up, and he's got a lot of support from the rest of his team. This will be traded on the top side, and this Herald should be able to go towards the Tristana. Alternatively, they can drop it mid. It looks like that tower is kind of low, and grabbing it, taking it away, not letting Betty just protect it with the Shiv would speed this game up a bit. He's heading towards top though, and I like this. I think just give more gold to Maple and maybe even take 2 towers with it.
Certainly does feel possible.
He's going to hold it for now as Carriage shows up. Will defend the play.
Kongwei as well has redeployed out to this top side. So a lot of pressure around the top side of the map. Jinjia will be protecting this control ward, and a lot of damage coming out onto pretty much anyone that Maple sets his eyes to.
Yeah, Maple won't allow anyone on Beyond into his lane. He must be sitting on quite a lot of gold as well. Let's see what he gets. He's got that BF sword now, so that's a lot of extra damage picked up. And if he wasn't dealing enough already, it's going to be even worse. Very critical, I think, for both teams. They do have a dragon apiece, so that means that either team can stall if they need to. At the same time, it feels like PSG should be the ones continuing to stack them up. Now, take a look at bot side. It is Maple pathing out straight to bot. Looks like he's just going to relieve RJ here. But 1116 needs to be a little careful. If he overstays here, he could be caught by Maple, who might not know is there. Does know now. This tower, though, is low, and that Herald's still there. I wonder if Jinjia will just save it for the Dragon and try place it mid. Lots of pings on the bot side, so maybe it's just going down here. Or it could be that Jinjia wants to lean. Just going to lean, so going to hold the Herald for now, which... That's actually the first tower. I didn't even notice. All the towers are so low. But Maple, once again, the benefactor of all that.
Yeah, this Tristana is quickly getting out of hand.
Is traded back on the top side, but mid tower is about to fall as well. Herald doesn't have that long on it. I wonder where Jinjia... Okay, puts it bot. Don't think this tower can be broken just yet.
No, especially with that satchel charge being used on the Aatrox. Well, maybe there's just not enough pressure to defend. Kongwei does arrive. Smites the Herald, gets it. Not enough. Dragon spawn now. So, are we likely to see a fight? I mean, there is no teleport available for 1116 up in the top side, and RJ does have it. So in theory, if a fight broke out, PSG would be favored. But it doesn't feel like, really, that BYG can contest this one.
Does just go over. I think BYG make the right choice. I think fighting into this right now would be pretty suicidal. And yeah, that BT picked up second item here for Maple. I'm honestly not sure if you need the full BT, but I can kind of respect it because it feels like as long as he doesn't get poked out or as long as there isn't enough burst to take him out, he's going to have no trouble in these team fights. And there really isn't a lot of burst, at least not until later on in the game.
Yeah, and it's like you often say, Shock, is that it's kind of one of those items that if you get it earlier and it makes sense earlier, then it's better than getting it sort of reactively.
For sure.
Kind of like a Void Staff in some sense.
Yeah, same with the healing cut as well. You know, I think that picking up the healing cut on the Ornn obviously built it for lane, but picking that up before Aatrox becomes a problem is a really, really big idea, or good idea.
Kai might be in trouble here. Kyrus is in the area, and Jinjia is going to turn around, proc his phase rush and run on out, but it's going to make sure that Maple is able to secure himself a tower as 1116 does answer back on the bot side. He's becoming a bit annoying, and it's constantly RJ that's having to deal with it. Ornn obviously not doing that well in that isolated 1v1, but will be a whole lot more useful in these team fights, especially with how weak, really, 1116 is.
Yeah, I feel like Beyond, they're doing what they can to trade back. I think they're making the right decisions, but I almost feel like this game is just up to Lakai and Betty at this point. I don't really see Kongwei or 1116 finding that much impact, and given how much impact they had as a duo in game number 1, even if it wasn't directly, you know, you speak of the paranoia as well as the Gragasol just creating so much disruption, and LeBlanc and Viego, they don't have that. While they do have some utility, they have a bit of CC, it's nowhere near the likes of what they had last game. And so it's going to be much more difficult, I think, for Beyond to come out on top of this one. Really hoping for a Betty 1v9, I think, if you are a Beyond fan.
That's a Pretty reliable guy to have as your 1v9, to be fair. But it does feel like Wako is just ahead enough now that it shouldn't matter. He's at his 2 items. As well as Maple. Making good headway there for his 3rd. Likely to be that Navori. And this Tristana is extremely menacing. Has all the tools around him to succeed. 3 support items around these 2 AD carries.
Does feel so tough for Beyond to win a team fight. And giving over the 3rd drag would be pretty rough.
This is like the new generation of the protect the AD carry comp, where you just have 2 AD carries and 3 support item building tanks.
How do you even kill these tanks? It just feels so impossible.
Yeah, I think LeBlanc can't. Maybe the Viego can offer a little bit in regards to that. I think Betty needs to get himself at least that Navori, if not the Navori and the LDR. This is very difficult. And honestly, Mountain Dragons just make it even worse.
This tower feels like it could go down here as well. PSG, they've got that mid-prior, so will rotate across. Maybe 116 can continue to clear the waves. They do have a double shiv, so it's not super easy to siege, but it is just 1 hit away. That's going to be a lot of gold. And take a look at that. Maple and Wako both very far ahead of their counterparts. And you know if these guys get gold, that they will take it home. Importantly, Betty's got that Navori ahead of next drag. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though.
I feel like it isn't. I think you need 3 items. You have to get Armor Pen coming through, otherwise you're just not going to have enough damage. Maybe the Aatrox can offer a bit of damage there to help you out, but ultimately he's also just sitting at 1 item. Viego as well has his Divine Sunder. Is that enough? Probably not. 116 has his 2, but again, I think a 2-item LeBlanc isn't all that scary, especially when she is just behind.
Yeah, and how crazy it is as well that PSG basically have that full AD comp, and the only armor that can really come through is the steel caps, right? It's not like, I think it was actually RJ who played the Poppy into the full AD comp and had something like, what, like 400 armor at this time? It was just so hard to deal with, but unfortunately Beyond just don't have the comp for punishing this. Troll around the Baron here for PSG. They want to keep this as an available option ahead of this Dragon. They do have quite a lot of DPS with their 2 Fed AD carries.
Full mail completed now for RJ on this on. Doing a good job, really, of trying to neutralize that LeBlanc. Pretty hard if you are the on to really have much effect there in that side lane. Now 10 seconds on this Dragon. It is PSG who have all the control in the world, really. You know, something we haven't touched on is look how far behind Keres is compared to Woody.
Yeah, there's virtually no items to speak of. Okay, so they're TPing. Beyond want to fight this, but it feels impossible to me. They need this 3rd Dragon to be denied from PSG, but how can they? They have a double flank currently, so that's a good start, but it feels like the item difference is just too big. And look, the Shiv LeBlanc does negative damage. I mean, doesn't even get through the lifesteal.
Yeah, Dragon taken here. Junjia going to get chained up, but flashes away and is going to be able to get out, especially with that Nimbus cloak running. Keeper's Verdict going to be cancelled. It is just Prio now over this mid wave. BYG are looking aggressively, but it's the call of the Forge God coming out. Betty does manage to flash away from it. That was extremely close. Ghost and Flash lost on your Zeri, and all it costed was an on ult.
Can they look for something here? It doesn't feel like it. So Beyond, they've given over that 3rd Dragon. They will have 4 more minutes to farm up before they will be forced to fight the next one. And that is time that Beyond can put to good use. Maybe they'll have time to get some 3rd items coming through, but you feel like PSG is still going to be much stronger at that point. It's not like they're going to be outscaled on 3 items, not even close to it. As this Xayah and Trist are so strong, and they've got the perfect comp around them to keep them alive.
Yep.
Trying to look onto Maple, and they can't even do it in the 2v1.
Maple's just 2v1ing.
Drug life.
Yeah,
Wako's getting some life steal now.
I think this game feels pretty impossible.
Yeah.
There is... the Mountain Soul just makes it even worse, because maybe you prefer to get the Hex Tech, the Infernal, or the Ocean, but honestly, when you have 3 tanks and you're getting Mountain Soul, that feels pretty disgusting.
Especially when you're against, you know, a lethality builder.
Yeah.
Yeah, LeBlanc is working on that Lich Bane. It will come in, though, later than Lifesteal picked up on both these ADCs and feels like she's not going to find anything with it. Gets some chunk on the Wako, but it should just be Lifesteal back up. Even has the Honey Fruit. Now, it is difficult, I think, for PSG to do this. Starting up against a poke comp is not easy. And we say poke comp, but it really is just LeBlanc. They might be far enough ahead, though, that they can just force this down.
And Betty does not have sums, remember, from the prior engagement. Woody going forward and controlling the area. Jinjia does secure the Baron. And it's BYG who are running away for their lives. 116 goes forward. Is going to be able to get out with that distortion. Although Hex Flash over this wall. 116 trying to join his team. Jinjia sidestepping the slow there. It is going to be mid tower found. Picked up by BYG. But Baron is in favor of PSG, and they're all still full health, so they're going to be able to charge down this mid wave and see what they can find. Not a whole lot of wave clear. There is the 2 static shivs, but it doesn't do that great. Jinjia being looked at. Going to stun up Lakai against the wall, and Maple has joined the fight. He has pretty much one-shot Lakai. It's Wako who picks up the credit. But so much damage coming out of this Triss. His teleport. RG, will he find him?
Oh.
Is not going to be able to stop that, as 116 does manage to get back to his base. Does delay the Baron push as well. So there will only be 2 minutes worth of Baron here that can be used by PSG. Wako has now finished his Bloodthirster, sitting comfortably now on 3 items compared to 2 of Betty.
And it feels, I would say, pretty unlosable for PSG. I'm not really sure what the way back in here for Beyond is. It feels like you're really relying on just a bunch of resets coming in for Lakai's Aatrox, or Betty to just absolutely go ballistic in the next team fight, because PSG, their team fight comp is so easy to execute, and they have all the tools they need just to completely steamroll the remainder of this game. 4th Dragon only a minute away, and they still will have Baron at that time, so can just push up those waves, force Beyond to respond, and then back away to it. Hey, Kongwei, you got a blue at least. Better than nothing.
Award.
Yeah, it's the little things in life, though. And
does have Black Cleaver, so
yeah.
I don't know how well you can apply that,
No.
in all honesty. It is going to help, just regardless of who he's hitting. It's going to be a tank, and so it will help a little bit, but how much? I mean, we'll have to see when it comes to those team fights. Obviously, it does feel like these 2 3-item AD carries on the side of PSG are just going to be pretty infallible. One tower being taken out. Maple's trying to work towards this bot lane inhib tower. It's pretty hard to take.
I think not expecting really to break the base with this one. Really just want to keep those waves pushed so that you can just walk back to the dragon, because it's so hard for Beyond. They have to answer these, and eventually PSG just can turn around, lit a vision in the jungle behind them, and start up the dragon pretty much with no threat of contest. And if you're Beyond, I think giving over the Dragon Soul, it feels necessary, but it almost feels like a death sentence at the same time.
Certainly does. Dragon spawning.
Yeah, no TP for LeBlanc, so they are just giving this one up. They're going to try trade what they can on the other side, but you do wonder what Beyond can do.
How useless will LeBlanc feel now?
Very. I mean, LeBlanc at this point needs both a Void and a Rabadons before she can do anything, which is, it's too long. She's not going to get them.
And even then, it feels like the Mountain Soul Shield will just eat up a lot of that damage anyway. Obviously, there's a lot of lifesteal. We'll see, though. Should be really Baron picked up by PSG in the next 2.5 minutes. But until then, we'll see maybe Maple can make some headway as to picking up a tower on the side lane. RG, very unlikely that he will.
I think the one saving grace for Beyond is that Betty is starting to get pretty strong.
Yeah.
Has 3.5 items, and again, I think you said it before, if there is a man in the PCS to 1v9 from this position, it's probably Betty. At the same time, you'd probably say the one just behind him is Wako. And he's very fed as well, has both those sums with, honestly, a comp that has no chance of killing him.
Yeah, it really does feel like Wako has to egregiously misplay, and then Lakai has to be able to get on him alongside 116 and Kongwei for there to be even a chance. And if that all happens, then Maple's probably just killing your whole team anyway. So it really does feel like options are slim. But of course, all it takes is one good team fight out of Betty, and he can get himself some much needed gold and perhaps put himself in a position to carry. It is only a 3k gold lead, but I think it doesn't really tell the story because obviously there is that Dragon Soul that has come through, the Mountain Soul for PSG, which is complementing all the armor that's coming through here from Jinjir, from Arja, as well as Woody. Even just the shield going up against this LeBlanc build makes it very, very difficult to play. Woody looking here though. Keeper's Verdict going out. Lakai will not get stunned up, but it is the tower that goes down. Was the trade of ults. World Ender for that Keeper's Verdict. Pretty good trade if you are PSG.
For sure. Baron only a minute away, and being able to get more towers even without the Baron is a pretty big deal. And it's going to be pretty tough, I think, for Beyond to hold the next one. You know, you've already got those inhib towers available here.
Rapid fire cannon.
He's got 2 pinks as well.
Not Maple.
Betty still has a health pot.
You would never catch.
Oh, okay, Betty, he got rid of the health pot and
Yeah.
he's got a stopwatch. So that's a big pickup. But I honestly feel like he might even just need damage at this point. I'm not even sure if the stopwatch does anything. I mean, I guess he's planning on stopwatching, say, an Ornal. But I really just feel like if you want to win this game as Betty, you have to just give up defensive and try 1v9 with some full damage build.
Yeah, maybe it would have been a pot option here.
Yeah, possibly.
The Elixir of Wrath, I believe it is.
Yeah.
Baron spawning, and PSG really should hold all the cards when it comes to this.
Oh, I think Betty got that.
Yeah, Betty got it.
There is Cyrilda's for Aatrox, so he might finally deal some damage.
Yeah, perhaps.
Look at Arja's build. He had a redemption. Oh, 116.
116.
Yeah, lots
2
of
auto
damage.
attacks.
He has himself a pretty wide flank, but if he can't land any poke, it does feel like he's pretty irrelevant.
Yeah, and Maple's just going to mark him to make sure they know exactly where he is. Dodging out there of that, at least first Aatrox Q. Now, will they start up the Baron? It does feel like they should, and they probably can. Because ultimately, what really can be done against them? I guess there is the argument that the one way they could possibly lose is for a Baron steal, and 116 chunked very, very low. Does his teleport available to him, and likely going to have to commit it here, but it's the Baron started up. 280 carries means it's going to go down very, very fast.
Yeah, it's just gone.
It's going to be out to Kongwei. Can he get the steal? He does! He manages to get into the pit. He gets the steal. And now it's all about surviving. Call of the Forge God will connect, and Maple jumps over that wall, but it's the Keeper's Verdict that secures the kill. Maple, though, he's looking for 116, does get the satchel charge, but is not able to follow up with any damage. Baron picked up by Kongwei to give themselves a chance within the game.
A chance. That is the key word. They do have potentially a way to contest this Elder if they can use the Baron and push down the waves. Now, their jungler is still dead, so they're going to have to give up some prio for now. And PSG, we'll see if they're able to use that time at all. They're trying to crash these waves, so maybe they want to break the base while Kongwei is still dead. There's a Shiv, though, so it's not super easy, but LeBlanc's actually bot. And that's going to make this inhib go down for pretty much for free. Now, mid inhib, it's not the most important. In fact, it's definitely the least important. But it's still better than nothing. And how crazy would it be if off Kongwei's steal, they can somehow have the potential of picking up this Elder Dragon? Because it feels like once you get the Elder, all bets are off from pretty much everything else. And there was no vision here for Kongwei. He just went in and he got it.
Yeah, very, very well played by him.
I like as well what BYG did here. You see Lakai instantly base, knows that the job's kind of done. You've got the Baron. All you need to do now is disengage away. The reaction there. That's how we were feeling.
Now, Alder, 25 seconds. PSG deploying back onto the map now. And as you said, the Baron can kind of allow you to push these waves out. But honestly, it isn't the easiest because 80 damage tends to do the best against the Baron minions. And then you have a Tristana and a Xayah, who are probably two of the best wave clearer champs in the game, maybe excluding the likes of a Sivir.
Lakai's got a flank again, but doesn't feel very easy. And we might see BYG just repeat, group up all on the bot side of Dragon and give themselves that front to back. But you feel like a front to back would favor the side of BYG. I think 1116 has to find himself a flank. He is not going to be useful in his position right now. LeBlanc,
oh, they're looking.
Kongwei,
Yeah, Kongwei's been caught out. He's just going down. Maple managing to pick that one up for himself, and Very, very decisive play there from Junjie to take out that jungler. Looks like, though, BYG might not be content with just giving it. Kerry's going to pop that quickness, gets headbutted away by Woody. And the Dragon is getting pretty low. It's at 5,000 health. Lakai going to have to jump over that wall. His ult running out. He's not going to get the reset. And Maple's picked up 1 kill. Here come the executes. They're able to pick up Lakai. Betty is going to pop that stopwatch. And he's looking like he might just survive. Maple, though, when is that rocket jump going to be available? It looks like it won't be in time. But now, it is 1116 and Betty versus the entire side of PSG. There's a teleport available for this on, and 1116's damage is nothing less than pitiful. Is this tower going to be worked on? Junjie arriving, headbutt comes through, Betty's going to get executed. Game number 2 is going to go to PSG.
It does, and I think Beyond can look at this, well, I'm not sure what they're going to think, but I think you can look at this game and definitely say that the Aatrox and LeBlanc were not it. I think both of them felt pretty redundant in the game. I mean, I can kind of see the Aatrox having some sort of potential if you can find a snowball, but it just, like, where are you going to get it from, right? It feels like you kind of just have somewhat losing lanes across the board, and then you're not going to find anything versus the Ornn. They did find a kill on him, right? But it never really changes the matchup.
And I'm really confused because you've given yourself the Aatrox against Ornn, which means, yes, you're Aatrox and get to items, but you're a red 5th pick, so you can counter the entire team comp, and you see literally not one single champion that's like, they do magic damage, other than maybe Ornn, you could argue, does a little bit of magic damage, but honestly, you see that, and it's like, wow, we could just slam any tank that builds armor and feel really good about this game. Even a Trundle that steals all of Ornn's armor could have been an option. It counters the Ornn, it steals Ornn's armor, will do a lot in those team fights against 280 carries, so I don't know. It feels like it was a weird 5th pick, honestly. I think Aatrox against Ornn, if it's earlier in the draft and you can then still counter the comp later, maybe feels fine. But going up against a full AD team comp and not having a tank feels really egregious, and I think that's a huge problem. Yeah, and I think that is perhaps a problem with Lakai's champion pool, right? We haven't really seen that much depth from him. For a lot of the split, he has just been playing the Jax non-stop. And while he is capable of playing other champs, it doesn't feel like he has the ability to pick out, you know, something like a Gangplank or just something like an Udyr even that some of the other top laners in the league can do. And I think that did hinder them here quite a bit. I think, again, LeBlanc priority. We've talked about it to death, but I feel like this LeBlanc build specifically, the static LeBlanc build, has been nerfed so many times, and it's actually still getting nerfed. Yeah. You know, like in the upcoming patches. So I think if you want to play LeBlanc with this build, you're better off just playing Ahri at this point, and I kind of hope they don't prioritize it again. It feels like the Shiv LeBlanc build, the upsides, they're few and far between, and it has many downsides. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it does feel like in this game, if you had the Jace, you probably find more value because at least the 1v1 does go a little bit better. And you'd argue maybe that Jace has, I wouldn't say more impact in team fights, but can play team fights differently where you can look for an execute and it makes those team fights very difficult to play around. I think he has more impact. Yeah, I guess it depends on how much pokes landed prior. And honestly, in the PCS, quite a few fights happen where the Jace just starts the fight without landing a single Q. So
that is true, but I feel like Jace also has the option to sort of play as a DPS, whereas this LeBlanc build...
I'm talking about between Tristana Jace.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I thought you were talking about LeBlanc.
No, I mean Tristana Jace. Yeah, it's like... compared to the LeBlanc, the Jace is just better. There's no argument. And maybe you'd argue that then your damage isn't spread out and Kongye would have to play an AP champ, or maybe you can put Lakai on an AP champ because it doesn't feel like there's any reason not to. They have been banning the Rumble, and maybe you can't play that. But, I mean, in this matchup, they saw the Ornn. Imagine if they hadn't banned Gwen and they could have just picked the Gwen for themselves. They would have felt pretty good about yourself. But I don't know. I feel like the drafting in this one was a bit of a problem. I think
for sure.
They kind of got what they wanted, right? But it just wasn't working into what PSG picked.
Yeah. I think I agree with that as well. I think if you looked at this comp on paper, it's a good comp for Beyond. But I really think LeBlanc just shouldn't even be on the table for me. Like, I think if that is just any other champ for Beyond, it's going to look a lot better. I still think, you know, there should have been a lot more coming out of the red side last pick, because if you see a full AD team comp, I mean, we've seen that lose games in the PCS, right? Purely off of that. And I just think the fact that Beyond either don't recognize that that's something punishable or don't have an answer is really questionable.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many top tanks that, I mean, obviously in a normal game, they don't feel very good. But when you go against something that isn't often seen, like a full AD team comp, the likes of Malphite rises. I mean, Trundle in that game, as I touched on, rises. And there's a bunch of other top lane tanks that you can perhaps look to pick up, but they didn't. And I mean, they went for the Aatrox, and you sort of said maybe he could go the tankier build, but then it just feels like, well, you may as well have not picked the Aatrox anyway. So, yeah, I mean, interesting. And I think one thing I want to touch on as well is that I think PSG's drafting was smart, and the fact they third picked the Poppy and kept it as a flex going into bans.
I like that too. I think that makes things a lot more difficult for Beyond, and I think that is something maybe the PSG does have in general. I was kind of hinting at it before, but they can play a lot of different styles, a lot of different champs, whereas it feels like BYG are a bit more shoehorned into what they're good at. But we'll see this early gank. This was a first blood, remember, picked up by Wako.
After losing Flash.
Yeah, which is so nice. I mean, just, it didn't really feel like that game came down to Wako being fed, but I think just having that start and making sure that Beyond can't contest early is so big. And the one shining light really for Beyond was this Baron steal. It gave them a chance, and it was sad, I guess, that Kung he had this fantastic play and then was just immediately caught around the Elder. But honestly, I'm not sure it would have changed the Elder fight. I felt like the Viego at this point was pretty useless.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. I think, honestly, it felt like the Maple show for a lot of it, and you can see that on the damage.
Viego damage?
Hell yeah. And we're back.
We are. I think LeBlanc as well, being that low, that's problematic.
Yeah, definitely. But Maple being that high is pretty impressive.
Yeah,
I mean,
what a beast.
Honestly, the game, it was a long game, but there wasn't a whole lot of interaction that the champions were actually having with each other. It really was just side laning, and honestly, the fact that Maple found that much damage in such a game is pretty impressive. But honestly, Red 5th picked Aatrox doing less damage than Ornn. Your LeBlanc that you put so much priority on and picked it first, doing that little, is also not that... I mean, you don't want to see that, really, do you?
No.
Yeah, I don't know. That's just horrendous. And now, admittedly, it made it harder for her, being that it was against the Mountain Souls, and there were a bunch of tanks. The tanks were pretty much building armor because the LeBlanc was just so far behind, she didn't matter.
Pretty much. MVP, think it should be Maple.
Maple, yeah.
Maybe shout out to Jinjia, though. Yeah,
oh, yeah,
there it is. I mean, he had some good ults. Yeah. Obviously found that gank early, so...
And he found some pretty crazy angles there onto Keras especially to be able to lock him up. And the last kill there onto Kongyue as well was also off the back of him, so... Makes sense. I guess it was between him and Maple, really.
For sure. I guess after seeing that game... Oh, hold that thought. We'll take a look at the replays here. And this, I think, was the Baron that they just decided to DPS down because they just had so much DPS, right? It did not last long at all. That's kind of scary.
Okay. Dunk.
Yeah, I guess
how often do we see this, by the way?
Too often, honestly.
The Poppy almost feels like the best jungler in the game simply because you go to an objective and ult the other jungler away from it, and then you just get it 100%. Because we saw what happened when he didn't. Kongyue just gets in there, yoinks it away, and I mean, looked pretty good for them. But game number 2 now, all done and dusted, and we have a series on our hand. It's 1-1 now to PSG and Beyond. Once we come back, Beyond will have side selection, so stick around.
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。阿嬷，
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道。
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
这不就是我们以前常吃的3杯鸡啊！现在好想吃哦。
笑脸嘞，要不要来碗3杯鸡风味干面？来，跟回味一拜。
就是这味道。
这碗浓郁咸香的酱，搭着葱花，再加上 Q 弹弹的面条，再淋上招牌米酒，吼吼。
这真是记忆中的美味啊！重现记忆中的街边美味，海酒面摊系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此线上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上5+皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
used to lose. Working in the gym, taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try, but never find someone who's right. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try, but never find another me.
Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and we're back here for game number 3, of course, of the summer playoffs here, brought to you by Riot Games, Carry Live, and the sponsors, Chonghua Telecom and TTL Brand Noodles. And now, going ahead, do you think we're still going to see the likes of the Nocturne ban coming out and maybe similar drafting there from PSG in the next game that we're going to have?
It's hard to say, right? Because this is the first time that Beyond have side selection, and with it, they've chosen the blue side as expected. And I think that will change things a lot because red side has more guaranteed bans or forced bans normally. I'm not sure if it's the case, though, with this teams because there is a fair big difference, I think, in the jungle, especially with the champs they favor, right? Oftentimes, you do just see the red side immediately looking to ban away the likes of the Maokai Sedge, and I don't know if they're going to need to do that against Conway, and I also think that Beyond might just ban those anyway. So we could just see the exact same bans despite the sides swapped. But of course, that does mean that Beyond, if they want to, have first choice of the stuff like the Jace, the Xayah, whatever's getting through.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's something that obviously we'll have to look towards as we head through our draft phase. Kai'Sa, likely to be banned again, I have to suspect. Obviously, PSG banning it on blue side. Now that they are on red side, almost certainly will be banned. Up against that man on your screen there, Betty, who honestly played pretty fine last game. There was a couple of perhaps mistakes, like not respecting the potential of a 3-camp bot. But other than that, I think he did about as much as he possibly could.
Yeah.
Certainly was not enough, though. Junjia as well. Found a lot of angles there on the Poppy, as pretty much every Poppy here in the PCS tends to do. And to draft, it is the same bans thus far.
I think if you're PSG as well, especially after last game, you feel so confident about letting LeBlanc go through.
Yeah.
I mean, it is not a problem whatsoever. And I really hope that Beyond just drop it completely.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. And now Nico is the obvious champ that's still open. Oftentimes a blue side ban, red side ban, but PSG have been banning it on the blue side. Poppy, going to be taken away. So Rel is open this time. That is the one change we see so far in the draft. Something that Junjia has liked to play in the jungle, but also Woody has liked to play in the support role. So I think it's a very good early draft pick here if PSG opt towards it because it is such a strong flex for their team.
PSG, they banned that LeBlanc. Pretty surprising to me, honestly, but I like the Poppy ban a lot. I think as well, it was giving them a lot of difficulty having a top jungle flex available, right? Whereas Rel is a support jungle flex, and I think that makes it a bit easier for Beyond to draft around it. Now, first pick Nico, I really like it. It does mean you give over the Jace, but there aren't as good pairings with it. And I think just Nico, it's so good for how Beyond want to play.
Yeah. I think you could look for the Jace here along with the Rel.
Yeah, maybe Jace, Rel, Rumble.
Yeah. There's definitely something you could look towards. I think it does pretty well.
Or you could take Rel, Xayah, just to make sure that there's nothing that can be played into the Rel. Because you can just go Jace on 3. I don't think you're worried about Beyond taking it away.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense.
Let's see what they do, because I think there are a lot of options available to them right now. I think denying the Xayah might even be the better decision, just because it's so much easier, I think, to carry on that champ. Yeah, especially against those engaged comps. So I really like, honestly, both drafts so far. Let's see what else we've got for us. So Beyond, I think, yeah, Viego feels like the go-to, but it does feel hard into these champs, right? Yeah. Admittedly, with the priority from mid this time, it's going to be much better. And Zeri, natural response to Xayah, should be the lock-in. So do you just go Jace now? Or do we think Jace is falling through the draft? Because, I don't know, to me, Jace is still probably the best pick as long as you can get AP along with it later on. They might go for the Trist instead, which I'm not as big a fan of.
So far, throwing up a pretty much a replica of last draft. Obviously, swapping out that Poppy and Rel.
Okay. But Trist does get locked in. And I think fair enough, given the game that Maple just had on it. Have to be feeling confident after what was a fairly 1v9 performance coming out of him. A lot of damage, of course.
Sure.
So they do end up locking it in. And now, second phase bans. I think banning away supports is probably the play. Looks like they're going to ban away the Jack. So it could just be that they want to take away some of the safety from Lakai, because they do have the red side last pick. And they pretty much know that Lakai will blind pick the Jacks if it's available. And RJ, I think, definitely has the depth of champion pool to ban away some of these tops and then feel more comfortable. Rumble, a ban. Again, RJ, one of the better Rumbles, but also, you know, Rumble Rel, very strong combo.
Definitely. And now, do they opt again for another top ban? Maybe the Aatrox, if they don't have something into it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you ban here, to be honest. Let's just see what they end up going for. The Nautilus. Okay, now Beyond, you have a tough decision to make, because if you ban away the Rakan, obviously it means you can't pick it up, but it does break that Zyra Rakan combo. It also is potentially just a wasted ban though, right? Because Rel can always go support, so it's really not easy. They ban away the Ornn, so that actually means Rakan is up. And I feel like if PSG just pick up the Rakan here, their comp is pretty insane.
Yeah, I'd like the Rakan here. And then it also leaves open something AP that can come out of top. I mean, the Kennen in the right circumstance.
The Gwen
as well. Yeah.
Maybe they don't want to reveal the flex, though. That would be the only argument against it.
I think you just reveal it. And they're going for the Alistar instead.
So they don't want the Rakan. Interesting, honestly. Pretty surprising to me, but I think it's very strong in its own right. And I wonder how much of that is just they're completely fine playing with this comp anyway, and they feel like denying the Alistar onto Beyond might be better.
Yeah, I can see that being.
Because it doesn't feel like Rakan gets that much value for Beyond here, I don't think. I guess it's okay, but it's locked in anyway.
Rakan's just always okay.
Yeah.
Kind of fit him into almost any comp. And predicting the current hover even.
Okay, if they lock this in, I think you definitely have lots of choices for AP tops. You know, you can go the Gragas. I think the Gwen into Renekton is something we've seen a few times. I would like the Gwen the most. I think you should do it.
I would
But you could just pick another tank here, I think, if you wanted. Because again, it's not a whole lot that Beyond can do about a tank, I feel like. Not until later on, right? Like, it really is just this area that can deal with it. Quinn,
Yeah.
do you think we'll see this? I don't think so.
No. Looks like we might just have a Cassante on our hands.
Yeah.
Oh, a Nah. I like this.
Interesting. Yeah, I kind of like that too.
Oh.
Well, that's sad. They go back to the Cassante, and feels like once again PSG have drafted a comp with very little magic damage, but I really don't think it's going to be punished, right? There's a bit more armor that can come out this time, but there's no real big tank, and there's, you know, not the likes of a super strong tank support either. So I think all things considered, the draft looks closer than it did in the previous game. I think Beyond have got a more playable draft than they did before, but I'm still really liking what PSG have.
Yeah, I am too. I think especially if Maple can get ahead in this game, which is less likely considering he's against the Nico that just puts out so much damage early game. But if he is able to find some tempo and find himself in a side lane, there's not really anyone that can contest in this game. Last game, the LeBlanc could match him and somewhat deal with the minion waves, but Nico really doesn't have that same luxury. So we'll see. What could Maple get done on the Tristana? If it's anything like last game, you have to favor PSG going in. But if Beyond are able to play like game number 1, they might just find themselves with their second win and put themselves on match point.
For sure. Could be a very different story. I think having the ability to team fight this time around is pretty important. Right, last time it felt like Beyond couldn't really look for any fights because they had that LeBlanc. But this time with the Nico, they're pretty confident just to go for those 5v5 brawls. And I think that is really the style that succeeds the most not just consistently, but even against some of the top teams, right? You had some of the weaker teams playing those group up and team fight comps and honestly doing very well. So I really like that Beyond have gone for that. It is a shame, I guess, that they haven't found a way to punish the full AD comps, but honestly, maybe you just give credit to the PSG Challenge draft for that.
Certainly could. And as a quick reminder, as we head into game number 3 here, winner of this series will be qualifying to Worlds. So it's not just qualifying in the grand finals. I think obviously that is a big plus. But I think more importantly for these competitors, and these players that are just so good, they get to qualify to Worlds after winning this one, whereas the team that loses does have to go through the losers bracket and take on the winner of CFO versus Frank. So yeah, a lot is on the line, and whoever wins this, going to feel very good about themselves. Taking a look at runes though, I think there's nothing too surprising. All things considered, is just a full lane runes out of 1116.
Everything is looking pretty normal. I maybe wonder about the heal on Betty. Guess he just wants a bit more early skirmish power, because I feel like, again, having Ghost, especially up against Cassante and Alistair, feels really good. And the Kai's Renekton is 11-0. I had no idea.
This guy's crazy.
Well, let's see what he can get done here. We already saw one undefeated champ be taken down earlier. It was Maple's Jace that suffered its first loss. Kongwei, starting on that top side, will likely be pathing bot. And I think Beyond's bot lane, they've been doing pretty well in that 2v2. Last game they did fall down to a gank, but I'd say for the most part they have been getting the better of Wako and Woody. But obviously so much of the game, especially with these comps, is going to be about those team fights. So while you can put some weight on the landing phase, it's not the be-all, end-all. Maple is getting the priority on mid, and that's a big plus about Tristana. One of the strongest laning champs, has a lot of push, has a lot of damage, and I think there are not many champs that do get prior against Nico these days, because Nico is absurdly strong in lane. And I wonder if Maple will just do the same build path as before, where he goes for that vamp and then has some lifesteal to deal with this. Jungle Pass, Unmirrored, they're both just going down the map. So eyes really will be on what's going to happen around bot. Beyond have a huge wave built up, but I don't think any dive will be possible. Big trades in mid, jump forward. Maple though, he took... Did he? Oh, he bombed a creep. Target champions only. That's the secret.
It is.
I always forget to use it though.
Really? I
always forget.
I guess oftentimes you play mages, whereas I play a lot of AD carry.
That's rough though. I mean, that was a winning lane, I think, for Maple, and then just off the back of that trade, things have become a lot more difficult. Does not connect the snare there, but that W is down for a pretty long time, and I think that alone just forces Maple into a reset. Is too low. And importantly, if he's not getting any lifesteal first base, that's going to delay, you know, the kind of Trist power spike in the matchup, if you will, for a pretty long time. Level 4 advantage here for Jinjia, but the prio does favor the side of Beyond, and this scuttle should go the way of Kongwei, so a nice little start for him. And I wonder if he just immediately crosses mid. Looks like he will.
Yeah. Quite one to start off here, really. Only the one mistake by Maple to talk of. Double crab, though, was picked up for Kongwei. He left his Krugs, so I'm not sure it entirely favors him, as long as he goes back there and gets them, but it does feel like spawns will come through for this top side for Jinjia in time to make it pretty much even. Archie's having a pretty good time in top lane there on the Cassante.
Yeah, he's been doing well for himself.
And the Bramble comes out. Awesome.
You do see it, yeah. Now, so much, I think, of the Renekton strength really is just around that Herald and the first few Dragon fights that you can get the Renekton involved in. And we'll see if that ends up happening here. It does feel like, especially with the Nico as well, that first Herald should just go to Beyond. Honestly, the way that they've been playing around objectives as well, Beyond, I mean, they've been starting it up perhaps even when they shouldn't, and end up taking away those objectives just in the nick of time. Bot side though, slight CS lead for Betty once he picks up that wave. Isn't going to get it yet.
Pretty quiet. Obviously, the Dragon is alive. The Scuttle here will spot out Jinji if he tries to go for it. But it is just hard, really, for either team to pull the trigger. It does feel a bit easier for BYG once they do get 6s through, because Renekton isn't that strong prior to level 6, and once he gets level 6, he's pretty much just the strongest champion in every single game. And you can kind of say the same for the Nico. Her skirmishing potential is truly unlocked once she is level 6. And so it is really those timers that they're waiting on. And on the other side of PSG, they're pretty much just happy for the objectives to not be going over.
Yeah.
As they kind of want to get to those 1-2 item power spikes.
Kongwei will finally go and clear up those Krugs. But yeah, slow game. And I think that's sort of what we expect from both of these teams. Right, I think while both teams have the ability to play fast, the way that they so consistently succeed is just going to late game team fights and then their AD carries really come online. Now, Jinjia, this could be a 3v3 round bottom. Perhaps we will see the pace of the game increase as Kongwei, he's going to... Oh, I thought he was going to flash, but he almost connected it even without.
That was extremely close. They still don't know that Jinji is here.
Yeah, don't believe they spotted... Ooh, I think they do now.
Oh,
big trade in mid. I really like how Maple is just using the ult just for trades. I think a lot of the time you see the Tristol just held for too long and doesn't end up finding anything with it. But the one downside for Maple is not having any extra sustain to speak of. But he is going to get a honey fruit for himself.
Dominus used top. Kai getting a lot of pressure up there on the top side with that usage. But RG should feel pretty okay. He does have teleport available to himself. Now,
this
Dragon
is,
being started up on Vision. Is this allowed? It looks like the PSG bot lane's trying to hit here.
I think this is beyond favored. I think that... Ooh, how are they going to fight anyway? Let's see what happens. I feel like the Nico's too strong for this fight.
Nico's level 5 still.
No, I think she's 6.
Oh,
it's
maybe,
the W thing.
True, true.
Oh, RG TP's down. Both? Everyone TP'd down.
All right, we have a 5v5 on our hands.
There's no Renekton ult. That's pretty big.
That is. All out is available. And here comes the ult. It's going to land, but it's only onto RG. Considerable amount of damage will be done, but it does not take him out. Flash forward, stun onto Maple. He's getting very, very low, as is this Dragon. Kongwei and Arja, both in the pit. Jinjia, Wako, everyone's getting looked at. This Dragon is healing up ever so little, but it's the first blood over to Lakai, as Woody is taken out. All out, though, from Arja. He's not going to be able to find anything, and it's a clean ace to BYG. Oh, it wasn't actually. Jinji lived.
Almost. What a slaughter, though, there for Beyond. And like I said, I think this is a winning fight for Beyond. They do have the stronger champs early, but I thought perhaps there was a chance for PSG there because the Nico ult was so mis-executed. The only person he found was a full tank Cassante, and still they win the fight. Take a look at it again. So I think the things that makes this hard, right? Alistair and Zai especially, very ult-reliant. They're both level 5. TP's come in, and while there is no dominance for Renekton, I think there's no doubt that Renekton is the stronger champ at this point. So when we go towards this, to me it feels like it should just be the easiest fight ever for Beyond. You get a big Nico ult, and that's it. But you see the Nico here finds virtually nothing. I think, though, Beyond, they flashed really well. They dodged out a lot of this initial re-engage. And then it just feels like a stat check from then on. I mean, Lakai was just running through the fight and no one could do anything to him. I mean, look at Maple's health here. So low and doesn't feel comfortable auto-attacking. And even when he does, it deals so little damage that it almost doesn't matter. And this was... It's really weird for me, right? That I was just saying how PSG, they're fine to go late game. As a playstyle, they so often do that. So opting into a fight that you feel like, I don't know, has a very low chance of winning, it's a big problem.
Absolutely, and now huge advantage over to the side of BYG. 3K in the lead.
Yeah, look at the mid and AD CS leads now.
Yeah.
The AD one isn't too bad, but mid's in a state.
Yep, state of affairs here for the mid lane.
That's right. It's rough. I mean, that is I think the biggest gold lead we've had at this time in a while. Just because it feels like so many of these playoff games have been so slow in the early game, but Beyond with such a strong early fight. They also got the Herald, I think, during all of that. So off to a great start. You know, leads all across the map, both neutral objectives. Still though, PSG, they have a very strong team fight composition, but this time Beyond do have the ability to take it to him in the 5v5. And I think the person I'm most worried about is actually Maple, because I feel like Tristana from ahead is a lot easier to play than Tristana from behind. And while Maple's very good at it, ooh, looks on 1116.
Yeah, this is going to use that Magnet Storm, and 116 getting low, but it's going to be the quickness and the grand entrance that locks down Maple. He's taken out, and the reset comes through. Heartbreaker to dodge out of Woody's damage. He's trying to get away. He's very, very fast. He might just manage to ignite coming through from Keres. Will not confirm the kill, or maybe, no, just does not. The Rift Herald, however, is going to be placed down, and that's more gold over to this Nico, as well as Kongyue, who, despite only having a 2,000 damage game last game, is now 3-0 on this Viego.
He must be coming close to 2,000 damage already. He's been able to get involved in a lot more kills, and Maple being forced to go to the Merc Treads now feels very rough. And I think that going for this onto 116, it's a bit ambitious anyway. You want to get Maple back in the game, but straight up, he just deals no damage at this point, right? And Rel doesn't bring a whole lot of DPS either. So going for this, and I think maybe there's a chance you pick up this kill, but look at the engage that comes through. Really nice from Keres. Finds Maple there, takes him out in no time at all, and I think PSG, they were lucky to get away with only one death here, because this looked very, very close. I mean, Woody was so close to going down and even had to invest the flash. In top line.
Oh, yeah, all out. Lakai getting very low. Pops the Dominus. He's looking for a turn back kill, but it should just be going over. Smite confirms it. That is the Renekton dead, and it's Junjie who picks up the credit for that one. Some much needed gold back into the pockets of PSG. Perhaps not who you wanted on, but getting closer to that Radiant Virtue might help the rest of the team just enough to perhaps find something in the game.
I wonder if it costs them on the bot side, though. You can see Beyond trying to set up aggressive vision, and this is because with that tempo invested topside from Jinjia, it's hard for him to be bot in time. But let's take a look at what happened to Lakai. I think probably just got a bit too aggressive. Right now, the Viego is recalling, so he doesn't have any jungle assistance around, and it's a pretty hard gank to respect, I feel like. Just the K'Sante all out surprises you really with the angles and the distance it can cover. It's a bit unfortunate, but I really don't think it changes the game a whole lot, especially not given the state of the other lanes. And looking towards this second drag, if you take a look at the spikes picked up for the side of Beyond, especially in mid lane, it feels like the item difference is almost impossible to contest.
Yeah, it does feel like that. Hextech Protobout being finished, and only some swords coming out for the side of PSG and Maple. Now, it is one item completed by Wako, but importantly, Betty, certainly further ahead, has himself a BF sword alongside that static Shiv.
Okay, 10 seconds away. I think if you're PSG, you should just give this one up and try trade. But the problem is it's so early in the game that there isn't really anything to trade for. You could go on top side, but diving that Renekton is not an option. And this mid tower, it's slowly getting chipped down. It's not going to last too much longer. Jinjia, he does lose his Aftershock here as well. Now, while Dragon hasn't been started, I think Beyond is still very happy with what they're getting. Just going to keep recontesting this push.
Does connect with that root, but it's a double stun from Jinjia to respond. And this will... Oh, no.
I think he's a little lucky that no one was around.
Yeah, I thought...
Could have just been autoed down.
Yeah, if anyone else was there with 116, you feel like that was certainly going to go down. And now PSG are positioning aggressively.
Yeah,
they look like
fight.
they want to. But this Dragon... Okay, they're backing out.
Yeah.
I think you have to.
You do. Especially with Renekton here as well. Maple, he based and picked up Kraken components, but he still doesn't have the Kraken Slayer. So really just isn't going to deal a whole lot of damage here. Probably does need to wait on his 2 items. That mid tower, it survives for now, but it's pretty much just freestanding gold for whoever wants to come and take it.
0 plates picked up from PSG in that 14 minutes.
Yeah, it's a rough early game, right? 2 dragons gone over already and significant deficit. And I think the reason that deficit feels so bad is not so much because PSG can't bring it back or can't bring it back as the game goes longer. It's more that Beyond, this is a comp that spikes so early, and you've given them their spikes even earlier than they should normally get. I mean, you look at this Viego and the Renekton and just how accelerated they are here. They just have items so early, and it's going to be so tough, I think, for PSG to find a winning team fight. They need to contest Dragon in 4 more minutes, and it's feeling almost like a repeat of game number 1, except this time, Beyond just have way more gold.
Yeah, the Kraken Slayer first, Viego, not something we often see.
No, he's feeling himself though.
Yeah.
Starting up the Herald, and I think this is another one where PSG, they've got to make some tough decisions, either trade or try find a pick, because I think a straight 5v5 or 4v4 does not favor you whatsoever.
Just hitting up. Well, this Herald was already pretty low, and so at best, all you could do is a team fight afterwards. It is just going to be the Herald picked up by BYG. And RJ should head back to that bottom lane. But every objective going to beyond here. PSG have to find some way to stem the bleeding.
Yeah. As well, I think the fact that mid tower is so low before even using the Herald on it is a really big deal, because so often we see that second Herald just used to break mid tower because there's no other way to break it. But I think that if you've already got damage on mid, you can safely drop the Herald, looks like in this case top, and just get more gold for yourself. There it is.
Yeah, this will be first tower.
Crazy that mid tower has managed to stay up for so long, but pretty soon Betty is going to gobble that one up. I think another really underrated thing about the Renekton is it's just so hard to trade sides against.
Yeah.
Right? There's just no possibility of diving the Renekton unless you bring at least 3, perhaps even 4 members. Well, third dragon, 2.5 minutes away. Beyond already so spiked. Probably can't even get second item on Betty, maybe? Did he just reset?
He did just reset.
Okay, yeah, so maybe he won't get it in time. And that, oh, RJ, he's got a flank.
Yeah, this could be very good.
There's a shutdown on this Nico.
Nico going to be looking, he's going to get stunned up all out. He is not at his side of the map. He's going to use that Pop Blossom. Is going to get RJ very low, but RJ does flash himself out as well as 116. Lakai, though, pops the Dominus, and he is on to Maple, who gets the Blast Cone. He might be able to just survive the Satchel Charge. Won't do all that much damage, but nobody goes down. It does cost a lot of summoners, though, out of 1116 and Lakai.
Yeah, losing their flashes ahead of that fight is pretty important. It's going to make... Ooh.
Conway, did you... Okay, does have the ability to demount over that wall.
Yeah, so that does make this next fight a lot more playable for the PSG carries. Let's take another look at it. Nice angle, I think, found by RJ. I wonder if the all-out was a mistake. See it again.
Oh, picture in picture.
Oh, picture in picture.
Yeah, Magnastorm used. Betty?
I'm just focused.
I don't know what to look at.
Yeah, I want to look at the bottom left because it looks like Jinjia goes down.
Jinjia's picked up. It's a reset for Kongyue.
That's so hard. There's too much to watch. But yeah, okay, back to live. They did get that kill on Jinjia. And that means that while he will still be up for the Dragon, Rel just lost Flash and Ult, which are 2 cooldowns that you really, really need if you want a team fight at this point. And I really do think this third Dragon does just go to Beyond. I don't see any way why you think they can fight.
Betty lost his ult, as did Kongyue, and those are also very important cooldowns.
I don't think it's
Zeri
enough.
has a lot of the gold and doesn't do a whole lot without her ult. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean
I
the
think
thing is,
PSG have to contest it, and I think this is a best case scenario.
well, Beyond don't have to start it up, right? Like, they can just push the waves, especially with Shiv. They get prio in both sides, so unless PSG are willing to walk in that river and start it up, they're not really going to be able to. But let's take a look at this. It was Jinjia just caught out in the river trying to fight for that scuttle, but has his support in base and his ADC stuck catching midwave. Feels like really disrespected the tempo there and was punished heavily for it. And you can see here, PSG, they're unable to start it up. Now, Conway starts this up, but there is the Zeri ult now available. And PSG, they're positioning to fight. They have Arja's TP, but this looks like an unwinnable fight to me.
It certainly feels pretty rough. RG very tanky, but not against 1116 and his Nico. Just a whole lot of armor on this Cassante. Will be PSG tanking it up. RJ should be fine to take the damage there from this Dragon. Now keep our eyes there onto 1116. This guy has found 4-man, 5-man Pop Blossoms time and time again. And he's finding the position to do so. Woody is so low. Dominus is popped, and this Dragon is very, very low. Quickness comes through as well as the Grand Entrance, and it's a 3-man Pop Blossom. And now we do have Jinjia in the middle of the team. All out comes through. He's found 1. He's going to find 2. No, Betty is able to flash away with about 1 HP. And now this Dragon being looked at. Wako very, very low. And there is no Betty. Heartbreaker does come through, and the Dragon's going to be re-aggroed here. Wako needs to get some life back, and the Dragon's attacking him, so that is not ideal. It's going to go through. Junji is able to smite that one away, and it was a very close team fight. Ultimately, it ends up being a 1-for-1, but the Dragon is picked up there by PSG. And somehow, I didn't even notice Wako doing 3.5k damage.
Yeah, it was pretty big. Now, a lot of interesting stuff. I believe it was a 2-for-1. I think Woody did go down as well as Arja. But I think you're still relatively happy with that as PSG. You managed to get the Dragon, but it wasn't for nothing because during that time, right, Betty walked away from the fight on low HP, and rather than recalling, he actually took the mid-tier 2s. That's a lot of gold picked up. Let's take another look at it, though. I felt like after this poke had come through, it was just going to be a wipe for Beyond. But I think Wako, he had 5 people in front of him here and was just able to offload so much damage. I mean, look at this. He gets all 5 of them with the rip back as well, and I think if he was any stronger, PSG might have even won what was, I think, virtually an unwinnable fight. So while you do get that Dragon as a kind of tool to delay this game, I think that the gold lead for Beyond did increase even further with that tier 2 picked up as well as the kills. And if you look at the second items, the Shadow Flame, and of course Betty even working on his third, they're very, very ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Wako, he might be pretty close to getting that Navori, and I think if he had the Navori, probably was the difference maker in that fight. Now, Baron is live, and honestly, we say this all the time, but damage is just so high in these games that you can pretty much just look at it whenever.
Beyond are the type of team to do that too.
And they are headed there.
Yeah, need to get a pink in this pit. They do have one on Betty, does drop it. I would not be surprised at all to see them just start it up.
Yeah, Maple has teleport, but Lakai also can match. And Maple really can't do all that much damage in the side at the moment. Just too weak.
Trying to get aggressive here is Kongyue, but it's pretty hard. Look at that player goal, though. Betty,
3k.
That's
almost
pretty insane lead. Especially because it doesn't even feel like Wako has played bad at all.
No. Now this Baron has been started up. 116 and Kyrres are marking Junjia, keep him away as far as they can from this pit, although it is disengaged from now. RG coming over, finding that pink ward. Let's get rooted up. Grand entrance will land. Half HP, Kongyue flashing over, lands the root. Pop Blossom lands onto 2. Junjia and Aze going to be the people stunned up by that as Wako going to pull out that Feather Storm. He's getting very, very low. He's getting very, very low, in fact, and that's going to be everyone except for Maple taken out for what seemed like nothing.
You almost feel like the game comes to a swift end after that. Beyond, they really showed up to play in game number 3 here. They have almost a 10,000 gold lead before even picking up this Baron at only 23 minutes. And so decisive, I think, is BYG when they have a lead. They managed to find, first off, the start on Baron, which forces PSG to come away. And then that nice engage obviously found. And even finding towers while doing this. They're just so far ahead.
Yeah, Betty is immensely far ahead in gold here.
Let's see it again, though. So, 116, he finds some damage on Darja here. A lot of damage here. Doesn't have a lot of MR. Nice flash from Kongyue. And I think important here as well is I believe a Nico E goes on to Wako. Oh, yeah. So I think he did get... I actually couldn't tell. But either way, there was so much damage that came through that it didn't even really matter there. As on the way out, PSG just get slaughtered.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, 2 items completed for Wako, but 3 items for Betty on this Zeri. And this Zeri is a massive problem. Maple had a very good game for himself last game, but extremely weak in this one. Himself also finding himself down an entire item to the Nico. And Kongyue, he's building a Randuin's. He realizes these guys have not got any magic damage. You're going to have to dismount over the wall. And now it kind of feels like, although, you know, we're only 24 minutes in, PSG kind of have to look to put up their final stand, which feels pretty weird. But they are just so far behind at this stage of the game. It's 12k gold.
Yeah, feels pretty insurmountable. Maybe they can clear the base. They do have a lot of wave clear, and the waves are not synced up for Beyond. And maybe that'll cost them. Because I think with your lead, you should be breaking the base here. And they still have a lot of time, 1.5 minutes. But so far, the waves not being synced is a big problem. I hope they just hold this bot wave for a bit. It looks like they will. Don't hit that 116. No, stop it. Well, it's not too bad. The mid wave is coming. Obviously want to sync up these waves so that PSG are forced to respond to the mid wave. And I think Lakai should just go mid here. Yeah, okay, so this is decent. They've got 2 cannon creeps now sieging. So it has sort of worked out. And as long as they can keep that bot cannon creep alive, they can start to break this open. Really need, I think, to break at least 1 inhib tower.
Okay, next minion wave is arriving. Marco and Maple pretty low. Woody going forward. They're actually looking. Magnetstorm comes through. It's going to be landing onto 3. And low health bars now for some of the BYG members, but certainly not low enough as RG is getting taken out on the side. I think more importantly than anything, though, that is the minion waves once again cleared up. And Baron, only 1 minion wave left in it. As Maple looks to clear out this mid wave.
I think bot will fall here, though. Dragon is alive as well, so Beyond can back off to that. Maybe they can't break it.
They might be able to.
Or big damage onto Jinjia.
Yeah, this tower will be going down, and they may be even looking for a fight. Pop Blossom lands, but it's only onto Arze, and he goes unstoppable, so it doesn't find any CC. It's a tower going down. Dominus is procced, and Jinjia very, very low. Wako finds a stun onto Benny. They're looking, but they don't have the damage. Wako goes down. It's going to be Woody going down as well as Maple finally completes his Navori, but it might just be too little too late. Or is it they've picked up Lakai? Benny's very, very low. Arja is going to have to heal up. He has a teleport. He could perhaps look for a flank. There's 1 ward at the Wolf Pit, but it's Junji who gets stunned up. Arz is trying to find what he can, but what he can find is going to be death. As Benny, he's picking up all of these kills off the back of what was an almost extremely good play from the PSG bot lane. Respawn timers have come through, but it's 2 inhibs down now, and so much gold onto Betty Zeri.
Yeah, look at him now, 707. I want to see what he buys when he bases, because he must be sitting on so much. Even taking all those jungle camps on the way out, he is just going to be so fed here. There's even a dragon up if he wants it. Let's see. He's got the Gromp. Okay, he's resetting. What's he going to buy? I think he has 4,000 gold. That's my prediction.
Let's see.
Okay,
yep, GA.
Full GA. And a pink. Okay, didn't quite have 4,000. Or maybe he still has some. We don't know, actually.
That whole play was so close to going in favor of PSG. Imagine if they just had 1k gold each more. And Betty probably goes down. And we might even have an entirely different game in our hands. But it's 16-3 the scoreline and 14k in advantage for BYG. Only 1 inhib left for them to claim. It does feel like, really, they just got to go up to this top lane, hit down that tower, hit down the inhib. Pretty much game good.
It feels, I think, really impressive for Beyond to come off that previous game where they pretty much got destroyed and didn't really have a way into the game at all. And just to turn it completely around, reverse on to PSG and just be this far ahead. Now sieging down this last inhib. The inhib waves are pretty far away, so it's not going to be that easy to break this, but maybe they're just so far ahead that they could just walk up to the tower. Baku takes quite a bit of damage there. Does he have lifesteal? Yeah, I don't think he does.
He has a red buff, but...
Yeah, better than nothing. Oh,
Jinjia, 3-man Magnetstorm, and there's a lot of CC. Betty's going to go into his GA as Wako is staying untouched. He's in the back line. The Featherstorm ripped back, but it's flashed away from. Betty's staying alive, but Wako is outloading so much damage. There's a reset for Maple. Is he going to be able to flat jump forward? He does. Are they going to get onto Betty? He's going to slide on over that wall and keep himself safe. But a team fight win and 7,000 damage by Wako.
Wako is trying to turn this game around, but will it be enough?
Betty,
he gets
he
out,
does get away, but it might cost Kyrus his life. The battle dance, as well as that grand entrance, keeps himself out of harm's way. But now it's PSG who have autonomy over this Baron. Betty's staying around. He is back to full HP. Maple in the waiting arms. Remounting, they're looking for Betty. He does have to skirt over that wall again. Now 3 members at this Baron, but they're not going to be able to do it.
Yeah, with that double TP, I think it's going to be a bit too hard, and I think Beyond actually can just do the Baron off the back of this. But look at that damage. Another just absurd team fight from Wako. He's really trying to bring PSG into this game, but it just feels so hard. This Baron, it should be picked up. And with that, I mean, surely, if Beyond find a way to lose with this lead, it's just impossible. They really can't.
So Gia, making his way to the pit, is going to get rooted up. Grand entrance will not connect. Baron's still at a half HP. It's Kongwei as well as Betty in the pit. Betty pretty low here on the mana. Doesn't need all that much, of course, in a fight. All members, Pop Blossom comes through, lands onto 3. Woody does pop that ultimate, and Wako, he's been looked at by Lakai, but Lakai can't find the stun. He is going to, however, find the rest of the team, and now it's going to be all up to Wako and RJ to try and defend their base. Betty coming forward, there's no mana left on this Zeri as Wako trying to find whatever damage he can. Featherstorm comes through, they're looking for Kongwei, but Kongwei goes golden, and Wako is so low, he goes down, and with Wako's death, is the death of game number 3. It's going to be BYG going up 2-1 in the series.
What a statement game as well. 22-6. They had that giant gold lead so early off. Just such a well-played team fight. And 9-0-9 there for Betty. Man, what a game. And I have to ask you straight away, okay, going into game number 4, do you think PSG bounced back after that?
I think so, because I think they were looking like they were just going to roll over and lose. And then after that heroic team fight, coming out of Wako, I feel like, wow, this guy's ramping into the series now. Maybe it was a little later than you'd perhaps hope, but I think they certainly have it in them to turn this around, because that game was way closer than it should have been.
It was, and I think both teams, if they do just decide to draft for that stronger early game skirmishing, it seems to be the name of the game, right? And I almost feel like PSG banning LeBlanc over Nico, don't do that again.
No.
Don't do that again.
It does feel like Nico's Pop Blossoms just find so much so often. I want to say this is one of the lower impact Nikos.
For sure.
But still, I mean, that last team fight there, you found one 3-man Pop Blossom and it kind of just ended the game immediately. And it's like, well, why give that over when you just played against LeBlanc and the LeBlanc looked pathetic, really. And now you've given over the Nico, who dominates the lane, is able to skirmish, finds one good ult, ends the game. It's like, well, let's just ban that thing.
But that's the thing, right? It's that not only does she find the insane teamfight value, she's also just destroying Tristana in the lane. And even just with E's and Q's, I wouldn't be surprised if Nico did somewhat comparable damage to Betty in this game, because he had that Shadow Flame really early, and he was hitting a lot of combos. So, well, yeah, I don't know what to say. I think you see it on your screen there. I really think LeBlanc ban over Nico is criminal. I just don't know how you can look at the previous game and be like, you know, LeBlanc, that was a problem. We need to get rid of that, and then just be willing to give over Nico. It's just insane to me. And I hope going into the next game, it will be PSG, of course, having the side selection. Maybe they can get back onto blue. And, I mean, blue is looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it always has looked worse in the playoffs, but that's simply because everyone's picking blue. So if you're constantly losing, and we've had a lot of 3-0, 3-0, whatever you want to call it, series, the team that starts on blue, even if they're the worst team, they just play blue all 3 games, and then red wins all 3 of them because they're the better team.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. To be honest, I would make the argument that it feels like in the PCS, red often feels better. I mean, not in this series, but in general, it feels like you actually end up with more power picks, and you get the top lane counter pick that you get on red. And it feels like blue 1 is often just so meaningless, because the amount of times we see Nico or Jace and it just doesn't matter is pretty criminal.
Can definitely agree. I think there's opportunities maybe for the red side last pick especially to be used better. I think these two teams are probably not the ones that are super reliant on the red side, but I do think there are, you know, the likes of Frank, for example, or even CFO, I think make a lot better use of that red side. Now, MVP of this game, I'm not even sure who I'd choose, because I was thinking about the Nico, right, had a very good lane, but honestly the Pop Blossoms early were not that great. And I was thinking about Betty, because I mean he did go 9-0-9, but at the same time, it didn't really feel like he had to do anything special, right? He just kind of did his job.
I would almost argue that often he was nearly losing it. Like, he did survive, don't get me wrong, he never died. But I mean, him going immediately into GA up in the top side meant that that team fight was winnable for PSG. And so I think there truly was some problems from Betty. When it comes to MVP, though, I honestly don't know who I'd choose.
Neither. Maybe Kongwei?
Yeah, I was saying maybe Kyrgios or Kongwei. It's probably just going to end up going, honestly, over to Betty. I mean, he went 9-0-9, but honestly, I don't know that anyone had a particularly standout performance.
No, it was just, I think, off the back. I mean, this was a team fight, right? The 4-0. And I honestly think, despite this being a 4-0, I really don't think Beyond played this team fight that well.
No.
I just think they were so much stronger in the early game, and I think also PSG didn't execute it that well either, so they end up coming away with the win, but I think really questionable to fight that to begin with. I really don't think you win an early team fight against both Nico and Renekton. I mean, even one of those champs would be troublesome.
Yeah.
As we kind of go through the replays of the moments, right, that really broke the game open, I think this was definitely one of them where another Pot Blossom into plenty of chain CC and damage just completely ruins the side of PSG and ruins their chances really at contesting these objectives. And I do feel a little bad for Wako because I think he had a stellar game on the Xayah despite dying a few times. I mean, hey, he was dealing the damage and that is the most important stat.
No, absolutely.
Look at him. He did.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Look at the Nico damage as well. Yeah, that was crazy.
That's
I mean,
good. I'm glad we left that open.
Yeah. I mean, I was expecting Nico to be up there, but I'm surprised that she outdamaged 9-0 Zeri. I guess a lot of the fights were just so fast.
Yeah.
And I guess maybe seeing that, you just give it to 1116.
True, most important stat.
That's right. And he's a mid laner.
Absolutely.
The best role.
Yeah, I don't know. I think MVP is so hard to pick this game.
Yeah.
Because I never really saw anyone that was like, wow, they're playing incredibly well, you know? It was like...
Except Wako.
Yeah. I think actually Wako felt like he played the best on the Rift, even though like his score doesn't really reflect it as well as the result. I mean, that one team fight, when you're that far behind as an AD carry and you're finding that much value, it's pretty crazy. Does speak to the value that Xayah has, though, of course.
Yeah. Night and day difference, I think, on the Tristana performance as well. And I think this really played into Tristana's weaknesses, right, of trying to fight before you have early items. And I think also in a lane where the prior that you get is not as free as normal, right? Because Nico is one of the very few champs that could somewhat match Tristana. And I think you really saw that here of trying to kind of play into Nico's strengths rather than Tristana's. And it really came back to bite them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's kind of crazy to think after game 2 that you get pretty much the exact same comp for the most part. Obviously minus the Ornn. And then you look that much worse on the Tristana. I mean, it really was obviously leaving up this Nico instead of the LeBlanc felt pretty criminal. And it is this Nico, 1116 picking up the MVP. I think after seeing the damage graph, makes sense.
Yeah. This was a replay of what we just saw before, keeping Jinjia out of the pit. And I think Nico just so much damage.
Yeah. This is going to be that three-man.
Yeah. It's pretty insane as well, because the thing is, you can do this every fight, and you really only need one of them to hit, right? Like, he hits this one here, they immediately just close out the game off of it, and I think even if nothing came of it in terms of damage, just getting the carry's flashes is enough, and she does a ton of damage on top of that. Nico, to me, is still absurdly overtuned, and I can't believe they banned LeBlanc over that. It's insane.
They need to get rid of LeBlanc. LeBlanc looks so strong in game number 2. Don't you think?
It's unreal. It's unreal.
Oh, well. Well, that is obviously game number 3 now in the bags. It's BYG who are a match point not only to get into grand finals, but into worlds, of course. But PSG, again, they get side selection. And once we're back, we'll see them try and fight for their playoff survival.
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。阿妈，
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
这不就是我们以前常吃的三杯鸡？啊，现在好想吃哦。
笑脸嘞，要不要来碗三杯鸡风味干面？来，跟回味一拜。
就是这味道，
这碗浓郁咸香的酱，搭着葱花，再加上 Q 弹弹的面条，再淋上招牌米酒，吼吼。
这真是记忆中的美味啊！重现记忆中的街边美味，台酒面摊系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此线上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. Hey, what I'm doing, hey, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just tryna maintain. Y'all don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Think you gon' beat me? Good luck, that's a long shot. Got the ball, full field ahead. I ain't gon' stop. If I ever fall, I'ma still end up on top. Right now, I'm feeling like everything that you're not. If I was you, I would probably feel the same way. Winning in my blood, something that I can't change. If I was you, I would probably feel the same way.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just tryna maintain. Y'all don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just tryna maintain. Y'all don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Gotta be in first place. Second's just the first to lose. Working in the gym, taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just tryna maintain. Y'all don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just tryna maintain. Y'all don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just tryna maintain. Y'all don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Think you gon' beat me? Good luck, that's a long shot. Got the ball, full field ahead. I ain't gon' stop. If I ever fall, I'ma still end up on top. Right now, I'm feeling like everything that you're not. If I was you, I would probably feel the same way. Winning in my blood, something that I can't change. If I was you, I would probably feel the same way.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just tryna maintain. Y'all don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just tryna maintain. Y'all don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Gotta be in first place. Second's just the first to lose. Working in the gym, taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just tryna maintain. Y'all don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in,
Hello, everybody. Welcome back for game number 4 here of the PCS Summer Playoffs between PSG and BYG, and a very back and forward playoffs we've had so far. Of course, brought to you by Riot Games, Carry Live, Changhua Telecom, and TTL Brand Noodles. Sorry. And coming into this next one, I mean, do we think we're going to see PSG go for the same comp? Because I think, honestly, there are chances they can, but they just have to be more willing to give over those early objectives.
I think so as well. I don't think the comp is necessarily bad. Perhaps the one weakness, is the heavy AD. Yeah. But it feels like Beyond is not punishing that. Now, maybe if they do the same thing this time around, Beyond will be kind of expecting it and have something prepared. I wouldn't be surprised to see that. What I guess I am looking for from this game, though, is obviously PSG, after they lost, they get to choose blue side. And if it is just the case of PSG win on blue and lose on red, that's going to be really problematic because game number 5, Beyond will get to choose, if they fall down in this game. So I think Beyond having already won a game on red side actually makes a pretty big difference. I still think, though, it's not like the games are necessarily being won or lost because of the side. It's more the decisions that are being made in draft on the side. If that's, like, for example, there was nothing that forced PSG into banning LeBlanc over Nico. They just decided to. But heading into game number 2, or game number 4, they do take away the Nico. And I think this time it's going to be interesting, I suppose, to see if they do just run back that same comp, because I really think if it happens again, Lakai will just play Cassante instead of Aatrox, and then that comp does get shut down,
Yeah, does quite heavily, of course. Now,
Poppy ban remains instead of the Rel.
Now, Maokai's still open, but likely to be banned out here, I assume, as the third ban from BYG. PSG coming towards their last ban. Do they ban the Kai'Sa? Do they leave it open?
I'm not even sure. They're going to take it away, so I guess just paying a lot of respect to Betty, and I think it's well-earned respect on the Kai'Sa for sure. So last ban, the Maokai is what it's been all series long, but they did ban, I think, Maokai before Poppy both times before. Okay, whatever. They're just playing with us. So first pick, I mean, the Jace, the Trist.
The Xayah?
Yeah, the Xayah, if they want it again. I mean, he did look very good on it.
Yeah, both games had good games for himself.
I think just, I don't know. Will they take the Rel? Okay. The problem I have with this is what happens if Beyond just go Jace Xayah. I guess then it's up to them if they can get magic damage. I mean, they don't have to take the Jace either. They can just take, I think they should take Xayah pretty much no matter what. Maybe, I mean, Annie is open. You can play that for sure.
Oh, yeah, it could just be the Annie. Does okay into the Jace. Is also one of 116's best champs. Pairs well with Kongyue's pull.
Okay, got the Xayah. I like that. Okay, so Viego, it is the prior pick here for Kongyue, and he looked really nice on it in the previous game.
Does Maple take the Annie? Because he is also an Annie player.
Yeah, he could. I feel like if you're PSG, though, you go Jace Rumble. I guess it's harder into the Xayah, though. Again, Xayah's like one of the only ADCs where this feels difficult against. Even still, you have a lot of range and a lot of tools then to bait out the Feather Storm. If they don't go for the Jace, do you think it is the Annie?
I think so. I think it's good as both a take for the side of PSG. It's also a good take against BYG.
Yeah. Especially with Annie Viego, right? That can come through.
That's what I'm more thinking. Now, with the Croc, I think this does lean towards perhaps the Annie.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, you definitely need AP. They could still go Azir, right? Like, you could play Azir with this really heavy front line, and I think Azir does pretty well into Xayah in terms of the range.
Yep, definitely.
Don't even necessarily have to pick it up here. Oh, or maybe they will. They do.
I think this is the first time we're seeing Maple's Azir at this split.
Yeah. I mean, he was really good on it back in the day, so
yeah. I mean,
I have faith.
Again, Maple's been around since time began in terms of League of Legends. And how many Azir metas have there been? So you know this guy can play Azir.
Yeah. So now, okay, we can take the Cassante. I think there are multiple options here for 116 into the Azir. You've got the Ahri, you've got the Annie, and I guess worst case you can play something like the Gragas.
I think you just put bans towards mid now.
Yeah, I
take
think
away
so
the
as
Annie,
well.
I think, first of all.
For sure. I think Annie definitely goes.
Ari, I mean, there's so much skirmishing, you might just want to get rid of Ari.
Yeah, I almost think
because
you
of that.
ban Ari and just bait out the LeBlanc. Like, I really
Yeah.
think if you verse LeBlanc, it's not a problem whatsoever.
Oh. It is a disaster.
Okay, it's fine. So, okay, choosing between Annie and Ari now, I think the Annie ban is probably better. Ari is pretty good against Azir, at least in the first few levels, though. But the problem with Ari is that while she wins, she doesn't necessarily push Azir out of lane, right? You're never going to stop Azir from scaling.
Yep. Definitely agree with that. Second ban waiting. It's going to be Sivir.
Interesting.
I do find that interesting too. I mean, it feels like Wako should be pretty comfortable to just pick his Aphelios. And I think this game looks easier to play Aphelios than the last one he did.
Yeah.
Alternatively, of course, we could see something like a Lethality Varus. I hope not, but we could.
Well, Annie is still an option here if they want it. And I think that they probably should just pick the Annie here and save support counter pick unless they really want to take away something like the Alistar or Nautilus.
I think the problem is that this Rel still can be
that's the thing.
support.
Well, it looks like they are just going to...
Oh.
Well, Xerath into Azir.
Okay, we've got it.
So this is something that has been seeing a bit more play internationally. In the 1v1, Xerath is very good against Azir, both in the lane and throughout the game. Azir, you know, laning phase, obviously, he punishes short range a lot more. And historically, Azir has been very weak to range champs, poke champs especially, in the mid and late game because you just don't have the capability to deal with them. Now, the problem that people have with Xerath is that he's very immobile, right? If you play something with like Corki, you can very easily avoid the level 6 ganks from Azir. Playing Xerath against Azir Zac, even with the range you have, it's not going to be easy. And it's very much up to 1116's skill as a player to be able to avoid these ganks because if he's caught by either the Azir or just Zac-E, he's pretty much going to die.
Absolutely. Do you think he goes the Bezos build?
Oh, the Bezos build? No, I think he's going Comet.
I think he'll go first strike.
No, he's going Comet. I promise you he's going Comet.
No, he's got to go first strike here.
No, there's no shot. Okay.
We'll see.
Aphelios, Zac. So the Zac makes a repeat. I think it's, at least this time, you have a mid carry you can look at, right? Like, I think the Xayah is still kind of difficult. The Xerath, while it is long ranged, if it does position a bit too aggressively, Jinjia can catch him. And I think that this time, I think in terms of at least the ease of execution, I heavily favor PSG. But Beyond are pretty practiced on their champs, and it's really just a question mark around the Xerath for me. But I think I prefer PSG's draft overall.
Yep, I'm inclined to agree as well. It does feel like this game, they should have priority in the bot lane. Maybe not in the mid lane, but definitely priority in top. And so that means you have the option to try and look for those early objectives, which they haven't yet this series. And so finally, they have that option to try and get that early dragon, try and get that early herald. And that could just be the difference maker, really, because we have seen kind of these games snowball from the early dragons. The first dragon, second dragon have been the tipping point of most of these games. So I think they're really set up here to find success. And again, as you sort of touched on, I think this is a much easier Zac game. Because honestly, while it's hard to lock down the Xayah also struggles to kill you.
Yeah.
You saw last time, it was Betty who had to pick up that Mortal Reminder, which honestly, it's okay because it's against the Zac, but it does a whole lot less damage than the LDR. And it's not really like all she has to deal with is the Zac, because if the Renekton gets on her, the LDR is going to feel a whole lot better than the Mortal Reminder would.
For sure, yeah. I think one thing I really like as well is the Renekton with Azir, because probably Azir's biggest weakness at the moment is that he doesn't really want to fight early skirmishes before he has a first item. And I think Renekton just pretty much makes sure that you will win any early skirmish, right? He's just too strong. And so I think that kind of having that bridge to allow you to still contest early objectives, not give over, say, the first Herald, and be able to kind of continue from an even state is really, really good. So we'll see how PSG use that. His first strike.
Oh, based.
I can't believe it.
I'm so right.
I can't believe it.
When you're right, you're right. You know how it is.
It's very should go comment, but I respect it.
I think it's just so easy to proc it. And ultimately, like, Xerath is a champion that gets a lot more out of gold, you know, like...
Yeah, well, the nice thing about Xerath especially is that you can just itemize really greedily. You know? Like, you don't have to build defensive at all just because you have so much range.
He does have the stopwatch.
No, it's fine. He'll sit on it. He won't build his Zhonya's. Will you, 1116?
He will.
No, he won't. He won't.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm manifesting.
I've already been correct today.
Oh, level 1 here,
Yeah,
though.
okay, Woody getting very low. That's going to be that pulverized use, but he's looking now onto Betty, who is on... You are in the wrong neighborhood, my friend, as he's trying to run away, but Wako could be just sitting here in his waiting arms, giving this over to Maple. Rutroll.
What's happened?
That Azir is a lot further ahead in lane than he should be.
Can you imagine being 1116 and just you whip out your pocket pick Xerath, counter pick into Azir, and he just starts with a kill?
Yeah.
That sucks, and...
I can. It happens in my solo queue games.
I want to see that back almost. I'm a little confused as to what happened there. It feels like they were getting aggressive onto Woody, but then they decided to back out and Betty was still committed. I'm not even really sure, but I think that's a really, really big issue. Now, admittedly, if you get first blood on something like Azir, you don't necessarily spike initially. It's more that you spike now 400 gold quicker.
Yeah.
Right? And that can be the difference between having, say, first item or second item at those kind of 2 and 3 dragon breakpoints. And that's pretty important if you do have that item just a tiny bit earlier.
Yeah, but it's not like... I think AD champs are like the most oppressive after a first blood because you just get that long sword and most AD champs kind of spike at Noon Quiver or Serrated Dirk depending.
Yeah, even still, Azir will need a lot of levels before he's relevant.
Yeah, absolutely.
But, of course, it's a nice start. I mean, just having your Azir on a bit earlier
and
makes the job for everyone else a bit easier.
His KD has ruined this game.
It is. Starts with 1. But he didn't use his sum, so he should be okay.
I think also Junjie realized his mistake in the prior Zac game and he's chosen a different skin this time.
Oh, what's he got?
Is it Galactic? The purple one. Can't remember the name.
I don't know what it looks like.
Once you see it, you'll know.
Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the most played ones. Maybe
there is a Galactic Azir skin. What did he have? I think he had default maybe, right?
Maple? No. He doesn't have default. I don't remember, though. We have a Toy Soldier Croc.
You do. Now, Jungle Passer inverted this time. So it's just going to be Scuttle Crab straighted. And I don't think there's much that Junjie can do on the top side. But I think normally, if you get through your first clear completely unscathed as Zac, that's already a fairly solid start to the game. You're not really asking for anything to happen before you get more points in E. And actually, he E's into the top bush. He's looking for a gank.
Here he comes. They are going to find that stun, but Makai does go unstoppable. Oh, Q connects, and he's going to be able to hit him back in, and that forces out that flash of the Cassante, and especially with this lane state is terrible here for the top laner of BYG. Huge start early here for both bot and top for PSG.
Yeah, really nice there, and I don't think I've seen Junjie miss a Q yet.
No, he's pretty crazy with these Zac Qs. You know, myself, if I play Zac, there's no way I'm going for... I do occasionally.
Okay.
But there's no way I ever Q the person, you know. You just secure the lockup by Qing a minion and then auto-attacking.
Right.
That's how you do it when you're not as skilled as Junjie.
Kongwei is just going to make sure to stay around top, allow Lakai to crash this wave, which I think is probably the right idea. If he does get reganked, especially without Kongwei here, would be in trouble.
Might be in trouble. He does have Slice and Dice. Software Strikes will not knock him up.
Yeah, it looks like he is going to be all good. So this wave should just go under eventually. Aja can hold it, but the creeps aren't that healthy. I think this might still push out. Yeah.
It does.
Although, it's going to be close. But I think you're still fine with that as Lakai. Worst case, you don't lose too many creeps. Maple TP's back, has both the chapter and the boots. Now, that's actually a pretty big deal because a lot of the time in this matchup, you have to choose between do you have movement speed or do you have the chapter on first base? And obviously, move speed versus Xerath, really nice. Mana too, important because he just pushes you in. So having both on first base actually makes this matchup a lot easier, especially with that first strike on the Xerath rather than the Comet. And with both the mid and bot prior, PSG will secure first dragon, which I think if you have an Azir on your team, you're really happy with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And a Zac as well. Amazing start, really, I think, for PSG.
All around the map.
Yeah.
Also surprised. I don't know. I was going to say something earlier. I just forgot. But Waku picked up an assist on Betty, but I'm not even sure how. Like, he must have at some stage autoed across the wall or something.
Well, first base has come through for the bot lane. It is that BF sword on Wako.
Yep,
Boost
Gale
long
Force.
sword for Betty.
I wonder why that is. I mean...
Yeah, because I feel like the movement speed... I mean, maybe he wants attack speed just to get prio? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe it's
Might
also...
even be better with Noon Quiver, though, huh? Yeah.
Maybe it's that if Alistair looks for an engage, you have an easier time of following up, but... Yeah, I'm not sure. It does feel like Noon Quiver oftentimes is just a better item. I'm sure he has his reasoning.
I don't know. He's got 3 biscuits. I'd like to hear his reasoning for that.
True, it feels less good on Xayah. I think on champs like Kaisa you can make the argument kind of because you can't
For the
build...
mana?
Yeah, you can't build any mana.
Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously if you go AP, you could in theory get a Leandries, but...
Ooh, Kongwei... I'm not sure they want this fight. I think they're going to get it, but they need to be careful because I think they win by poking. I don't think they win a straight-up 5v5.
Well, Jajir going in, Elastic Slingshot, but will not be able to find the kill. The Emperor's Divide onto Kyrus will allow them one, and that goes over to Maple.
Well, another kill picked up, and I think it was an overstay there from Kongwei. Oh, Betty
Grabbing some
forced the
losers.
cleanse.
Yeah,
and-
going to get the cleanse out and the flash.
Yeah, I mean, really nice start here to game number 4 for PSG. Kongwei, he might look for something, but there's honestly just nothing to look for. Betty can't follow up, especially given the state of his sums. Well, now Maple has got the Sorks as well. Okay, make me a prediction right now. Do you think there will be a Leandries on the Xerath? Against
On the
Zac?
Xerath?
Yeah.
I'm going to say no. I think he's going to go Ludens and try and kill
Right.
Wako.
Okay, it's possible. But anyway, the overstay ends up costing them. They do get the red and they get out, but it comes at a pretty heavy cost. Another kill given over to the Azir is not something to scoff at. And I think...
it is Ludens. Leandries.
Oh, nice. I'm a big fan. It's about time.
Well, you didn't want to see Crown?
No. Okay, so with PSG's current strength on the map, I mean, they're just winning in pretty much every lane, you'd say, at this point. And so they're going to be able to get this Herald even without Renekton having to come down and use ult, which is pretty crazy. Not what you would expect with a Azir Zac as your mid-jungle. I mean, this is a mid-jungle that is expected to lose early, and here they are grabbing every objective on the map. So I think you're feeling a little worried here as Beyond, because once you get towards those mid-game team fights, it's not going to be easy at all, especially with Viego as well, because I think Viego being behind against Zac and Azir feels really unplayable.
2,000 damage game.
Yeah, it might be. Well, next Dragon is in a couple minutes, and I'm not sure if Wako will have his item by then. I'm guessing not.
Probably not, but he should be able to pick up some more scraps for it. And,
Yeah.
And honestly, with just how strong your mid-jungle is at the moment, you might just get it regardless, honestly.
I think so, yeah. Especially with Maple, I almost like that he's gone for the Sork Shoes, because while it does delay the Leandries, it means that you are pretty strong right now. And I think if you are just able to keep stacking up the Dragons as the team that has the Azir as well, it feels like you're getting everything. Even if you shouldn't be getting it, you're just really ticking all the boxes.
Leandries is a bold call. Remember, this is a PCS Azir.
If he doesn't go Leandries, I'll be real sad. Maple, I think Maple normally has pretty base builds.
Yeah, he does generally. And it feels like you should realize that Crown is almost never going to find value considering you are up against
Yeah.
Azirath.
And Maple won't let me down.
What if it's Everfrost?
I honestly think it's better than Crown. But I don't think so. I don't think we'll see it. Actually, it's not better than Crown. I take it back. Oh, nice dodging there. Having those tier 2 boots makes things a lot easier. And just has them a lot earlier because he has so much gold. And now 20 seconds away. Oh, tried to find something. Kongwei had to ult. So that already. And now they finally engage onto 116.
This is going to be 116. He's locked up. He's lost his flash. And he's trying to find the minions.
Yeah.
Gets denied.
This is the issue, really, with the Azir versus Xerath matchup. Again, the 1v1. It's favored to Xerath. Not as much because, again, Mabel's just picked up some kills, but I'm sure we'll get a replay of it. It is really, really hard.
Oh,
Betty.
Elastic Slingshot. Betty's 1
He's
HP.
gone.
The cleanse is gone. He is gone. And Junjia picking himself up a kill there as the dragon has spawned.
Let's see it. So this is Xerath with Flash. He has vision, so I think he should be fine to survive against the ult. I'm guessing his Flash gets cancelled by a Azir ult or something. Let's see. I don't even know how you die here. Oh, okay. Well, it's a lot simpler than I thought. He just flashed, but it wasn't enough to take him to safety. I think he was just far too up in the lane, right? I think there are some times when it can be that you don't have Flash as Xerath and you end up getting picked, but he was way too far up and he gets punished very, very heavily for it. No, Maple. He buys the crown. Oh, Maple.
So sick of seeing crown.
I'm in shock.
You are shocked.
I am shocked. Okay. 12 minutes in, though, and I'd say PSG feel like they're just in such a comfortable position. They've got leads all across the board. They've got 2 dragons as a comp that I would say outscales just because of the strength of Azir. And while it might not outscale in a pure 6 items, I mean, the Xerath and Xayah are going to be so behind in items pretty much all game long that I don't think you have an outscaling win condition per se. And even more gold is going to go over into the hands of Maple there. And this is a really tough game because Xerath is another champ that is expected to find a lead. Again, wins the laning phase typically, and as a poke champ, just functions a lot better from ahead when you aren't being threatened by engage and when your opponents are kind of forced to check into you, or you know, you're sieging their towers, and it feels like that's just the complete other way around here. And I almost feel like the Xerath pick isn't going to find any value whatsoever.
Man, what a back and forward series we've had.
Yeah, just stomp into stomp from each team.
The games take a little bit of time, but they do seem to be one-sided throughout.
Yeah, they're speeding up though.
True. Now, it is PSG that are 3k ahead. There is 3 minutes until this dragon. And Rift Herald in a minute and a half. Again, this Renekton is just too strong. They are going to be able to pick up this Rift Herald as long as they don't make any egregious mistakes. Of course, 1116 not having Flash means he's still punishable, and he shouldn't have Flash just yet until this Rift Heralds are done.
Yeah. That's the ult they used by carriers, and I wonder if Betty's going to be the one to pay for that, because without your Alistar around, and especially without the ult, I'm not sure you can defend this tower. It's going to take at least a little bit of damage. Now, Kongwei's coming down as well, and I think that might be enough to keep Betty safe. It should force Woody out. Yeah, he does disengage. But that's more resources invested into bot, and they're not even getting wins out of it. No flash there.
Oh no! Oh no! 1116, you have been taken care of.
Just play safe mid. That's so sad.
Jajia jumping in from the other side of the map as RJ just flashes the wall, and yep, Xerath does go down in timely fashion. It's more gold over onto this Azir. Now, importantly for Beyond, we have seen a 7-0 Azir lose a game before. And so, really, that's what you're hoping for. But it does feel like Maple has been a little bit more consistent than Minji has been in the playoffs.
Yeah. That mid tower looks like it's not long for this world either. So Beyond, they're pinging towards the Herald, but I don't think you win any fights right now. They're going to try.
There is teleport for RJ. Junjie in their faces just jumps on in. And this is a game that feels fun to be Zach. Last one, not so much. But in this one, you truly do just get to E wherever you want, and you don't feel like you're really under that much pressure. In fact, he hasn't even lost his passive yet this game, and last game certainly wasn't like that. But BYG certainly are trying to find options for themselves as they do find a kill there onto Woody. He's taken out in quick succession. Now, Maple recalling, this Rift Shield being started.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to TP. I think they could 4v5 this.
I do too.
Well, let's see what happened to Woody getting caught out here. Zach recalling.
Just a bit greedy, really.
Tried to contest the ward. Got CC'd up. The kill didn't go onto the carry zone. It went on to Kongwei, which feels like not that valuable at this point in the game.
Now it's time for that 4v5. Teleport coming through, but Junji is looking for Betty. Betty does have his sums, does have his ult, but it's going to be Kongwei who's going down to 1 HP, and we're seeing the strength here of RG. He stays along for such a long time as Maple picks up 2. He's looking for 3. It's going to be Junji who secures that one, and Betty, he's going to have to flash that wall, but Wako is on pursuit. There is going to be slows from these Sand Soldiers. Wako, everyone is around this Xayah. Woody will be able to stun him up. There is cleanse available. Magnet Storm comes through. Feather Storm goes backwards, and the Moonlight Vigil connects. Maple will slide on in there. The 7-0 Azir prophecy has been fulfilled. That's a dangerous time, and Junji all the while just sitting here taking down this Rift Herald for the side of PSG. I said it's back and forward, and by God, this is pretty much a mirror image of last game.
It really is, right? It feels like already Beyond just have no options in this game. There's a third dragon spawning at only 16 minutes that a lot of the time you almost have to contest, and 13-0 for good reason. I think you're right, though. His first time he's picked it up this split, and, wow, it looks damn good.
Yeah, he kept it a hidden pick for when they potentially go down to the lower bracket.
That's right.
Nobody here knew that Maple could play Azir.
It's just saving it for match point, really. When he really needs to bring out the big guns.
That's right. And now we do hope to not have a repeat of J-Team's Azir.
Yeah. Say it again, though. I think Jinjia did such a good job of CCing up, and Maple, once again, positioned so well, full HP for the majority of the fight, flashes over the wall to get away from the Kai, and then is able to just go back in. And, I mean, Azir being able to fight the fights like this early in the game is already a problem in itself.
Yeah.
And having 3 dragons on top of that, it feels like Beyond are just, I mean, it's like you said, mirror image of the game we just watched.
I must say as well, like, you've got the Azir, which shouldn't be getting so many early objectives, but it also feels like Aphelios isn't a champion that often excels until he gets a couple of items through.
Look at that damage.
Yeah, and the fact we are sitting here, 18 minutes in, we've got Soul Point. The Azir is 7-0. I mean, this is just crazy. And now, I mean, now that they see the Azir, I have to feel like draft phase when you go into the next game is going to become a whole lot more difficult.
Yeah.
As Wako's having fun there, playing a bit of dodgeball.
Look how much gold Maple has. He's almost 4,000 gold ahead of a first strike Xerath.
Yeah, I think next game it's going to be the Corki.
I honestly prefer the Corki. I think having the dash makes it a lot easier.
I think maybe the Xerath if you have a team comp built to be able to protect it. But
yeah, if
you
you
really
have
don't
winning
care.
sides, I think. You know, maybe Xerath with Renekton, I think makes it a lot easier. When you're getting flash W'd by Renekton over the wall, that feels pretty sad.
Yeah, no, certainly does.
Yeah, and it's gone quite kind of under the radar, but RJ has himself a massive lead in top lane.
Wow, yeah. I mean, you saw him in that last fight. He didn't achieve a whole lot, but he sat in the middle of 3 people and received every single bit of CC that Beyond had to offer. And now, I mean, Azir, 2 items. Nash's is now completed. Barco as well, headed towards that Kraken Slayer. Betty, though, he's got himself an item, and Horizon Focus looks to be the pickup next for 1116 on the Xerath. Some important item spikes if they can get to it, but it does feel like PSG perhaps can just look towards this Baron and should feel pretty good doing so. Lukai face checking, and wow, this guy, this is 20 minutes in, and the AD carry has just assassinated the top lane tank. Junjia, as well as Maple, looking now for Kongyue, will take him down. That's an 8-0 Azir now, and so we will not get a repeat of the J-Team Azir, as Woody and Junjia are not done. They're still looking. Ward will spot them out, but I think attention should now turn back towards this Baron.
Yeah, they could probably do it on
seconds.
spawn.
Yeah.
Doesn't... Oh, there's a couple pings on it. I think they should just turn around and do it. I think Azir and Zach even could just do it, even if you don't bring the rest, but...
Yeah, we saw last game, Zach nearly soloed it.
Yeah. Well, this should be a 20-minute Baron going over. I don't see any way that Beyond can contest this. Maybe a miracle steal out of 1116, the only possible chance that this doesn't go over. But doesn't look like he's going to try. Oh, he is trying. He has the Andrew burn. Not to be.
He does pick up some gold for himself, though.
Well, now, it's that 10,000 gold lead again. I just can't believe these last 2 games have been so similar in the way they've played out. It feels like now PSG are the ones with that unassailable lead and a 4th dragon spawning in just 2 more minutes.
I guess the big difference is that it feels like PSG should have been on the back foot in this game.
Yeah, that's the thing. And I actually don't think the level 1 kill mattered that much. I feel like it's more just the random deaths, right? Like Azir continuing to pick up kills. I think one kill on Azir, look, it sucks. There's no doubt about it, but you shouldn't feel that for a while. But yeah, I mean, he was 3-0 pretty early on, and I think that already is bad signs.
Yep, definitely. And now it is the Baron, picked up, of course, by PSG, and they have their chance to siege across these minions. There's a little bit of wave clear, of course. Xayah as well as the Xerath can clear out these waves fairly reasonably, although Xerath maybe doesn't have the items to do it in such quick fashion yet. It's Wako getting the job done. English is so hard.
It is. I gave up ages ago.
All right,
Jinjia.
This guy's unkillable. He still has passive and
2 levels up in the jungle as well.
1 tower going down. We might even be beating last game's time at the rate we're at the moment. Jinjia constantly finding these Q stuns. As a lot of abilities put out his way. None will connect. And Maple, his wave will be crashing. Obviously, the waves are not synced, so BYG should be able to clear them out.
Well, a little bit of damage onto Jinjia, but should be able to sustain it back up. And now the Baron waves are pushed up. Ocean Dragon 15 seconds away. And I think Beyond should make some sort of effort to contest this. It feels impossible, but at the same time, giving over the Ocean Drake when you've got a Xerath, it's pretty unwinnable, I would say. I like that they're grouping down mid. I think this is your 1% chance to win the game, is doing this. It still feels incredibly unlikely, though.
It does feel like you... Oh, wow. That was a single... You didn't even get the auto attack off. Yeah, Jinjia's going in. He finds the Q. He finds the ward to auto attack, and Makai's back in towards his team. Jinjia getting low, still has ult, still has Radiant Virtue, so he feels pretty okay, all things considered. Ult coming out there of Xerath, and now Kongyue going to get stunned up by RG's taken very low, and Jinjia is so good at finding these stuns, does eventually go into his passive, but Maple's arriving, in comes the Magnet Storm. Featherstorm comes through though, and it's going to be a shutdown. Betty finding that one. And now the transform from Kongyue, the reset coming through. He's looking for Woody. He's going to have to go back very shortly. Stunned up and taken down. All the while, it was Wako who sits at the Ocean Dragon and takes it out. The 4v5, not including the AD carry, goes even.
It was pretty rough there. I mean, fighting in that choke really favors Azir, who's also the strongest member of the team. And I think you are out of options here as Beyond. I think you can maybe stall out the game. You have some decent wave clear, but it feels so impossible to turn this game around. You would need not just one miracle. You'd probably like 10 miracles.
Absolutely.
See it again, though. I think this did start off, I believe, with Jinjia getting aggressive again. And the engage rate of Zac is so hard to respect. I mean, look at that. Gets all the way in, and Makai stunned up, just getting DPS down by everyone. Now, Jinjia, he did get taken pretty low by the Xerath ult, so decides to ult, turn this one around. And maybe went a bit too far, but I think you'd have to say it was still worth it. I don't think you worry too much about your Zac going down, and having everyone in this choke just allows Azir. I mean, look at how easy this is for Maple. Just gets to spam out auto attacks in what is a 3v5 currently, and they're still winning.
Yeah. I mean, PSG are just so insanely ahead. It's kind of at the stage of the game now where you're just thinking towards the next one, thinking what went wrong. Obviously, the first blood given over by Betty was a problem. Going through a pause. So you're going to have even more time to linger on those thoughts.
Yeah.
And it's kind of crazy. I mean, PSG really do have the draft that you suspect has to give over some early objectives. Maybe they can get the Herald just because they have got that Renekton top. But especially in the bot side, while maybe very early on in the game, the Rel is better than the Alistar. When it comes to those skirmishes, Alistar's very, very strong early game. And obviously the Xayah as well feels a little bit better than the Aphelios in the earlier stage of the game. But it just wasn't to be. And I mean, the early first blood and then 2 more kills found on the Azir meant that just every single objective went over to PSG despite having the scaling comp.
Yeah, that's pretty insane to think about. Because I think in the previous game, you know, you look at the likes of the Nico and the Renekton, them picking up all the objectives, it makes a lot of sense, right? And you could have criticized PSG for fighting when they shouldn't. But this time, PSG not only have an incredible scaling column, they're getting every objective, they're winning every fight. I mean, you just can't... What more could you ask for, really? Maybe Leandri's on Azir, but let's not be unrealistic.
True. It's impossible. I'm telling you, man. There is no Leandries in the PCS shop, and 116 only got it because he used some exploit. His game is not normally.
Okay.
All right, fight over the red buff. This could be the fight that decides the game. Kyrres headbutts Jinjir away, and there's going to be the red buff picked up eventually, but Jinjir is getting in there. Lakai does land a nice knock up there with that Natofu strikes onto Wako, but he's getting taken very, very low. Wako's looking for that auto attack, does connect with it, but it's not going to take out Lakai. It is complete pressure, though, given over to the side of PSG in the BYG jungle. There is no objectives yet. There is 1 minute and a half until this Baron, but they should be able to pressure down and take out this top lane tower.
It does look like there's nothing BYG can really do to defend. I think they can keep their base alive until Baron, but I think once that goes over, it's pretty much done. Quite hard to siege, though, into this. Although, maybe Maple's strong enough that Betty can't even walk up and clear the wave. He's up 4 levels in a
Jinjir getting low. He's going to have to pop the Let's Bounce. He does get it off, but he's actually taken out. And Kongwei, he's taken over that soul as he's looking for anyone, really. Arje's getting low. He's going to have to commit that Heartbreaker to try and keep up. As stunned up is Arje. A lot of sustain, though. Has the Ocean Soul, has the Empowered Q available, and the Gore Drinker. And you saw Maple arrives into that Raptor Pit, and a few auto attacks onto Lakai takes him down to about 2/3 HP. And now Kongwei is getting very low in the bush. He's going to face check. Stunned up. Wako lands that Gravitum. Are they going to be able to follow on? Kyrres does pop the ult, and he's staying very, very tanky, but will be eventually going down as Maple slides on in. Is going to be able to take out Lakai. Now Kongwei and Betty running for their lives, trying to get away from RJ, who's on hot pursuit. Teleport coming through here. Maple going to be able to cut off Kongwei while RJ stuns up and takes down Betty. It's going to be all but 116 dead, and it's his job now to try and defend this push from PSG. But Wako is going to Gale Force forward, flashes over the stun, but does not have the damage as flash away from 1116. Inhib number 1 is taken out, and they're looking to end here. Kyrres spawning very shortly. Lakai only 10 seconds away as well. In comes Kyrres. It was a good Zhonya's there to avoid the Emperor's Divide, but Kyrres is going to go down. There's 5 members of PSG. Wako with the Chakrams is going to do enough damage to this tower. Lakai spawning should not be able to say much, and we are going to go to game number 5.
Our first game 5 in this Splits playoffs. And of course, it would be between PSG and Beyond. And I don't even know what to expect going into game number 5, because it feels like whichever team wins that first fight just dominates the game for the remainder. And it will, of course, be Beyond with that side selection, and they can go back to blue. But again, I don't think it's super side specific.
No,
right? Like, I think they can get their drafts on either side. But MVP for that game, I think you give it to the 10-0.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
RJ, no, it is Maple. Certainly Maple.
Play safe mid.
That's right. That was actually pretty crazy, though. Imagine being 116 there. You've lost your flash, and you're like playing behind your tower, and you just get Zac Renekton flashed over the wall, and you take it out. And
such as mid lane.
I mean, to be fair, good by PSG to realize that, because I think a lot of other teams wouldn't realize the opportunity to go for something like that. I mean, how often do you see a Renekton just farming up his fury on the Raptor camp, waiting to flash over and W someone? It's not the most often play you see, but definitely well done by PSG. And maybe Renekton, you could argue, is going to be one of the against Maple?
Yeah, I don't know. It's tough, right? Like, there's a lot of champs that you have to ban against him, and it's... Maple's one of those players that just has the champion depth of not only can he pick a lot of champions, but he's actually really good at a lot of champions.
Yeah.
Because I think that's a big difference, right? Is you've got some people that will play lots of things, but you look at them and, or maybe you look at the LeBlancs, for example, and being like, yeah, like these players are probably decent at it, but it's not to the level where it's 1v9ing. And I think also, you know, because PSG plays such a standard style, they can pretty much bring in any kind of mid laner without it disrupting the way they play the game. Whereas it feels like that is also not an option that Beyond have, right? Like you look at the Xerath and sure, it might be a good matchup into Azir, but I don't think it's the way that Beyond play normally at all.
Yeah, it also feels a little weird because, I mean, yes, maybe if there was no first blood coming through from Maple, you can look for the skirmishes. Not because Xerath's good at skirmishing, but because Xerath can pressure the Azir to be low on health and then not able to go to the skirmishes himself. And so that's the sort of way where you can find an advantage in those skirmishing moments that the Xerath can get over Azir. But basically, I mean, I want to go back as well. We're probably not going to see it, but how did Betty end up just getting caught out in the jungle and going down level 1? Because that feels like something when you're in a playoff, this playoffs, whoever wins here goes to Worlds. As I've said earlier, you can't be making a mistake like that because that feels like one of the most simple things to avoid. Because ultimately, like, you've been caught out, you've been forced to run into the opposing team's jungle and given over Azir, who is probably the last champion you want to give the first blood to, first blood. And that's really where the game just started to get out of control. I mean, obviously the laning, it felt like 116 possibly didn't punish Maple enough, but still, it was like from that, Maple just got, as you said, the boots and the lost chapters so quickly.
That's a big deal. Well, we are going to see it here, so I wonder if Betty just, like, I don't know, did they think they were all going to go for this? So I think you have to leave, right? Because Aphelios is coming up, and I think Betty realizes that, right? Like, he's trying to walk away. I'm so confused.
Okay.
Okay, so Zac started coming down and Kongyue didn't. So they looked for damage on the Woody, but Betty... Okay, so he kites forward and then is caught up. I think even if he flashes the wall, he probably just gets killed by Wako on the way out. So there isn't much you can do once you decide to kite forward, but I think there's no point kiting forward if your jungler's on the other side of the map. Now, again, that's a lot of things to consider in the moment, but I think Betty, he's an elite player, right? He should be able to get those things right. And I feel like at this point, the game... I wouldn't say it was doomed, but it was not in a good spot, right? Like the Azir was, I think at this point, 3-0 and just got first tower. So it feels so uncontrollably snowballed. And Woody, he got caught out here, but it was flash used by Carrier as an ult on the Xerath. So it's not like it didn't come at a cost. And I think that cost was punished by PSG, who was so far ahead. And they know if those tools are missing from skirmishes that they're going to go pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. And you do see it. This replay will continue. And you'll see that here. Despite the fact it should be a 4v5, and teleport comes through here from RJ, it is eventually matched. But no real damage coming through on Junjia despite the lockup. Aftershock obviously denying a lot of that. And Maple is just going to shred them apart.
Yeah, look at the damage. I mean, just one auto attack onto Betty gets him a bit low, that Q auto coming through. And I think as well, you know, we've seen this time and time again, the PCS, if too many resources are used to get your initial pick and you don't have damage or the tools or whatever to deal with the carries, especially champs like Azir, they will just mow you down on the way out. And I always look at these fights and I check the two carries HP, you know, full HP Wako, 80% HP Maple. This fight wasn't close.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's like those fights where they did pick up RJ later on. It's like, yes, you've killed the Renekton, but both of these carries are just completely unkillable. And yeah, you're seeing it there. I think that was his 7th kill. Maybe it was his 6th kill that he picked up at the end there. And well, I mean, honestly, you're seeing it in the damage there. Obviously, 116 doing a lot of damage himself, but it was up against a Ocean Soul.
That's right.
And an Aphelios who heals up all the damage, and a Zac who heals up all the damage, and a Renekton, again, who heals up all the damage. So I think the damage graph, while it looks like 116 was doing a lot, I don't think he really was.
No. Part of that, I think, is the Leandries, though, actually. Does add up to a lot of damage, especially against, you know, the Zac, the Renekton, the Rel. But is it relevant damage? I think not when you're this far behind. I think if we see the Xerath pick again and we're more even, perhaps. But I honestly don't think it really fits Beyond. I think that just the way they play, they need to skirmish early. They need to fight, especially with Viego, right? Like, this game, there was nothing really stopping them from just going Annie Viego, and I honestly think it would have looked a lot better. But of course, to no one's surprise at all, it is Maples Azir who picks up the MVP, 37% of his team's damage as well.
Do you think the Annie would have actually been better? I mean, like,
I think so.
Without, I mean, I'm saying in this game, because obviously First Blood was picked up by Maple, and so he got to his spikes a little bit earlier. Doesn't it feel a little harder to then play as the Annie?
I would actually say not really, because against Annie, there's a lot of things that you have to buy against Annie, right? Like a lot of the times you see Azirs, they both rush Merc Treads and they take Resolve, they take Second Wind unflinching, because Annie's really strong in lane with the Airy build, and also you just need to rush Mercs without the tenacity. So sure, you might close some of the windows that you can find, but I still think you have plenty of them. But I mean, we saw here 116, too far up in the lane, was caught out there. I don't know. I think I'd like the Annie a lot more.
I think for Beyond, regardless, I'd like the Annie a lot more, because throughout the regular season, they've looked really good on the Annie. Throughout the playoffs, they've looked good on facilitatory mids, and unfortunately, it was not to be, but obviously that is now going to mean we're going into match point. So after we have a couple of adverts, we will be coming back here and getting into game number 5 between PSG and Beyond.
好想吃花雕鸡面呢，可是还在加班。阿嬷，
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
这不就是我们以前常吃的三杯鸡？哇，现在好想吃哦。
笑脸嘞，要不要来碗三杯鸡风味干面？来，跟回味一拜。
就是这味道，
这碗浓郁咸香的酱，搭着葱花，再加上 Q 弹弹的面条，再淋上招牌米酒，吼吼。
这真是记忆中的美味啊！重现记忆中的街边美味，海酒面摊系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛豚骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上5加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the Silver Scrapes for the first time here in the Summer Playoffs. Of course, the Summer Playoffs brought to you by Riot Games, Carry Live, Changhua Telecom, and TTL brand Ramen. And now, heading into Game 5, every game has been back and forth. Not every game has been back and forth. The games have been back and forth.
That's right.
And so, heading into this one, if we're going through the trend, it should be BYG picking it up, and I imagine they should be favored, I guess, in a way, because they are on the blue side, and the blue side has looked dominant in this series. But I don't think that's really the reason why, as you sort of touched on. Oh, wow.
Okay. Well, yeah, okay, so like he said, I think very back and forth. Generally, the team with that side selection choosing the blue has been the ones coming out on top, but Beyond, they choose red side in game number 5, and I'm interested to see what they change up here, because I think that what I was going to say is that I think BYG will go in favored because they have blue, but I think you could tell who was going to win off the draft, right?
Yeah.
And so if PSG had come out with a better draft, they would have said they would win game 5, but now I feel like this is a real spanner in the works because, well, one, I don't really know what this means. You know, like, what are they going to change? Because when you look at last game, right, the Azir obviously was an issue. What was first picked again?
I don't even remember. Rel?
Yeah, okay, so the Rel. I mean, you can't... You could drop the Poppy, I suppose, but... okay, you drop the Poppy. The thing they were afraid of with the Poppy before, at least I think, was the top jungle flex. But you have red side last pick. So maybe they leave the Poppy, knowing that worst case, they can say last pick something like Gwen, and that way they can afford to ban the Rel.
I guess you run into the problem then of Arja taking that Gwen in the 4-5, because then what's your answer to the Gwen then? So,
especially if the Jax is banned, right?
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see. I suspect the start of the draft should be fairly similar. We'll see though. Is the Poppy going to be that last ban? PSG remaining with their same 3 bans as they found success on.
I think they're going to switch it to Rel. That's my bold prediction. And they're going to leave the Poppy.
What about the Zac?
Oh, they could even take the Poppy. Yes, I suppose the Zac. Feels like a hard champ to ban out, though. Just something that you're going to have to respect.
It's refreshing having Silver Scrapes. We had it so many times in spring.
We had like, what, 4 series in a row?
Yeah. First time here.
Oh, okay. So they leave up the Rel. I wonder then what's going to be different, because it feels like, you know, after you just get annihilated on the red side, surely you're coming in this being like, okay, clearly that game didn't go well. We're going to change things up. But if they just run it back, I'd be super confused.
I guess not giving over first blood, maybe they suspect that was the biggest issue.
Yeah.
And now PSG, I mean, they should feel comfortable just taking the same as they did last time. The Rel, again, a flex, can be for Junjie, can be for Woody. Now coming in next, they did pick the Xayah.
Yeah, so the Xayah, I think nothing wrong with the Xayah. Ooh.
This is an immediate change.
So do we think that's a flex?
No.
I don't think so either. So this is just their bot lane.
I imagine so. I would be very surprised to see Kongyue or not.
Do we think then... Oh! What would Kongyue play? I mean, he could play Kindred, right? Like, what does he look towards now?
Could be the Kindred. I mean, this... Viego still might not get locked in, and I don't hate this. Yeah, okay.
I like that a lot.
Okay. Now... Oh my goodness. We're going back. We're throwing it back.
Oh... PSG.
Obviously, there is a bit of a change because they do have, in this game, the Nautilus.
Yeah.
Instead of the Alistair.
Oh, that first 3, though. Rel, Azir, Renekton.
Oh.
If they
PSG are going to Worlds. Sorry, it's an overreaction, but I will say this immediately does strike me as PSG are doing very well in the draft phase.
I cannot believe that Beyond picked red side to do this to me. Well, okay. Maybe it'll be saved in the 4-5. Let's see it. Second phase bans. Probably do want to ban away some ADCs from Wako.
It doesn't feel all that... It honestly doesn't feel that impactful because he's just going to pick up the Aphelios or the Zeri.
Well, I feel like it almost is better to ban Aphelios just because it has lifesteal, right? And that's kind of what LeBlanc is going to struggle with. I also think, you know, we've seen before some late games Aphelios are just turning around and one-shotting the LeBlanc.
That's right. That's a bit of a shout-out to Tide there from...
Kazakh's ban.
Oh, okay.
I like that.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
he
do
played
too.
it a lot at the start of the playoffs.
Do they just ban the Viego alongside it? Doesn't feel like you have to. Honestly.
Yeah, you probably don't have to.
Means the
What else do you
skirmishing's a bit
ban,
harder. Oh, I think you do just ban the Viego. It makes the skirmishing hard for PSG. And we saw a lot of the advantage they got from getting those early objectives last game. And you have to imagine they're not going to start off with first blood here on the Azir.
Now, Viego ban would be most likely, unless there's something else they're really worried about. Could be the Rakan, I guess. No, they banned the Viego. So, beyond... I mean, do you go for the Alistar? Do you go for the Rakan? Or, I mean, you can pick up your top laner here as well if you do want some counter. But I feel like... I almost feel like top lane, we need a Gwen or something. I think if you're picking Cassante into this, you're... I don't like it. I mean, it's a good pick, I think, on paper, but I think with the LeBlanc, we need something a bit... Okay.
Oh.
I'm not overjoyed with it.
Neither.
I think that LeBlanc with the burst build works better with this, and I also think Vi works better against almost every other mid other than Azir, right? Like Azir both has disengage and a very long dash, and range on top of that. So... I guess now up to Wako to pick an ADC that can survive up against this, because there is a lot of point-and-click threat, right? The Vi and the Nautilus, and I think whatever you play here is not going to be easy.
This strikes me as a Thresh angle.
Yeah, honestly, maybe you just do it and just try and make it a bit easy. Or even like a Lulu or something.
Yeah.
Because I think, even if, okay, if they ult you as Lulu, you're fine, right? Like your team will survive and that's all good. And if you can keep the Felix alive, it would be nice. Maybe they're just going to take the Rakan. It's not a denial, though. Obviously, Nautilus has already been picked up.
Will we locked in?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think this is a very well-rounded comp for the side of PSG.
Okay. I mean, I don't hate the Jax. I actually quite like the Jax.
Yeah, I think the Jax has its place in this draft.
Okay. So I think going into game number 5, overall, I do prefer PSG's draft. I'm very close to liking Beyond's draft. I think if it weren't LeBlanc and it were like Annie, Ahri, Syndra, Talia, pretty much anything not called LeBlanc, I'd be a pretty big fan of this comp. But I think what they want to do, right, they want to just dive onto Wako, they want to dive onto Maple, make their jobs really hard, and I think LeBlanc is going to take too long to do that with the Shiv build. Or you could just play the normal LeBlanc build. I actually wouldn't hate it.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Shaw. There's no way that 1116 does that.
Probably
but
not.
I agree. It does feel better because you have so much point and click.
Yeah.
That the regular LeBlanc build does do better with that sort of team fight, but I don't think we'll see that. I think we're going to see yet another static Shiv LeBlanc going off into the side lanes. It all comes down to this. Game number 5, winner goes to the grand finals and goes to Worlds. It'll be the first team in the PCS that lock in their World spot, which is a lot on the line, of course. I mean, going into it, give me your prediction. I want to get 2 predictions out of you. First blood, who picks it up, and who wins the game.
Okay. I think PSG will win the game because I have no faith in the Shiv LeBlanc build anymore. I've actually lost all faith in it. So I think PSG will win. First blood, though, I almost feel like it might go to Beyond. I feel like First blood is picked up by the Vild, and Betty gets the kill.
Okay. All right. I'm a believer.
What, you think Beyond will win?
I think... No. I think PSG will win.
Yeah.
But Archer is going to get it done up in the top side on the Croc.
Yeah, I can respect it.
I mean, the Croc's been very impactful, and when you're ripping out the Croc in game number 5, I favour it. I honestly think this Renekton, especially with how these teams have played, just the series in general.
Level 1?
Uh-oh. Okay, starts as E. Now, that is not that impactful, because you do actually oftentimes just take E against the Jax anyway. Yeah. And so, honestly, you didn't really gain a whole lot from that.
Well, you sent a message into the top side. So, I think, yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of this does depend on how the LeBlanc does, because I think if you're playing, you know, Waco's Aphelios here up against Nort, Vi, Jax, it's not super easy. And the LeBlanc is damage on top of that. And I also think that, you know, we meme on the LeBlanc build a lot because it takes a really long time to come online, and oftentimes by it does, it feels like it's already been outscaled. But I think if you can fight a lot earlier, you know, like fight often and early and get kills on the LeBlanc, then it actually feels very oppressive, right? Like if you're hitting 2 items on this LeBlanc build and everyone else is still at 1.5, it actually feels very good. But you have to be ahead of the curve because otherwise you don't really hit the same mark.
Yep, absolutely. Junglers both starting top side here, so headed towards that bot lane. There is an angle for perhaps an early gank on top, but doesn't feel like it should get a whole lot. Early lane being pushed out by PSG. And you know, if you think back to some of the most exciting games, maybe barring the DCG versus CFO, when it comes down to everything's on the line and you go to a late game team fight, I think the most exciting games have come out of Aphelios versus Xayah.
Yeah, pretty much.
At the 35-40 minute mark.
Yeah.
And so, if we end up getting there, what a way it would be to finish. Now, I will say it does feel a little bit different, being that you do have an Azir, because that champ can absolutely just annihilate a team. I think importantly, this is a game as Maple where you pretty much have to go Crown. It doesn't feel that good against the LeBlanc, but if you ever get flash altered by Kong Yue and you don't have Crown, you probably do just go down.
Yeah. I also think it's probably one of the weaker Leandry games we've seen. It's still decent, right? It's always at least viable, but... Jinjir, he's going for invade, has bot priority. Mid priority is relatively even. I think Kong Yue should actually end up getting this, but maybe not. I mean, he might get forced away by Woody.
It's probably going to come down to a smite fight by the looks of things. Ooh. And it is Jinjir who picks that one up.
Yeah, okay. Nice little pickup there, and maybe he's not done. He's still trying to get... Oh, okay, this is going to be a fight for the crab. LeBlanc is here first. Jinjir, he might have to flash.
Going to stun up that
he's
LeBlanc.
Gonna be fine.
Does jump on over the wall.
Getting the stun was big. It's going to mean that he is able to just get out there, but...
Might lose both crabs.
Yeah, which is okay, right? Because you already got the blue.
Yeah, I think you take that, honestly. It's completely fine.
I think really important there for Maple as well, that LeBlanc did move there but didn't find anything. Because if you're Azir, you're really just hoping LeBlanc doesn't find Snowball from anywhere, and you're just allowed to keep this game nice and slow.
Going away, looking bot.
Yeah, okay. This looks like a hard gank to make, but maybe just getting a sum.
Maybe just being here in case Jinjir is looking.
Yeah, it could be it too. They do have a lot of vision though. I mean, unless they're respecting a lane gank. And I mean, maybe that's what's about to happen is Jinjir is pathing into the lane.
Kong Yue does complete his recall too.
Well, this is bad timing. I don't know if Jinjir will be able to get into this bush though. I think, oh,
they're looking. Kira's going to get stunned up. There's so much CC. Gravitum even there for Waco. And Waco's looking for first blood here. Is going to pick it up. And in game number 5, Waco gets himself first blood.
Very, very nice start to the game there. And Kong Yue, he's going to be real sad about that. He hovered for a long time, but eventually Jinjir found the window and punished pretty significantly as Waco. I mean, he's going to be so far ahead.
Yeah, this bot lane going very, very well for PSG. And a lot of that stems, honestly, off that invade. Jinjir finding the good timing there on that blue buff invade, picking himself up that one, and then also finding the timing on this bot lane gank.
I think it's real tough here for the Beyond bot lane. You know the wave is pushing back out, and eventually you are going to have to walk up to it. Kyrus decides, well, he's probably still not here, but unfortunately it does go down. At least he kept the sums, but again, first blood on Aphelios is such a big deal. Now, they do have the tools to deal with it, right? They have a lot of point and click engage. So there are ways they can kill Waco, but I think him being any stronger than you want him to be is, well, you don't want that, of course. LeBlanc is starting to build up a bit of a lead in mid lane. It misses the cannon. Sad to see. There's nothing really to write home about, though, and it's kind of to be expected. one of the biggest strengths of Shiv LeBlanc is its 1v1 laning phase, but oftentimes just feels like it doesn't really convert into anything. And you see that from a lot of different mid lane champs of, it's one thing to be strong in the 1v1, you know, you think of champs like Yasuo or Aurelia, but some of them either can't skirmish or can't roam, and that can make it really hard to spread the lead around the map. And I think that's kind of a similar thing to what LeBlanc has here, where yes, she can roam, she has a lot of CC, but until she has Shiv, the wave clear is fairly average, and you don't really want to be, or I guess you want to be involved in fights, you want to pick up kills, but you don't really bring any damage to any early fights.
Absolutely true, and Maple gets his recall off, does have himself boots as well as the Lost Chapter again. So managing, despite not getting first blood, to be able to find that exact same back timing in terms of item spikes. Both junglers around the bot side could see a 3v3. Of course, Summon is available here for the side of BYG. Ignite very soon will be coming back up for Woody.
This should be Dragon going the way of PSG. Currently have both bot and mid priority. 1116 is recalled in base. So PSG, they're going to get that full bot side river control, a first Dragon for themselves. And Beyond, actually they're pinging, they want to fight. Surprising to me, I don't think Beyond want this fight, especially without level 6 on Vi.
It lands, it's on the Jinjia. There is no level 6, but there's so much CC coming onto Kyrie's. Wako and Betty duking it out on the bottom side. That is Ghost used from both the 80 carries, and Wako's going forward. He emotes, and he claims himself a second. Betty going down here to Wako. 2 kills, the Dragon as well for PSG.
I don't really get why BYG wanted that fight. It feels like it's one that you are just going to lose, especially given the, not even the strength difference in mid lane, right? Like I feel like Azir is more valuable at that fight, but LeBlanc just doesn't add anything. And I think bot lane as well, they're clearly favored. And maybe on top of all that, right, the Vi without the ult, that's a champ that is built completely around ult. Whereas Rel, she can fight without it and it would be fine. So it feels like Beyond just can give that one up. And something you see so much in the PCS, right, is teams fighting and taking fights that they shouldn't. But I think also, if you've decided as a team that you're just going to fight every objective, why would you not just choose champs that function around that, right? Like, I don't think the Shiv LeBlanc build makes any sense if you are just going to be contesting all the fights. You might as well be playing something like the Annie or the Ahri at that point. So really confusing, for me at least, from BYG.
Maple having a good time for himself now in this middle lane as Wako's doing the Raptors.
Oh, that's my go. I love that.
He's just going to leave the small ones there to slowly fade away. Jinjia starting to work on this Rift Herald, and there is no roams from either of the supports, but importantly, Kongyue might just be looking for a dive bot.
Maybe they can four-man. No sums
on Wako, and this is a big minion wave. Teleport though, I like this. RJ saving his bot lane. It may be to his own detriment, but I think Wako really is the guy you're protecting in this game.
I think it's worth it for sure. Might suffer a little bit in the top lane, but that would have been such a important death, right? The kill, of course, would be picked up. The bounty would go over and plates on top of all that. And Jinjia should be fine to clear up the top side. Lakai will grab himself a plate, but it's not going to be the end of the world. And the Herald did still importantly go over to the side of PSG. So I think you're very happy with the state of the game right now as PSG. Feels like Beyond have to now play for 2-3 item win condition on Betty and somehow LeBlanc becoming useful later on. But I think with Wako this accelerated already, she's not going to find impact.
Does feel like that. Maple finishes his Sorks, but it is now the static shift completed for 116 on this LeBlanc. And RG almost solo killing top. I'm interested to see what happened there, considering he should have lost quite a lot for going bot.
I wonder if he graded for a plate or something, because that was without Renekton's ult used, and Jax did have to use his own. Now Jinjia onto bot side, has that Herald. Were there any plates taken bot? I don't think so. No, there weren't. So probably not going to be dropped here, at least just yet. Can maybe save it for that next dragon. I think really important for PSG that they try and take their fights around Wako's flash. Because I think that that's the window really back in for Beyond, is to use everything on Wako and take him out. He grabs the Gale Force.
Oh, the curse of Kull.
He's one off.
Oh, Arju's going to find Kongyue.
Yeah, he was maybe looking to repeat gank mid, like game number 4. Just drops the ward though, and we'll be able to go back to top side soon enough. Looks like he's going to do the top scuttle. PSG have been doing a good job of just taking away those camps. You know, when Jinji is not on that side of the map and making it a bit more difficult for Kongyue to trade anything back. Okay, Herald's drop mid. Golders should be picked up here. Feels very, very nice. Not a lot of damage that comes out, unfortunately. So 40 seconds away from second drag. To me, it feels like PSG are in full control of this game at the moment. Especially because top doesn't have TP. You know, with Renekton TPing bot before, you maybe thought that Jax could TP to this fight. But just doesn't have it. Gets invested it to go back top after getting chunked out. So to me, it's just PSG's drag. Yeah, looks like it. Kongyue is going to try trade on the top side. They're pinging onto the Renekton, and this is where we're going to see it. I don't think this is diveable. Okay, they're TPing. Maybe it is diveable.
Yeah, looks like Arju
so
will just be taken out.
If you can bring up the LeBlanc, I think you're able to get it, but I honestly don't even know if it's worth it, because you're going to lose waves mid. You can maybe get 4-man bot, and Azir can take probably a plate. So all things considered, I'm not sure it probably is still favorable for Beyond, but I don't think it's that favorable. Now, LeBlanc getting the kill, I think, does go a pretty long way to accelerating early, and if they can get this whole top tower, but I don't think they can, or maybe they can.
Looks like they will be able to.
There's so much armor.
Lakai almost going down.
Okay.
He almost went down in the dive too.
Yeah, that's a big win though, I think. I'm surprised they were able to get the whole tower, but that's a big pickup. It's going to close the gold gap pretty significantly. Lots of items coming through here though for PSG. So they're feeling pretty strong, and they've got those 2 drags. So remember that Beyond are going to have to contest the 3rd and 4th ones, and they definitely will not have items on Betty before that point. So it's going to be kind of a weird game, I feel like, almost for Beyond, because so often they're relying on Betty to be the one that wins those team fights for them, but the game's completely reversed. The top sides are the ones that are doing well, and they're going to have to kind of carry these next 2 fights, give Betty the time to scale up. Not even at 1 item yet. I think he has it now.
Yeah, I think he hasn't recalled in quite a long time, and that was his 500th kill there in the PCS.
Not bad. Okay, does now have that Kraken, like you said. But that's pretty much guaranteed that he will not have the Navori before that 3rd dragon fight. Yeah. And I think that is so crucial.
And we might even see Kraken completed by Wako.
Yeah, would not be surprised.
I think maybe he won't have enough time, but it will be very close. Kira's asserting dominance.
All right, a minute away from the Herald, and I think both teams really do want this. If PSG get the Herald, that's mid-tower pretty much gone. If Beyond get it, they can use it in a side lane with LeBlanc and maybe take a couple towers. So it is a pretty valuable objective for either side. Now, 1116 is currently in bot lane without TP. He has enough time to get up. He has both the wave clear and the mobility to do it. Looks like he might reset, which I don't know if it's the right play. I guess they just really won the fight. Let's see. And Maple, he's going to have to force up to walk up, or alternatively, he can just trade the bot tower, which I might even prefer. I feel like you can comfortably give Herald here and just give more gold onto Azir.
Yeah, I think that might be the play. Lakai going back out bot now.
See what they look for.
I assume Maple will recall here and probably start to look up top, because with the Jax here, you certainly can't pressure that tower.
He's just going to walk up, not going to recall.
Arju going to match. Arju does have teleport available for himself as well, so can match the teleport there of Lakai. And honestly, I think the Renekton, while it did go down there in that dive, still feels pretty strong, and Betty is going to have to avoid really the Renekton at all costs. Herald being started up by PSG now. Maple is going to be here. Kongyue looking for a flank. They're going to have to find some way to get this Shattered Crown away from Maple to make him at least somewhat vulnerable.
Kongwei with a huge flank though.
Yeah,
has to find Wako.
Wako is just annihilating 1116. He's going to fail his flash though, and he's going to be CC'd up for a long, long time. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but RJ has arrived. He's on the croc, and Maple has remained untouched. Lakai gonna have to leap strike away, will manage to do so, but all things said and done, it's the Herald going over to PSG as well as 2 kills.
They should be pretty happy with that, and I think, again, that's a fight that PSG might have even won harder if Waku had played it just a tiny bit better. They did engage very heavily onto him though, so you can understand it, but I mean, just the mid difference in that fight was pretty incredible. I think it was 200 damage dealt by LeBlanc to 2,000 on Azir. Take another look at it though, and look how aggressive Waku gets. Down 2 levels, just destroys LeBlanc, forces her to flash out. And Waku, he wasn't close enough to a wall, so kind of felt like he had no choice, especially without a stopwatch. But no damage left, and Maple's Azir still well and truly alive. Just rips through the rest of Beyond, forces him away, and was it PSG that got it? I think they did, right?
Yeah.
They did. Okay, big pickup.
Now, importantly, though, if there were to be a fight now over this Chemtech Dragon, which you feel like there will be, there is no summoners available for Wako on the Aphelios, while Betty does maintain both of his. Importantly, though, Maple got himself a kill in that fight and is looking very, very strong. He kept all of his summoners available, as well as his ult will be back up. And you still have that Renekton.
Okay, 116 getting aggressive on bot side, but you can see the poke is not there yet. And this is third drag spawning. No third item, or sorry, no second item, no Navori here on the Xayah, and also no Night Harvester on the Blanc. So missing those really key spikes that I think could put fights in BYG's favor. Now, they have to be able to punish Wako's no flash. That's really the key to winning this fight. But I think, honestly, even if you kill him again, there's a good chance that Maple just cleans up off the back end. So this doesn't look very easy for Beyond, especially because both they're engaged. You know, the Vi and the Nautilus did invest flashes aggressively in the previous fight. So they're going to have to find some insane flanks, and they are finding them. They're getting pretty aggressive on the bot side. Jinjia should herald mid here.
And this will be the mid tower going down. Wako staying in the area, should be able to pick up the gold for that for himself. In fact, they're not even turning their attention towards the dragon. They're going to keep going on. Sandcastle has been erected, and now looking for another crash and maybe even another tower. Jinjia goes forward. Magnet Storm is going to be Kira's. He's taken out in a very, very quick amount of time. Lakai on the flank, not going to be able to find anything. 2 towers, a kill, and now attention towards this dragon, likely to come through very shortly. As that is a really long leap strike. I didn't know you could do that.
It's a big wall, but now third dragon. I think it goes to PSG. And I'm not sure what the Beyond game plan is at this point. It feels like once again you've kind of just left yourselves with the hope Betty gets items, but I don't think it's that realistic here. 116.
He's on the wrong side of the map, but he's likely actually
fine.
going to be able to get out, yeah. Especially with that speed boost. There's no way you're catching this LeBlanc.
How good is that skin?
Which one?
IG LeBlanc. I think that's the best skin in the game.
Oh, that's a big call. I think the IG skin lines are the best world skin lines. I don't think that's my favorite skin in the game.
Okay. Well, you're not a man of culture, so it's fine.
No.
Okay.
I'm the one that knew the rune for Xerath.
Bringing out the receipts. Well, I think we're going to see a bit of a lull period here. There shouldn't be too much to fight over. There is a Baron, but I would be surprised if PSG started up this time. There's a lot of DPS, but the problem is starting this against LeBlanc feels like the one way that Beyond could get back in. And I mean, to be honest, Beyond aren't that far behind in terms of raw gold. They're behind in Dragons, but I honestly feel like they're just behind compositionally, right? Like, it feels like the comp is so one-dimensional, it has to kill a carry. And it pretty much has to be Wako as well. I don't think Azir is a viable target anymore. And I also think 116 is just, he's so far from being useful still that, I don't know, it just doesn't feel that viable.
Might get looked at here.
Maybe they can find him. They got a chain.
He's going to get caught out. Does have Magnet Storm available to himself. Going to pop it. It's going to be used there. And that was the ult there committed by Kongwei. And Betty now, he is in a rough spot, although he has managed to flash over the wall and get himself to relative safety. Lots of low health bars, especially Kongwei and Betty. But importantly, no one goes down.
They thought that they had Jinjia caught out, but didn't quite. Now, they did get Maple's TP.
Ghost was used as well by Wako.
They got some stuff. But I think the Ghost, it should be back up for Dragon.
Not for Baron. There are
Nash
pings.
is completed, and the Kraken, so some big spikes. Navori, it can't be too far off for Betty. I think there's a good chance he gets it in time for 4th drag.
I think importantly, even if this 4th drag goes over, it isn't the most impactful of 4th drags.
Yeah,
in fact, especially against the side of BYG, it doesn't find a whole lot of use. There's not a lot of healing that comes through from PSG. Obviously, the Radiant Virtue really the only one to speak of, and I guess Renekton too. But then the Tenacity and whatnot, all of the CC coming through from Beyond is majoritively knock-ups.
Yeah.
The important ones anyway. And so I think even if this Dragon goes over, you're not out of the game just yet.
No, 2.5 more minutes. I wonder how Beyond feel about that, because if they realize, I guess, that the Dragon Soul maybe isn't the most valuable, perhaps they could turn on the Baron. They do have a decent amount of DPS just from the Xayah. And the Blanc, the DPS is okay. It's not amazing. Shojin now completed for Lakai. That's a pretty big spike ahead of this, whatever the next fight is.
You do feel like PSG probably can pressure mid enough to then go and start the Baron, and even if not to aim to finish it, can get that teleport out of Lakai, which could allow for you to then get the Chemtech Soul very shortly after. We'll see though. Jinjia over the wall, going to clear out this vision. And 116 truly is not doing any damage, especially to these tankier members.
Yeah.
There's 2 Radiant Virtues, by the way.
A lot of healing.
I'm kind of surprised by that.
Well, just waves cleared for now. Doesn't look like we're going to be seeing anything too crazy. But a minute on the next Dragon. I almost think PSG put themselves in a position just to give the Dragon just one-shot the Baron. You know, I think push mid-wave up super far. If Beyond react the way that they have all series long, they'll just kind of group up on the bot side of Dragon, and then you can just rush to Baron and do it.
Yep, definitely an angle. I think BYG are privy to that idea, though. They are constantly coming up here and fighting over vision around Baron. Don't want to be giving that one over. Now, Wako recalling. He has a BF sword. I wonder what... is he going G8? I mean, it could be Bloodthirster,
It's probably BT.
Yeah.
Has to be.
I actually would not hate GA.
Yeah.
Because...
honestly, the LeBlanc does feel pretty useless. So.
And it feels like if they use... like, oftentimes, the problem with GA is once you go into GA, you just die afterwards.
Yeah.
But that is not the case, really, here with BYG's comp.
Yeah. I also think, like, even if you don't plan on building the GA, just the stopwatch is really broken.
Yeah, we see 3 stopwatches here on the side of PSG, and that is just because of the slight amount of gold lead they have. It means that they are able to opt into items like that, whereas BYG still need to get to their 2 core items and don't have that luxury. And now Dragon is live. It is PSG that are on the upper side of the river, which is important because that means they can perhaps turn their attention towards the Baron if they want to do so. 116 is on a flank, but he's being pinged out, so PSG are aware of his positioning. Now Kongyue, he might be looking for a flank. There is a lot of vision around that red side jungle. 116 going to be spotted out here on a pink ward. He's going forward, but Maple's looking for him. Going to force out that distortion, but Maple losing his. Gap closes as well, very important cooldowns. 3 members flanking here for the side of BYG. PSG all in the middle. As Keres is getting looked at, this is the problem with 3 flanking. It's going to be Golden Wako here away from that Nautilus ult. He flashes forward, and all the damage Emperor's Divide comes through, but he's going to be able to pick up 1 kill. He uses the cleanse, but he's taken out. Maple finding everything. They've committed everything here to find Wako, but it's Maple who's doing all the damage. And now Lakai running for his life. He should be able to get away, but this Dragon, it's the Dragon Soul now going over to PSG. It's a 2-for-1 team fight. Wako does complete his GA now. And Lakai's still on the run. They pick up a mid tower. There's another blast cone, so he'll be able to get away. But we're seeing the problem. A lot of cooldowns used onto Wako. He stays alive for a long time, and Maple is still able to dish out all the damage that this side needs.
It is really, really tough. Get a replay of it. And I think Wako, he might have even stopwatched too early. See. So I believe, yeah, so 116, he's pushed out on the side. And you can see, right, the LeBlanc finds no poke before the fight starts. Both carries still on full HP. And when it comes to straight DPS, Azir will just way outperform. I mean, the poke is just getting eaten there. So let's see, ult comes onto Wako, and he Zhonya's immediately. Maybe he has to because of the Jax follow-up, but either way, so much committed to him. And once again, Maple completely untouched. Takes a little bit of damage from Betty, but other than that, can clean everything up. And the LeBlanc just standing away, ordering at the side feels so bad. But picture in picture, there's a Baron on, I'm looking at like 50% HP.
Yeah, Baron very, very low. Genji is staying in that pit, and at the moment, Aphelios Gun's keeping it alive and well. Kyrie's getting jumped on. It's RJ, though, in the middle of two. Kongyue and Lakai looking for him. 116 jumps in at the back, but not all that much damage. It should be Kyrie's going down, stunned up. Going to be eaten up there by the Croc. And now it's going to be a 4v5. There is no Kyrie's. Kyrie's did use all of his abilities, though, so he would be fairly useless regardless. But it should be now. PSG turning their attention towards this Baron. 116 still trying to do damage, but he doesn't do any. And it might just be Kongyue looking for his second steal of the series, but RJ is here to guard him.
Oh, LeBlanc. She's
LeBlanc
gone.
has been one-shotted. An absolute quick scope.
Ball's just caught up there by that Rakan ult.
Kongyue might still be looking, though. Over the wall. PSG aren't even going to take the Baron. They're going to take it to the side of BYG. They're able to pick up one kill. It's only Betty, and Kyrie's has respawned alongside Lakai. But it's going to be Baron. Everything this game coming up PSG. And they are now on the brink of punching their ticket to Worlds.
Very, very close now. They have the gold lead. They have the Dragon Soul. And of course, the Baron on top of all that.
Thoughts on the Void Staff?
It's okay. Yeah, I think it's probably good.
I'm meaning from LeBlanc.
Oh. Oh. I'm not a fan. Why does he have a Void?
Who knows? But, I mean, we'll see. Is he able to put it to use? Randuin's coming out. I mean, look at these top lane and jungle here for the side of PSG. They've opted entirely into armor because ultimately this LeBlanc's never going to do any notable damage. And this is the problem that we consistently see when we see these LeBlanc picks, is that unless you somehow get yourself very far ahead early, you just never really output enough damage. And Junjia alongside RJ, even Woody, feel pretty unkillable at this stage of the game.
Especially since they just build full armor, right?
Yeah.
And LeBlanc is not killing them, Void Staff or no. She's completed it now, but... Anyway, let's see if they can hold.
Marco,
okay, they
one-shotting
can't.
towers.
Whoa, the tower is gone. The inhib not far behind.
Yeah, Lakai trading back on the top side. It's a lot of gold for him. He might even have that Zhonya's off that tower pickup. You certainly hope so, as we could be looking down at the last fight here of the series. Hook lands, it's going to land onto Junjia. Junjia getting back, there's a Vi ult. It's onto Wako, he does have the Gale Force and gets himself out. And he snipes Kongyue at the back of the fight. Lakai going in, getting very, very low. And Betty trying to output as much damage as he possibly can. There's feathers everywhere. But importantly, there's no damage coming through. Betty taking some chunk from Maple on his way back from Fountain. He's still trying to clear up these minions. He's waiting for his teams to come back as Kyrie's hook will not land. And RG has taken out this mid lane inhib. One tower between PSG and Worlds, and Lakai's gone in. He finds a stun onto Woody, but is it enough? Betty is trying his absolute damnedest to do the damage, but it's Wako who's picked up one. The Nexus tower is down, and with that, PSG just have to auto the Nexus, and they will be going to South Korea. They will be going to Worlds.
5 games later, they finally do it. Congratulations, of course, to PSG Talon. A hard-fought series, but they get it over the line at the very end. And well, I think that very well could be our grand final. Just there, you know, beyond. I'm sure they'll be looking to come back up, push PSG all the way to 5 games. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That was a big one.
It was a big one. I mean, the games were very one-sided. Every single one of them, but we got 5 one-sided games. And honestly, it feels like, especially in those last two games, PSG really worked out what they needed in the draft to capitalize, really, on the side of BYG. Now, interesting that BYG never picked Annie. Annie was open a lot of the games, and they found so much success on it during the regular season, as well as earlier in the playoffs, that it almost feels like egotistical of them not to. And the LeBlanc makes almost no sense. I mean, we saw a graphic, Shock and I, before the game started, and it was something comparing between the LCK meta and the PCS meta. The LCK have almost zero priority on the LeBlanc. I think it was sitting at like 2% pick ban or something ridiculous like that. Whereas here, it's almost every single game. And I mean, you're seeing it in the games that it's picked, that it's not really finding all that much. And you'd rather have the Azir than the LeBlanc. 100 games out of 100, pretty much.
I think so. And I think, you know, so something that's super important, I think, especially in 5-game series, is consistency, right? Having consistent output. And I think it's true that LeBlanc, with the Shiv build, does have some very high highs, but I think it's not super likely, honestly, that you're going to get them. And I think something like the Annie, even if you slot it in and perform badly on it, right, you're still going to have a lot of impact, even in small things, right, like forcing your opponents to build Merc treads or making them take more defensive rune pages, or, you know, maybe even something as simple as Wako being forced to take cleanse instead of Ghost this game. That can make the difference, right? And I think those are the things that LeBlanc is not bringing to the table. And I will say that I think the LeBlanc build, when it first came out, was broken. Like, it was absurdly broken. But it's been nerfed time and time again. And I think that even when it was broken, the PCS didn't do a great job of playing around it anyway. So I really, really wish they would just drop the priority on it.
Yep, absolutely. And on your screens, very happy faces for the side of PSG. Obviously, I'd be happy if I was them too. They're now going to the grand finals. They have their chance to fight for the first seed, of course. But I think more importantly, regardless of what happens from here on out for the rest of the split, they are going to Worlds. And I think as a competitor in League of Legends, that is what you want to do. You want to get to Worlds and you want to win Worlds, but one step at a time first. We got to get there, and they've done that. And I think, honestly, you sort of said it when the game ended, it does feel like our finals is probably going to be between these two teams. Although CFO and Frank, they have been looking better. Have they been looking good enough to take on Beyond? Perhaps not, but honestly, we don't know yet. And it's going to be exciting to find out, I think, because the playoffs are really heating up now. I mean, not really in terms of these games are going really long. Obviously, yes, it was like the CFO DCG series, but each game feels so different to the game before it.
Yeah, I think I can agree. I honestly think when it comes to CFO and Frank versus Beyond, it almost feels like if they leave open LeBlanc and Beyond pick it, maybe that's a way into it. But how crazy would it be if Frank, you know, I was just thinking about this, if Frank go from 8th seed to somehow making it to finals and having that finals rematch from the previous split up against PSG?
That would be exciting.
That would be pretty crazy.
You know, one thing, I mean, I don't really have sort of a horse in the race here for who goes to Worlds, but it would be pretty exciting to see Solo Kill go to Worlds and pull out the Udyr. I mean, no one in the world plays Udyr except this guy.
Except Solo Kill and Rest.
Yeah, those two guys. And Solo Kill just dominates every single lane on it. So that would be exciting, but obviously a long way to go to get to that. First of all, again, congratulations to PSG. I think well-deserved, all things considered. They were the better team on the day. And maybe some question marks for Beyond around their pick bans. And also, I want to say, aside from the 2 games they won, Benny didn't have a very good series for himself.
I think I can somewhat agree. I think that there were times, like even when he was fed, that he was kind of a bit too far forward, right? Potentially giving the game back over. But I also think that in those games that BYG, you know, had the, I guess, ability to contest early, they destroyed PSG, right? Like, I think it's very possible that BYG actually have the higher ceiling than PSG, at least, you know, what I saw from those games. But I think they're just so bad at recognizing what they need to get there and what they need to not just enable, I guess, their players, but just really get the most out of how the PCS plays. And I just don't think they're doing that. And it feels so obvious as a spectator. Now, obviously, there's all the scrims and stuff that factor into it. It's not as easy. Trust me, it's not as easy when you're in their position. But either way, I think there should be some changes. We'll see a fight here. This was so much damage onto the LeBlanc early, and I think Wako, he did end up going down here, right? But everything used for him. And Maple, full HP, crown still up, just walks on in. I wish that were me, man. Just walks on in, killed everyone, doesn't really have to worry about anything.
Yeah, feels pretty good. I mean, that's one bonus you get, right? You're playing up against a team comp that really is just press R on someone and kill them. And your Aphelios is so strong that they have to do it on him. But you're also just an Azir with 2 items. So you're going to be doing the damage. And that's what felt really good for PSG, I feel like, in this game. As well as, obviously, you never really had to worry about the LeBlanc. This is the second time this series, of course, and they just really never found anything.
Yeah, I mean, look at the poke here as well. Like, dashes forward and it procs on, like, the overheal shield. That's it.
Yeah.
And while that counts towards the damage stat, clearly it doesn't affect the team fight in any way. And can you just imagine how different it is if say, there's like an anti-flash?
Right,
oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's... And okay, it doesn't even have to be Annie. You know, when we were talking about that in the Champs League, the Taliyah, the Syndra, the... what was else there with it? The Ahri, yeah, like you mentioned. There is plenty of options that pair well with Vi into Azir. They were all open.
Well, I feel like maybe even in this game, Ahri might have been just the better choice. Just the survivability, of course. It's not the easiest to survive against Azir level 6 when paired with so much CC. But taking a look at the damage, and I want to get your sort of thoughts. Who do you think is going to pick up the MVP? Because I feel like probably Maple should pick up the MVP for this one.
I actually think the MVP is Wako. I think that the job of Beyond's comp is to kill Wako, right? And I think he did a really good job of making it as difficult as possible, right? Yeah. He still ends up dying, but so much is being used, and I think it's really easy then for Maple to come in and just auto-attack, right? So I would actually give credit to Wako for this one.
Yep, I can see that. And I even think he itemized. Like, no AD carry ever third items GA. But in this game, it's a really good idea because, again, all the R's get used on you. You go into that sort of respawn, and no one can really touch you anymore because all the cooldowns were used. But it is Maple who picks it up, and he did do the most damage, and again, was most important stat. Exactly. And he probably had the most AP as well, which, as you touched on, is the second most important stat.
That's right. Well, let's see it again. This is the fight where
he comes
everything used on Wako, and I mean, just look at him.
He's just walking on
I think they've used like Flash Nordal, Flash Vial, and I think Jax has already used Stun. So he just gets to DPS. Does he even drop below 100% health? Oh, he dropped a tiny bit of damage, I think, to one of the feathers.
Yeah,
but that was the only thing.
The feather hit him. He should have probably played that a little bit better.
That's pretty insane, though.
Dodge the feather.
If you have like a kill the carry comp, and while they are focusing on Wako, just having one of the carries untouched.
And Azir, by the way. Like, it's not like... Azir is one of the few mage champions that can do similar amounts of DPS as an AD carry, if not more a lot of the time, given Crown probably lowers that a little bit. But that will do us for our series. It was game number 5 picked up by PSG. They are now headed, of course, to our grand finals and also to Worlds. But we're going to have an interview. We're just going to take a quick little break and we'll be right back with you.
Welcome to our post-game interview. This is Nash, joining by PSG Maple. 那欢迎来到我们赛后采访。我们今天邀请到的是风堂岁月，跟大家打个招呼。
大家好，我是 PSG 的 Maple。
So first question, a lot of people think this is the preview of the grand final. How do you feel about beating BYG in the 5-game series? 很多人认为这会是冠军赛的前哨战。那你自己觉得能够在五盘大赛中打败 BYG 的心情如何？
确实 BYG 的话是蛮强的队伍，然后打满5把嘛，就是算是有在预料之内吧。因为其实他们的实力最近也蛮不错，然后打满5把有点累。
Okay, so I think BYG is a very, very strong opponent, and we have kind of expect that before heading into this series. And I have to say, frankly, I'm too old for a 5-game series. Okay, so next question. After you won Game 2 playing Tristana against LeBlanc, you banned LeBlanc and left Nico open in Game 3. Why did you make this decision? 就第2场比赛你们用小炮打败了勒布朗，但是在第3场比赛你们换到红方之后，却选择自 ban 了勒布朗，开出了尼克。你们当时团队在讨论 BP 的时候是为什么做出这样的决定？
其实就没有做得很好吧。其实因为尼克他们玩得还挺好的，然后虽然说小炮打尼克理论上我应该要是优势线的，因为在对线棋的时候有一些失误嘛，跳到塔里面了，所以其实并没有打出对线的优势，所以那把就第一个团打出之后就有点难。
So looking back, we think we kind of dropped the ball in the ban pick phase. I think in theory, Tristana is okay against Nico, but I made a few mistakes in landing phase, like tanking the turret shot in landing phase. So after we lost our first team fight, we kind of can't fight back in that game. So next question, you picked your trademark Azir in last 2 games. How much confidence do you have in your Azir? 就你在被听牌之后，其实拿出了连续2场，你在 PCS 没有输过任何一场的阿奇尔，就是你是不是对你的阿奇尔真的特别有自信？
因为其实阿奇尔是一个比较慢的英雄，然后真的跟 BYG 打完前几场，发现其实他们是一个，其实我们跟他们打就是看团战的，所以我就选一个打团很稳的英雄，然后我自己也非常有自信。
So I think Azir is a lower tempo champion. But after a few games playing against them, I found the core of this series is team fighting. So I picked the best team fight champion, which is Azir, and I'm really, really confident in my Azir. So next question. You never failed to lose a single final in your PCS career. Now you are qualified for finals again. Are you ready for 3-for-3? 就是你在 PCS 的生涯当中，其实你没有输过任何一场的决赛。那你现在又再一次的进入了决赛，然后能够去和平篮球馆打线下赛，你有信心连3拿3吗？
我觉得在线下赛的话，我的发挥会更好，然后非常有信心拿下冠军。然后，因为其实我们也没有压力，我们已经有出国的门票了，所以应该就放开来打。
So I'm really confident, and I think I will perform better in offline games. And also, we have already got the ticket for World, so we don't have any pressure going into the final. So I think we can win the whole things. Okay, so before I let you go, you are going to Worlds once again. Do you have any expectation for going Worlds? 就你又再一次的进入到了世界赛，那对这次的世界赛，你有任何的期许或期待吗
？8强。
Just I want to go to quarterfinals at least. Okay, so that's it for today. Let's go back to our caster desk. 那再次感谢风堂接受我们的赛后采访，我们把时间交还给主播台。
Well, thank you very much, Nash, for the interview, of course, and damn, Maple.
Yeah,
understands they dropped the ball
that was
in
funny.
that draft.
Yeah,
and I like the Azir one too. He realized this entire series is just who wins the team fight, so he picked his best team fighting champion, Azir.
I like that. And even the first question, he said he's too old for Game 5.
Yeah, too old for 5-game series. So look to a 3-0 perhaps for the finals.
Maybe.
It'll be the second time in a row if they 3-0. They 3-0'd last split. I'm excited to find out who's going up against them because it seems like they are just favored to win it all, really.
You do think so, right? They look like the strongest team. Now, Beyond, they were on their heels, right? But I also don't think they were particularly clean. So we'll see how it ends up developing. But tomorrow's match is CFO versus Frank. And that's going to begin our road to the finals of finding out who will be taking on PSG there. So what do you think about tomorrow's matchup? I don't even know.
I don't know either. I think maybe the fact that Frank 3-0'd J team
Yeah.
makes me want to favor them a little bit because honestly, the CFO series was very, very dodgy. I mean, we saw a 45-minute game and then a 60-minute game, and it was like you didn't really know who was going to win. Whereas Frank were very, very decisive in their wins up against J team, maybe barring game number 1. Where Minji ended up 7-0 on his air, but they managed to win that one out as well. So I think I favor Frank, but I also don't think it's favored as in I think they're just going to take it. I honestly think this is a 5-game series again tomorrow.
Okay.
Again, this is, the information. If you are in Taiwan or want to make the trip to see the finals in person, the link there on your screens is how you purchase the ticket for the Heping Basketball Gymnasium final for the PCS. And what do we think? Who do you think is actually going to end up being in the finals up against PSG? I mean, you've got CFO, Frank, or Beyond.
I think it's Beyond. The only thing that makes me not think it is, I think the weakness of both Frank and CFO is that they are easy to draft against, and I think Beyond, drafting is not their strength, so maybe they won't be able to take advantage of it. I would say it's most likely Beyond, but dark horse for me is Frank.
Yeah, I think I'm very similar in how I think about it. I honestly think Frank, if they play like they did last playoffs, I think they probably have a good chance at making it, especially because Eminem has been looking pretty good. And ultimately, if your AD carry is looking good and you're up against Beyond, you can feel pretty confident in that series. But of course, that does us here. It was a 5-game thriller, PSG taking the win. Headed now to our grand finals as well as to Worlds. Come and join us tomorrow, though, because we will have CFO taking on Frank to see who will take on Beyond on Sunday.